Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy bogey 6 plus, low orbit over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashin-Mod.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashin-Mod. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Go on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashin-Mod.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. I'm super excited for this topic. We are doing deportation, optics versus outcomes. Should we be humane? Should we be nice, or should we just kick them the F out? The question lays with these fine folks. This evening, I have Caucasian Sasquatch, the Farney, Lawyer Chick, and Ghosty. And let's go ahead and start with you, Sasquatch, if you want to give your opening statement.
I'm fairly short and to the point. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Caucasian Sasquatch. And I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think we can all agree that no one here is talking about little Pedro Sanchez down there who's running his freaking ice cream truck or whatever. As long as he pays his permits and all his taxes, I don't think anybody's going to be jumping through his window and pulling the FBI meme on him. However, if little Pedro happens to be involved in gang activity with his ice cream truck, that would change the board a little bit, I think. And I think we can all agree that whenever you set up something like a deportation regimen, it involves a list. And that list starts with particular things, in this case, crimes. I'm not so much concerned with the illegal immigrants as I am with the criminal illegal immigrants. And while I am aware that crossing the border illegally makes you a criminal, it does not make you a violent gang offender. I think we should start at the stinkiest poops and remove them from the hen house first. And then we can move on to whatever else might need to be done. You never know. In the next 4 or 5 years, a path to amnesty might open. Some legal method by which these people who have been living here may find a way to become citizens. Until then, I don't see a harm, no foul. Don't break the law, asshole. That's basically it. If you're breaking the law, you get a fast ticket out. Arnie? You want some?
Arnie, to you.
Yeah, sounds good. I think it is probably best to focus on the violent offenders first, but as you said, they're all legal, so in the end, we should be kicking them all out. I would slightly disagree with past amnesty, but yeah, we don't know what the future may hold. I think that doing that is encouraging the future, that kind of behavior to continue into the future, and so it's just extending the problem down the line. So I think we should have a hard stance where we just kick them out. I wanted to mention, like, what is the primary purpose of a country? It's to protect the people, like its people, maintain order, and to provide for their well-being. It's pretty hard to maintain order and protect your people if you don't have any track record of any of these illegals. They have no documents on the history of them. If they were or were not violent offenders, it's hard to even know that, right? So that's one of the biggest purposes of a country, right? I am for like more like bare minimum of what government should do, not big government kind of thing, go down more to the municipal level, being more impactful. And I would just like to add that it's more humane thing to do to actually put an end to these illegal immigrants and to get them out, because what they're doing by keeping them here is it's now having an effect on the people that worked hard to come legally through the proper channels where they did all the effort up front, and now they're getting lumped in with these people that just snuck across, and they're bringing all their bad habits. Not every single one of them, there's fine people on both sides, but they're now being all lumped together. And I think that's a travesty that the people that actually proven themselves to be allowed in the country are now getting lumped in, and that's horrible. There's also the idea, the fact that since they're illegal immigrants, they often are not paying taxes, so now they're earning wages taken away from the low-skilled people that want to enter into the workforce, right? So now the new generation of people can't even get any sort of past experience under their belt to start building up their resume to then go on to the higher earning jobs. The whole point of these low skilled jobs is not to be for your life. It's to be a starting point to get a foot in the door to get somewhere. So I just finished with this is the idea of optics versus outcomes. The way I see it is, if you go to a burger joint that boasts about having the best burger in town and you go and eat it and it tastes like something that came out of the gutter, versus going to a burger joint that doesn't boast about having the best burger in town, it just says we serve burgers, and you eat it and you're like, wow, this is the best tasting burger in town. That is what it is. Optics is the first one. Outcomes is the second one. I think we'd all rather have that burger that tastes really good and nobody really cares about the optics in the end, if the optics turns out to be just complete gaslighting. And the people that are for deportation are not going to care too much about optics. They're going to care about the outcomes. Did things actually get done the way that we desire them to be done? The people that are against deportation, they don't care how nice it looks. They think it's evil and wrong and cruel and inhumane. And I would say that it is humane to be showing kindness, mercy, and compassion to those that actually fought for their way to get here legally. So thank you.
Thank you. Lawyer Chick, to you.
So good evening, everybody. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting this. And thank you, Sasquatch, for the challenge. You know, what brought us here tonight was this video that I created in the first few days of the Trump administration. It's on my page. And I was just really upset at how cruel the deportations had been beginning right under Trump. So I'm going to tonight bring out a little bit of the history of immigration, what a mess immigration law is, but also, you know, we're talking about optics versus outcomes. I think that this current administration, you know, Donald Trump really ran on this platform of deporting violent criminals. And yes, there were definitely some violent criminals that were picked up and deported, and that would have been very easy to do. There were actually more deportations under Obama in his years. I don't know, I have the number somewhere here, but deportations have always been a thing. But I think that Trump really ran on this optic of deportations, reopening Guantanamo Bay, putting immigrants in this facility that's really not necessary, that's home to some of the most vagrant human rights abuses in the history of in modern history. And that all was funded under Joe Biden. So I'm not saying this is a Republican Democrat issue, because I think the Democrats have really screwed up immigration law as much as anybody. Immigration has always been labor driven. whatever our country needed in terms of cheap labor is what they allowed and supported in terms of immigration. It started as a labor driven movement to bring the Chinese to build the railroads. And then it moved into agricultural farm workers from Mexico during World War II. And then Operation Wetback happened. They were all deported. And then we had the Vietnam War and the Khmer Rouge. And we started this humanitarian and family-based immigration, which is really the legacy that we see now with what they call anchor babies. Now, children who are born here are automatic citizens, and people really tend to hate that. Those children can actually sponsor their parents at the age of 21, by the way. But I think that family separation is, to me, the crux of the cruelty. I think, yes, there are people that have criminal warrants. They're easy enough to find. I actually think the Lake and Riley Act, which is something that was just passed, Trump's first piece of legislation that says anybody who is an undocumented person that has a criminal warrant should be deported, can be deported even before they're charged. I actually have no problem with that, even though I think a lot of people on kind of my side of the fence would disagree because they haven't had their due process. But I have been around a lot of immigrant communities. I teach and practice a little immigration law. So I don't mind a strict immigration policy. I'm with CaucSquatch on the fact that it will correct itself and we have to start somewhere. But I think the way that Trump is putting chains on people, building up Guantanamo, filling our deportation. We don't have a bed in a deportation facility in any immigration detention center right now. There are no beds. Why? Why are we spending, $200 a day to house people that may or may not be criminals? There are people who have come here legally. There were planefuls of people who had passed through a refugee vetting process that Trump turned away as soon as he came into office. There was a CBP app that people were using to register for asylum appointments at the border. That went down 20 minutes after the inauguration. The inauguration ended at 1 o'clock. At 1:20, that app went down. So I think that this could be done in a much more reasonable way. I don't love children losing their parents. In 2019, 545,000 children had at least one parent deported. I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. But I also think that, yes, immigrants do lower wages for people, and that's also not a good thing. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and we can just keep talking about some issues. I definitely want to talk about the hypocrisy, not now, but at some point. Let's talk about the hypocrisy of Elon Musk being against immigration and this divide with MAGA and really supporting what's called the H-1B visa, which is the super skilled worker visa, because not all immigrants are unskilled laborers working in your meatpacking industries or your construction industries which U.S. Chamber of Commerce and others are starting to lobby against mass deportation. Yes, because they're going to lose all the unskilled labor. But there's also a whole class of visas for investors and for skilled workers that actually take jobs and lower wages for our people with graduate and even PhDs. And that's also kind of dangerous because that brings down everybody's pay. And I don't necessarily think that's a good thing either. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to Ghosty, my partner.
Thank you. Ghosty to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna start off by saying I agree with Sasquatch and I disagree with Sasquatch, what he said. Obviously, I don't think anybody disagrees with removing and deporting immediately the violent, dangerous criminals that aren't authorized to be here. I think we should do our best to get them out of the country. I do, I'm not as familiar with like how the legal side of things, so I naturally would like to see like due process, but I understand too that our legal system has a lot of loopholes and stuff too, so I can see issues with some of that. So, that's a debate there. But I think when the majority of people are talking about this, I don't think they are just talking about deporting criminals. I think they are talking about deporting the Pedro who works at the corner store, however you said it. I think a lot of people when talking about this want everybody out, and like I guess that's a fair thing to be like, well, they're illegal, they shouldn't be here, but lots of these people have been here for 10, 20, 30 years. Trump has tried to get rid of the birthright citizenship, which was shot down by the Supreme Court, or he was sued for it. He wasn't allowed to do it immediately, but he's trying to do some of these harsher things. And I think America should set and hold a standard of civil law and order, and not like regressing to these barbaric, inhumane ways. I don't think it's a good look. I think this money could be instead of like deporting just regular everyday people who have been living here and working here for years, could be going towards immigration reform. We do have a messed up immigration policy and immigration system. We need more courts and judges and processing and money towards all of that, rather than like beds in Guantanamo Bay or no beds or whatever. So yeah, I think there are a lot of issues with this. I also think it's Trump removed the restrictions that prevented immigration and customs from conducting raids at sensitive locations, which include schools and hospitals and churches and stuff like that. I don't like the idea of raiding schools and hospitals. Again, if it's for somebody dangerous and violent, I can see an exception. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of issues with that, so I'll just leave it there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And just a kind reminder to everyone, we will do the debate for about 2 hours. We'll run into closing statements, read off super chats from you, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Additionally, I do want to acknowledge that Lawyer Chick and Caucasian Sasquatch are both dual streaming as well. So if you'd like to go hit the like, subscribe, share over on their end, please feel free to do so. We sharing is caring over here. Additionally, I see a lot of new names in our chat. I'm so excited that there's a lot of new people stopping in and chatting and so on and so forth. But at least do the kind thing and hit the like button while you're here as well. All right, to the panel, I leave the floor to you.
Let's go and let's just go ahead and get into the meat and drink of it. I mean, this was a location that was created. Was it not created by Obama specifically to house terrorists that we couldn't bring in and try properly?
Been there a long time, but he renovated it.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Would you have an issue? Would you rather it be holding terrorists or being used as additional beds for deporting extremely violent criminals?
I'd rather it be used for nothing. I'd rather it be a field for birds and have a bunch of bird feeders out there and bugs. And
I would rather rainbows fly out of my butt, but it's not going to happen today. So like, can we keep this somewhere in the realm of reasonability where we have a functional facility that is available for utilization and has an international airport?
Well, fun fact about Guantanamo, was actually begun and funded under Joe Biden in 2021. He'd started plans to renovate it unbeknownst to the world, especially all the people that love him. People that felt like he was really going to be so good for humanity. I am not a fan of Guantanamo. It's been used for indefinite, detention, torture, the famous enhanced interrogation techniques. The reason Guantanamo Bay exists is so that our military can do things that they couldn't normally do on U.S. soil, or they couldn't do under U.S. soil under U.S. law. I'm not a fan of that. Now, with that being said, it's not been the most violent criminals that have wound up at Guantanamo. And let's throw another fun fact in there. I know I saw Midlife Bro Logic in the chat, and I bet a bunch of other people here who are super pro-deportation with support. El Salvador has offered to take a bunch of our immigrants and house them. Right. Bukele is like, bring them. And I find Bukele just it's another show, but I just find him in his largest prison in Latin America fascinating. But he's also open to taking a bunch of immigrants. I don't think these people
criminals.
See, this is the thing. If you committed a crime,
immigrants,
but just being here illegally is not a crime. It's a civil violation. I have the
True.
law.
And that's why
Right.
I say we're not going to bother with any of those people who are out there abiding by the law and not committing gang violence or whatever type of violence you want to bring to
Yeah,
the
but this is
forefront.
what I said. That's not what most people are talking about when they have this discussion. Most people are talking about anybody who is here undocumented, unauthorized. They want them out. Like even if you've been working here, just have no criminal history. You've been working here for years, whatever. Like they just want you gone if you're undocumented. That's what
And that's
most
the
people are talking
conflation
about.
you're trying to generate here, is that we are discussing like El Pedro with his burro that walked across 20 years ago and painted a house and just never left. I'm not talking about that guy. He's been here 20 years. He hasn't killed anyone. He hasn't robbed a bank. He hasn't set up freaking shop in some apartment building somewhere and set up a brand new Jack City scenario. I'm good with him. My dogs are breaking things.
That's okay. But those folks are getting caught up. They're called collateral damage. And maybe Farney does support those folks being caught up. Collateral damage doesn't matter. And
No, I don't think it's collateral damage. I think it's a good thing, right?
I mean, that's what I'm
Like,
saying. Okay, so
very
it's
confused.
collateral. That's what they're calling it, collateral.
Yeah.
It's like they're going into people's homes. Okay, I have a warrant for Farney.
Yeah.
Sasquatch is the roommate. Sasquatch comes home from work. He's that guy. He's just coming home from cooking. And this is what's been happening, right? Is Farney's the one with the warrant. Sasquatch is there. They pick them both up.
Okay.
So under this scenario, Farney's happy and Sasquatch is like, well, that guy was just here. He's been working 20 years. So I think we're all over the place.
Wait, so,
And that's good, right? That it's such a complex issue, but I think there's a lot of
well, I think it's
myths.
being made more complex than it needs to be. Like, so there's some weird comments being thrown out here. Like, you're saying that they're not illegal. They
It's
didn't
not
break
a
the law?
crime to be here illegally. It's a civil violation.
It's
It's
not
unlawful
against
presence.
the law to enter a country against
Farney?
the country being allowed.
Entering the U.S. is
Allowed.
different from entering most other countries. On New York Harbor, we have this statue that says, "Send us your poor, your tired, your huddled masses."
Okay.
We still stand by that as far as a nation can without being completely subverted by the immigrant masses that stand at our border. Entering illegally is illegal, but it's a civil infraction over a criminal infraction. And so they are usually either deported or determined whether or not there's some type of refugee. And if not, they're carried to a port of entry, processed back in legally, and that may take any amount of time. I mean, that hasn't been happening in the past few years. Instead, they've been just, what's the term, catch and release?
Yeah, which is a huge problem. And Trump has to, one of the things Trump has done is said anybody that's come in the past 2 years is gone. And I don't necessarily think that's a terrible thing for a lot of people, because a lot of people have been caught, released, and are causing trouble. Like the Jose Ibarra who murdered Lake and Riley. He fell in that category.
And these are the people we're actually concerned with.
How do you separate them?
Simple. Criminal infractions. When they are arrested, they are picked up and deported. It is not you get your due process and whatnot until it's realized you are not a citizen and therefore not protected by some of the due process laws we have in place. That goes back to your home country and you get charged there. This is murder, and it's murder all over the world, honey.
So hold on. Like, it doesn't take too long to quickly look this up. Like, yes, illegally entering the United States is considered a criminal offense under U.S. law, specifically as a misdemeanor for the first offense, as outlined in 8 U.S. Code number 1325. So I don't know why you guys are claiming that they're not criminals. They're literally criminals. They've done a criminal offense. Like, do I need to go into semantics about what a criminal is? A criminal is somebody that has done a criminal offense. You would agree, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's a misdemeanor, like a speeding ticket. I'm just saying it's like a speeding ticket.
Like criminals.
It's not jailable in this scenario. I'm just saying that's under the law. I mean, you would call it a crime. I get that. Is speeding a crime? Is reckless driving? Yes. Okay. So that's then yes, right? But that's the debate.
Okay, so there's a bit of an issue here with the interlocution that's taking place. Yes, it's criminal. There is no possible way of housing all of them in any jail anywhere in the world, much less all of the jails combined here. You would have to release all the criminals in order to house just the illegal immigrants that have come across in the last year and a half.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you deport criminals as well, right? If they're not citizens. So that is one solution. There's lots of other solutions which I think would be far better, like to just put them in prisons as free labor. I think we
That's
do.
not
Could happen. It could happen.
Yeah, exactly. No, I
so
fully agree with
you
that.
really think,
Like-
you really think it's a humane thing to take somebody, first of all, take somebody away from their family who's been working here for like 20 years, like a father, say, and put him in a prison to
No,
work
that
as
you're
free
still
labor?
conflating the topic. We're discussing
what
the
do you-
optics here.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but Farney,
We're
I'm pretty
talking
sure
criminals
Farney
first.
is arguing the point that they are criminals just for coming over the border beyond any other extra
Correct.
crimes.
I agree with Sasquatch that it's probably best that we go for the violent offenders first. But
Okay,
for
and
instance,
after that?
we could be using the money that they're sucking away from the system by not paying taxes, by paying for their health care and such, right? And we can use that instead as an incentive to turn in people. So when you turn in somebody, you get money from the government for doing that.
I think there is an incentive right now. Isn't there a
So what's wrong with
a
that?
thing-
Ew,
thing where
bounty
you can-
hunting? Sorry.
Yeah, that's sweet,
Christy.
isn't it? Have you not heard of stuff like Crime Stoppers? You guys not like?
Hold
that?
on. I heard a great idea the other day. I think you'll all love it. Here's what we do. We let the illegal immigrants stay, but they each have to catch 5 predators. Green card automatically, a golden
Well,
green card.
I think that is a
Predators
thing
are
where
great.
like if you turn over some like some kind of criminals, you can register to get a green card or something like that.
That
I
is
think
water
that
of
is-
the poison well, madam. In
I-
order
I
to know
know.
that criminal, you have to be involved with those criminals, which
Well, I'm
probably
I'm
makes
You
you.
not
wait,
saying it's right or
let me
wrong.
clarify. That's called an S visa. It's like we call a snitch visa. If
Yes,
you can
yes.
turn over state's evidence that results in a conviction, yes, you can get a green card. Or if you're a victim of a crime. And with that being said, a lot of people, there's a lot of immigration fraud. And that's one of them, is like people make up a crime against them, or this is big in DV, domestic violence, like a partner will say, I'm going to say that you abused me, I'm going to call the police, and then I'm going to get a green card. So there is all of that. But can I just say one thing about taxes? Immigrants pay a lot of taxes. $492 billion in taxes between federal, state, and local economies. So they
file
do
income
pay
tax?
taxes, sales tax. A lot of them, yes, work on fake social security numbers. So those that money just goes to that fake social
Not
security
anymore.
number.
Dudes just got them folks.
Word, yeah. But they also, there is something also called an ITIN number, which is a tax ID number. It's called an individual tax identification number that an undocumented person can work under. And people do that, back to like what Sasquatch said earlier. People who were planning for amnesty someday, they want to be here legally. So there is a pathway for folks who are working to pay taxes through an ITIN. And it's a risk. And now Trump is actually, just today, it's starting to come out that they're starting to look at the addresses of those people who were registered with an ITIN. And those are people who are like hardworking, honest, want to pay taxes because they want to eventually do what, you know, they're hoping that they get like the Reagan amnesty of 86, which we can talk about later. But so they do pay taxes, Bernie.
So yeah. Before we move on to, well, no, some may, but I would say that probably most of them do not. We don't know. Guess
But
why?
they're living
Because
here.
they're not documented.
They're living here,
we
though, and
don't
they're paying
know the
sales
number of
tax.
them that don't pay income tax, right? We may know the number of them that pay income tax via what you were saying there, right? But the ones that don't, no, we don't have any clue about whether or not they're paying. We know they're not paying income tax, but we don't know the number of them, right?
They're paying sales tax though, no matter what. They're
That's
living
great.
here and they're not
Okay,
getting.
so if I go on vacation to the States and I buy a chocolate bar, I just paid sales tax. So am I now a U.S. citizen? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not
All I
saying
have
they're
to do is
U.S.
buy a
citizen.
chocolate bar?
Your claim was that they're not paying taxes, and the
Yes,
the
I
reality
didn't say
is
they're not paying every single tax. I'm saying they're not paying taxes. What taxes? They're not paying income tax, for example. Correct?
okay, well,
Drug
you said
dealers don't
taxes,
pay
but they
income
are
tax,
paying
Barney.
taxes.
We're talking
Pardon?
about criminals. We're talking about gangbangers and criminals that we're trying to deport here. We're not really talking about Pedro. Don't get sucked into the
He
20-year-old
is though. That's the
father in there.
thing.
Oh,
He is,
I
he
told you
which
this
we
is
want.
the debate, man.
And the chat is.
But
The chat is
violent
talking about
offenders
Pedro.
The
should
chat
be
is all of
first.
the Pedros gone.
Poor
Yeah.
Pedro,
Yeah.
man.
Pedro needs to get out,
Pedro
man.
Sanchez was the what's the name of the movie? Napoleon Dynamite. He's
Look.
the guy that's over there.
There's enough
Jesus.
Go for
legal Pedros in
Pedro.
America that work their butts to be there legally. Those Pedros can stay. But Pedros that didn't do that, they need to get out. Plain and simple. And the other thing that you're talking about, this like, snitch visa, that's ridiculous. Got to remove that as well. Why should you be deported? You're a criminal too. Get out. I don't believe in this stupid nonsense where it's like, oh, you're going to be protected if you snitch on other criminals. No, you're a criminal too. You get charged as well. I don't like that system, period. But that's another debate. But
as I understand it, they get their crimes involved in the particular case that they're working, that they turn on pretty much white clean. They get a clean green card. If they continue to perpetrate crimes after that, they go into an American prison.
Yeah, but that's disgusting. You agree, right?
Backwards. They go into the American prison first, and then they're released then the ICE van comes for them, and then they go through deportation proceedings.
There was also
for a green card, for a snitch green card, they get the green card.
For the green card, yes.
Once they've got the green card, they're an American citizen.
And then they can
protected completely by the American system. Yes.
Also, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean by like splitting up families? Like, kick the kids out with the parents too. Like, I don't understand this. Why are you guys giving like kid citizenship?
Some of the kids are legal.
Mixed status
families. They're adults. They're legal. They are citizens. They can come back when.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are they adults or are they kids? Like, you're confusing me here.
Okay, so if you have an illegal father who married, maybe who has a relationship with, who has kids with a legal citizen or something like that, and they have children, those kids are legal. Now they're separated.
Well, then they stay with the mother, which is what happens in most states anyway. The father gets deported because
you're separating families. That's my
point. It's fairly easy to get a green card that way anyway. So like,
he should already have a green card because he should be in a union and not be bearing children out of wedlock in general. And I'm not a terribly conservative person on this point, which is weird that I've been backed into this corner.
It's just super odd to me. Like, why are you guys wanting to defend criminals? That's so odd.
But they're not. I don't see somebody. Okay.
Do you want me to read that section? It is. They are criminals. You even agreed.
What if somebody came 30 years ago? They were 20 years old. They lived their life. They,
this is wonderful. I want to get to this point. So what if I murdered somebody 30 years ago, didn't get caught for it, and then I finally have the evidence come out? I should just get off of that murder, right?
I don't think I don't think unlawful presence equates murder. So
no, but you're saying that somehow
definition of crime.
Yeah,
but you're saying that somehow the time that's passed since the crime was first committed somehow now lessens the crime being done.
No, we're talking about the actual crime. The crime itself. Like, we don't see just a hardworking person who just like wants a better life for their family. In the eyes of the law, in this big government that you supposedly hate so much, it's a crime to them, right? But I don't see it as like criminally the same crime as murdering somebody or stealing or some kind of violent aggravated assault or something. It's just not the same.
There's one more consideration. Whether or not there's a statute of limitations on a given crime, and murder has no statute of limitations. I don't think there's one on illegally entering, because you're still illegally here.
Yeah, you're still breaking the law. I know.
Barney, let me
law that very day, even if it's 30 years since you first started breaking the law.
But Barney, let me ask you a question. Right? We talked about the spirit of immigration law, which has really been driven by labor and the economy. Can you blame people? And let's say they're not a criminal. Let's say you've got 20-year-old man and his brother, they're milking cows in Ecuador, 1985, they want to work. The United States laws have always been driven by work, by labor, by needs of labor. Again, the railroads or the farms, or now who packs who packs your meat? I know this. I know. Yeah. Okay, let's think. I know this.
I believe
let's say meat processing. Who in the meat processing industry?
I'll vote for Ghosty.
Right. Agriculture. I would. I think plenty of people in the chat, but they're probably hiding behind that. But in the meat packing industry, not in the real meat, like where your chicken and stuff comes from, chicken processing, right? It's all immigrant labor, and that's they're coming for that. So can you blame them, or is it I hate to blame the system, but is it like our fault?
So you're saying that America needs these people to come in and do this work, right? So what I
I'm
don't
saying
think
that
this-
the law has always been driven by corporations who need this cheap labor for a particular industry,
but
whether
I'm
it's been the
confused.
railroads or agriculture or chicken processing or hospitality or kitchens, whatever it is. Yes, it brings wages down, but is it the workers' fault for wanting to come and seek a better life for their family?
No, but it's confusing to me. Like, look, maybe I'm just not up on the law, but when did they get rid of like working visas?
I mean, there's different types of work visas, but they don't cover everybody. There's way more
So then they're
unskilled
don't work
labor
visas
jobs.
cover people that like they desire to have come in the country to do work.
They're
So if this
limited. They're
work is supposed to
extremely
be
limited. They're extremely limited, and the employers have to apply for them. There's a lottery, and there's way less visas than the need for unskilled laborers. Way less. And so the corporations, the companies promote bringing them here. There's housing.
Hold on.
There was the
this is
Hispanic
actually-
project in Mississippi that actually courted
I've heard you.
and recruited chicken processing workers from Florida to Mississippi.
I'm
work
going
in
to
the chicken
assume
plant.
that everything you stated is an absolute fact. I don't believe you would come here without actually doing the research, dropping numbers in my face that I could easily rebuff. But you just stated that we need more HB1 visas. Did I say that right? HB1? Okay. We need more HB1 visas.
H1B.
H1B.
According to Elon Musk. According to Elon Musk.
We need more H1B visas so that we can have more skilled labor from other countries come in. But you also say we need more unskilled visas so that we can have more unskilled labor come in. And I'm finding a bit of a complication here when we're discussing deportation and you're discussing bringing more people in. I feel like maybe we're here at cross purposes. May I ask you a question, Lawyer Chet? Are you an anarchist?
Do I believe in self-rule and self-reliance? That's what anarchy is. Anarchy is self-rule. It's like, can we rely on ourselves to do the right thing? It's a social contract with yourself. So am I an anarchist at some level? Maybe. Libertarian at some level? Maybe.
Are you a communist?
I mean, whose brand of communism? You know,
Okay,
probably not. Probably not. You have to really trust your government to be a communist.
Here's my last question. Are you an idiot?
Some would argue. Yeah, I'm sure some people in the chat would
That's
agree.
3 for 3. I
Also,
one more because you made the trifecta.
Right. But it's like this, Sasquatch. Wait, hold on. I'm not saying we need more H-1B. I'm not saying we need all this. I'm saying that the business community says we need more unskilled labor to do this, and we need more H-1Bs. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's not me.
I got to address this because this is really bizarre. Because you guys claim that you're against these gigantic corporations, and yet you're literally arguing for them to break the law to support the fact that they make more money and the citizens don't even get anywhere to work. And then you know what these big corporations do? Because of the fact that they've gone around the system and getting cheap labor, they now are able to undercut local businesses, putting those businesses out of business. And then now not only do the workers not get anything, but the hard people that were trying to build their business from the ground up are screwed as well. So you're just for screwing over the locals, it sounds like.
Oh, no, I agree with you. And I'm not saying I support the labor. And I'm not saying it's actually immigration activists really need to struggle. Sorry, my dog just knocked my curtain down. So I have a Zoomy dog too, right? So it's interesting you're saying this because there's so many contradictions in the immigration rights movement. It's impossible to argue for a higher minimum wage and support a liberalized immigration policy.
But you don't even really need to support a higher minimum wage. If they truly need those workers and the local people are not willing to do the work at those wages, guess what? They got to raise the wage in order to attract people to do those work. If they don't, well, guess what? They have nothing to produce, nobody to produce their products. So then they're going to go out of business. Oh, that's good. No more big corporations. They're gone. So it's like two birds with one stone. It's wonderful, no?
Do you think that's what's going to happen? Do you think wages are going to go up with all these deportations? Do you think the more people that get deported, the higher wages will get?
I think that it's one of two things that I just labeled there, right? It's either that these people are going to do more incentives, whether that's through wages or benefits, etc., right? To attract local people to do the jobs that now need to be done by locals. or they're going to go out of business. I see that as a win-win. I don't see anything
You
wrong. Do you see anything wrong with that? Does that logic not follow?
can answer.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Ghost.
I
I'm not
was gonna
trying to
let Ghost-
I like this. This is
no.
great.
Okay, I was just gonna say, do you think that more local businesses or more corporations hire undocumented people? Do you think that's more small businesses and local businesses, or it's more corporations?
I think it's pretty hard to say one way or the other since they're undocumented.
Hold
However,
on.
like
We
I
do have a
hear that
basis
they're
on which to make this judgment. According to
What?
Lawyer Chick, it's corporations.
yeah.
Just across
Yeah.
the board. And if that's the case, then only or largely your corporations would be the ones that suffer with the reduction in immigrants, whether illegal or otherwise.
But who else is going to suffer if we deport all of your food workers and your agricultural workers when those corporations, and again, I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but when those corporations have to pay higher wages, what are they going to do to us as the consumers?
I'm guessing
Prices
that you're
go up.
saying that the price of products going to go up. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Now they have higher wages to pay for those products for one
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
And
no,
another thing is you're probably well aware that they dump out loads of food just to artificially increase the cost of goods, right?
Yes, facts. I mean that, but now the farm subsidies have gone away. So, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of changes. Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to shift and change and flow. We should definitely do this, have a conversation again in 3 months and see where we're at.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so like I said it kind of in my opener there though, like so you're saying that you want the optics, right? Like versus the outcomes. So like are you telling me you just want a sign that says best burgers in town instead of the actual best tasting burger in town? Like I didn't hear either of you give a
That's
answer to that. If
basically
you don't
what we're
mind
saying.
like giving an answer to that, I'd appreciate it.
Sorry, what's the question?
Would you want a burger that is claimed to be the best burger in town? Or would you want a burger that actually tastes like the best burger in town?
I just want a burger.
I just want a burger.
I'll give you the
I
best
want-
tasting
I
burger in
want-
town,
I want a few
Sarah.
options. Yeah. I think I want a few options. But go on, Ghost, and then I'll. carry
Yeah,
on.
options are good, but obviously the good one, which might vary between, opinions. So I don't know what your point is here. Sorry, maybe I'm a little slow, but I
the
don't get
best
what you're
bur-
trying to get at.
Yeah, the best burger in town, the one that claims to be the best burger in town, that's optics. The best tasting one in town is the actual outcome of that.
See, I see the optics
As in,
as
like, it
Donald
could be
Trump
like-
deporting people to Guantanamo Bay in chains on national news and telling everybody that they're violent criminals when really they're a Puerto Rican father of 4. And the outcome being that children are left with, one parent deported while they're at school. So
Madam,
that's how I'm seeing
But
optics and
hold on,
outcomes.
hold on. We're talking about outcomes here. If you don't mind, Sasquatch.
go ahead.
So isn't that a great lesson to teach the child of now a single parent is that daddy or mommy got put in prison because they broke the law? So it'll actually make them not want to break the law because they don't want to be put in prison.
Do you think that's how criminal parents often work? Like people who grow up with criminal parents, do they usually go more into crime or do they usually go away from crime? And I'm not saying this is like a 1-for-1 here. I just don't think that's like a very good analogy to use. That's not a good lesson.
analogy.
I don't think I don't think children are going to learn not to be a criminal from being traumatized by a deported parent.
And growing up
Well,
in
it
single
could.
parent households also leads more towards crime as well. So
Facts.
Yeah, so it could. I'll give you an analogy. I know it's not usually good to use movies or what have you for good analogies, but have you guys ever heard of this song, The Coward of the County? Yeah, his daddy was a violent criminal, and because of that, he's like, you know what? I'm going to be straight and narrow, and I'm not going to pick fights that I don't need to be picking, and it actually had wonderful results for that. I think that is not something out of the rounds of reality to imagine that somebody that sees their dad or mom as a criminal is now going to be like, I don't want to have the life that they had, and they're going to try their best. Will some fail? Yeah. But will some also succeed in that? I think you would have to agree. Yes, some would succeed in that, right?
You think some small children would be motivated? Well, I'm not going to be like my dad.
Yeah.
I actually, honestly, I've had
Do you not?
kids. No, I've worked with kids who have incarcerated parents, and many of them, I mean, this doesn't really play in here, but they want to go to prison to be with their dad, which is crazy. I know.
All right,
They're like, I don't care.
That's a
I
regroup
know.
on. We're getting
That's a regression. But I don't know that that's the lesson that the kids would learn. You know, I'm kind of with those two.
We're talking about optics here. Let's take a
Yeah.
look at what the optics do.
So childless parents
you
is a good
have a
optic. I
choice.
mean, sorry, parentless children is a good optic.
We have a choice between taking that into consideration to remove violent criminals and making it look soft and cushy, which, by the way, can be managed by a completely controlled media rather than trying to adjust the actual system itself. Or you can have an open media and just lock them up and to let the optics tell the people who are thinking about coming here and are on the fence to be like, maybe we shouldn't come in illegally. We'll go to a port entry instead of flying to Mexico and trying to troop across the border and saving that, what is it, $500 to register or whatever? I can't remember. I looked it up like several years ago. But yeah, no, the optics are part of the point. They're part of the recipe. They are part of the reason this seems to be working so far. People are self-deportating to keep from being a part of those optics. It works.
Yeah, but what you're arguing for is like the outcomes of those optics. You're not giving a crap about people seeing it as pleasant or unpleasant. You just care about the fact that the outcomes are the desired results that we want.
Purpose of the optics being so uncomfortable is to let people who were considering breaking the law entering the country reconsider before they do it.
I don't think people who are illegally migrating here are really ever comfortable. I think most of them live in fear, like almost on a daily basis, just as it is. So I don't think the fear, like upping the antics of like having people in chains and deporting non-criminals and just if you get caught up, like just how it is right now, these like mass deportations as Trump wants to have it perceived as, I don't think that's like a benefit.
And if you see like the city is cracking down on the crimes, right? And they got this like ace detective in there and he's getting everybody. And the criminal's like, oh shoot, I'm gonna be caught. Every day is nervous for me. And then he's like, that's it. Goes to the police station. He's like, I can't stand living in anxiety anymore. Please, I committed this crime. Please, officer, just take me in. He might get a lesson.
I don't think that's the same.
What's your point? Yeah, I don't get.
Because you're saying like somehow like us like deporting people, having stricter laws on it, like stricter outcomes for these people. You're saying now that like these people that are here illegally, they're gonna have more anxiety in their day-to-day life. They're gonna feel more uncomfortable breaking the law on a day-to-day basis. Oh my gosh, what a travesty! Isn't that what you were just saying?
Well, they're fearful. They are fearful.
I'm saying they're already fearful. They're already fearful. They're already fearful. So like
they want to end that fear, right?
Like, adding more fear.
Just go home.
Yeah,
they don't have to be fearful.
That'd be a great way to get rid of the anxiety.
I think most people are willing to do.
Ghosty will provide transport. We're not.
I think most people are willing to do whatever it takes to provide the best life for their family, and I'm not holding that against people. That's my position.
You're talking about this anxiousness, right? So if they don't desire to have that anxiety, right, wouldn't the solution be to remove the factors that contribute to that anxiety, such as the fact that they're there illegally? That's your argument, is that they're there illegally and therefore they're living with anxiety. So guess what? They can go back to their home country and they don't have to deal with that fear.
That's probably more anxiety.
Right. Like Farney, why do you think people come here? Okay, I have two things to say, but first, why do you think people come here?
There's a plethora of reasons.
Okay, give them to me. Why? Go. 3.
Opportunity, running from something bad in their previous country, or wishing just to now do bad in this new country.
Okay, why do you think most people why do you think most immigrants come here? Majority.
I think opportunity, however you want to slice it, it can be under any of those. Opportunity to get away from something bad in their previous country, opportunity to do something bad in the new country, or opportunity to have a better life. All these people are going for opportunity, right?
Sasquatch, what do you think?
It's opportunity, but whether that opportunity presents itself as a gang banging drug dealer or presents itself as a house painter down here on 4th Street who just opened his business and does magnificent work. Both of these activities involve the exchange of money, typically under the table, because most of your people that come here illegally choose not to live on the grid in the traditional sense because they are aware they will be deported eventually. They are on the lam for that one point, regardless of why they left their country. And now they're here sending as much money back as they can before they get deported.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's facts. Also,
I won this debate almost single-handedly. They all agreed with me in the opening statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree on certain things, but I think, again, it's about the optics and do we agree? And that's, like the whole video that got us here was like, does deportation have to be so cruel? And I also think it's somewhat dishonest. I think Donald Trump ran on this idea that he was going to deport all of the criminal aliens and clear the border. And I'm going to tell you a fun fact, the border's kind of clear. He's a month out and people were like, whoa, we're done. There were 200 border crossings this weekend as opposed to like 16,000 the same time a month ago. So are we done? No, this dude's going to keep.
Oh, it's a nice first step though, eh?
Yeah,
so where to go from here? If we've cleared the border and the criminals are gone and our deportation facilities are full, let's focus on something else. Let's build our bridges. Let's raise our minimum wage.
Yeah, let's use locals to build the bridges and not illegals. Sorry, go ahead, Sasquatch.
We'll build the bridges and all that stuff from the money saved from USA by itself.
Yeah, loads, right?
That'll straighten that whole thing up. We could even utilize some of that money to help with the deportation and housing of these criminal illegals that we're speaking.
But the thing is, there's also people that are in process of becoming legal that are getting deported.
That is documented. Well. These people are documented.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if they are in process of becoming a citizen, then they are documented.
But
there's a paper trail. That's literally documentation.
Yes, they break the law further when they become a criminal in that context. They are then subject to the law.
There are people who are getting caught up that are getting deported too that aren't legal yet, but are in the process.
You're talking about the East LA scenario. Yeah, it happens. Usually when they get back to their country, they take their documentation to the U.S.
Your mic's popping.
You're cutting out, bud.
And see, people in the chat right now are already saying they have to go back too. So this is just more than illegal criminals. This is just people who are claiming asylum or are trying to become legals, who are just regular people trying to get into this country that a lot of people want deported as well. And I don't think optically that's necessary. I don't think it's a good use of money. I think we could put our money into, if we want to focus on immigration, like just an immigration reform policy, just like about how we handle people coming into this country. I think would be a better use of money.
The U.S. already has that. They say if you want to become a citizen, here's how you go about it.
You don't think it can be improved at all? There's no.
Hold on,
it depends on what you want for improvements. Like, it doesn't matter. The current system is that this way of doing it is not the way you do it.
Well, if you don't want so many illegal people, you might want a better legal way of getting here. So we can actually filter out the criminals from the non-criminals.
You think
just
that
the regular working families.
All we're asking is for the modern laws that are actually on the books to be enforced as the laws they are, rather than circumventing them through every single loophole you can find. Lawyers are the problem.
But like, even if you add more citizens,
no, but there was a legal process for asylum seekers, which was the CBP app, which people could stop at the Mexican border, southern border, sign up on the app for an appointment, and Trump shut that down 20 minutes after the inauguration. So
that is a red herring. You know as well as I do, that app was being utilized by every single immigrant who could get their hands on it, and not just the refugees. Let's take the Haitians, just the Haitians right quick. The Haitians do have a refugee claim. It is possible for them to leave their country and the first border they come to be ours, especially if they row hard enough. So these people have a legitimate claim to refugee status and yet have been conflated to being normal immigrants, which they are not. And now
Haitians were given a special status called TPS. They were given this humanitarian parole. Yes.
Right. They are the textbook of refugees if they make it here before they make it anywhere else. These people have a process by which to become citizens. They have a documentation process. Most of them are not doing it. They just don't. They are trying to use the app, some of them, but something like 30%. I read it a couple of weeks ago. Don't use the app. 1/3 of the people who have come here as refugees and want to live here have chosen not to go on documentation, but rather to just wander around and eat chickens out of people's yard. They eat the ducks.
As long as you have any path to citizenship, right? Unless you're going for like complete open border and just stepping in the land, you get citizenship. If you have any paths, there's always going to be people that are going to circumvent those paths. Why? Because it's easier than going through those paths. Because those paths are always going to have more obstacles than zero obstacles.
Why do
right?
I make the other path
I disagree.
easier?
I disagree.
You disagree
I
that
will.
people would take the path
harder
of more
path?
resistance
Yeah,
over
well,
least
no,
resistance?
What I think is that people who want to come and stay long term, right? There's like the non-immigrant visa, people who don't want to stay for a long time. But if people want to come and stay and be here the right way and long term and grow and raise a family, they're going to do it the right way if they have the opportunity. So let me just explain how a lot of these Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Ukrainians got here under Biden. Biden passed this policy, right? One thing about immigration, y'all, is that it's an administrative law. So the president has more control over immigration than like any other type of law, right? So that's one thing. Yeah. So the president can do lots and lots of stuff with it through these executive orders. That's why any new president comes in, like Trump comes in and like, boom, just does, like when he first came in 2016? 49 point, the travel ban. And he did all of this stuff under executive order. This time he came in and there was like 20 points. One of them being, if you've been here less than 2 years, you're automatically deported. Another thing, which you'll probably love, Farney, he is requiring that every single person that is here illegally or as an undocumented person has to register. If you don't register, it's a crime. So what does that mean? It means that if you
that's what it
caught,
means.
Yeah, if you get caught and you're not registered, then it's like more than a misdemeanor. So Trump's like really, policy people really understand immigration law quite well. I think Stephen Miller is not a good genius, but if you're an immigrant, he's a bad genius. But he really knows his stuff. But let me go back to this humanitarian parole, and then I'll shut up. But the humanitarian parole was given to these 5 countries, right? They were given 30,000 visas a month for people from, again, Nicaragua, Haiti, Ukraine, Venezuela, which is how a lot of these Venezuelans came, and Cuba, right? These 5 countries where they had so many people pushed up at the southern border. Biden, I think, was preparing for the election. So like, I'm going to do something cool with immigration so people vote for me, right? So liberals vote for me. But then what it also did was it allowed all these people to come in, and then they have this like 2-year parole status. They could stay for 2 years. Trump has already said to the Haitians, your parole is cut short, right? You all came, they had to come from another country. They had to be in their home country to come. Haitians were supposed to be here till next February. They have to leave by August, right? Those Haitians, like, people wanted to come legally. They came on this parole status, humanitarian parole status. They did it the legal way, and they're being pushed out 6 months before they really should have. If they can get married or figure out a way to stay longer term, they will. Immigration law is so messy, It's
but that's fine, because guess what? If they care so much about being in America, they can go through one of the other paths. Like it's so bizarre.
What's another path? That's the thing. People don't understand. There's not really.
Well,
like
I could
a
say some of them, but
paying,
some that come off the top of my head is you could start having sex with the same gender, and America lets you in easier. But there's loads of other ways that you can.
It is an asylum claim. That is, you're right. You're actually right. Transgender and LGBT people coming from countries where they're violent.
To go do that, but
it's not from every
country.
Though.
Easier path. There you go.
It's not from every country.
Wow.
If your country,
I haven't seen any exceptions that say not any country. But,
it is a valid asylum claim. So you're right.
Yeah, even from Canada, you can do that to America. But anyways,
well, I don't know. No, they're
that's
not.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Not from every country. It has to be a specific country where your life is in danger for being LGBTQ.
I looked them. All right, whatever, fine. I've looked it up, and because I figured out ways to get to America in the past when I thought that Canada sucked really bad for how bad they handle lockdowns and stuff. It's like, well, you know, I want to get in America, but I don't want to be doing that with my buddy. But anyways, so the thing is that when it comes to immigration, you're talking about like, well, let's make it easier or have more pathways, right? So you guys are already having such a difficult time assimilating the current immigrants that you're having in there. And so what it's doing is it's creating more divisiveness, more like lack of cohesion between the people. And so then it's harder to get everybody on board with anything. So it's harder to progress anything in society when you have everybody coming from a multicultural rather than being properly assimilated like you're supposed to do when you go to another country. If I go to Japan and I start acting like some sort of hyper liberal person, I start spewing out my mouth about the government, guess what? They're going to want me gone. And that's the way it should be. If I want to be accepted as a Japanese person, then I better well start adopting their culture and trying to act as the Japanese act, not like my Canadian self that deserves to be treated with all my rights. Give me my liberal values.
How do first of all, I have 2 points, but how do Americans act? Like we don't have like a singular culture.
Oh, come on, you know what it looks like. We walk around with our bacon shotgun, hammering freaking hamburgers.
Okay, so we want immigrants coming here just with shotguns on their hips and blah 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 blah. I'm just saying that's just a silly claim. That's a silly claim to make. Of course, people should come here and abide the laws. I think probably overwhelmingly the majority of immigrants who come here are law-abiding citizens who just want to work and take care of their families. Second of all, if you're talking about our overwhelmed system of immigration, that's because our immigration system right now is so unreasonable. So you have people trying to take all of these shortcuts and overwhelming the systems with refugee claims and asylum claims and stuff like that, rather than trying to come here the regular way, because it can take lots of years, many years, like even like a decade. It costs like tens of thousands, $50,000, $100,000 or more. It's so I'm saying if we make the legal way to immigrate here more reasonable for just like average people, we wouldn't be backlogged with asylum seekers and people coming here illegally.
You think? You remember 2 years ago when we had millions of people crossing the border a year, and yet you want to make it an easier process when it was just literally that easy, just an open border. When they tried to protect the border in Texas, Biden actually
I'm saying they wouldn't be crossing the border illegally if they could make it over here the legal way. Unless you're a criminal, which
that would make you a criminal.
I don't think you understand how many people want into the States. Like how much it sucks in a lot of places in the world. You know, like China has to constantly be shutting down its like acceptances for the States all the time because China sucks so bad. You know China's how many people are there? Yeah, no crap, it's overpopulated. Now America's going to be overpopulated if you allow them all in.
Oh, we thought we had low birth rates and like low unemployment and stuff like that. Like, oh no.
Yeah, is that what you're afraid of, Arnie? Are you afraid of
there was a couple of different things there. Sorry.
Go on, Ghosty. Sorry.
No, that was it. You can keep responding.
Oh, let me interrupt everyone just to say there's about 200 of you out there watching. Just be sure to hit the like, subscribe button from wherever you're watching from. And we're glad you're here. Back to you guys.
So, like, the optics of America being like this land of immigrants and a melting pot and all these other nonsense buzzwords that are being thrown out there, what we see as being the actual result of that kind of like attitude is now that's telling everybody, oh, if I just want to go there, I can keep my own culture. I can just have no sort of cohesion with my fellow man. I'm just going to go there and be a hard worker, as you said, right? That's all that's necessary.
If you come the legal way, don't you have to take like a test? You have to like study the history. You have to speak English, right? So we should make the legal way more reasonable. So people
we should make it more difficult. We should make it way more difficult.
Let's actually take this down. Let's take this for a ride. Let's see how this rides. Does it have legs? Let's say we make the legal way, as you put it, more reasonable. rather than having ports of entry, which is the standard mechanism by entry into a country through legal means, typically, we're going to give every single border patrol agent a little device so they can fingerprint them and run their paperwork while they're in the field. We are going to pretend that this system is flawless and the government didn't actually make it and they're not actually touching it to ruin everything. We're going to say that this entire system is absolutely impeccable. Now, every single person who comes to the border doesn't have to cross illegally. They just have to find a border patrol agent, walk up and register documentation. Do you think these people would do that?
Wait, what? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking
You're saying
about
an
making
easier
it.
way to become documented.
Yeah, you just went from like the most easy way. You just went from like where we are to like the most easy way possible. I'm not
So
saying
where
make
are
it
we?
make it just like where just anybody can just walk in and register. I'm just saying I think it should be cheaper. I think it should be faster. And yeah.
And
So then,
what about people who have been here for a long time? And like the Reagan amnesty in 87 to 88, which is what I think we could do now, which was to give everybody who's been here for a long period of time without crime, who have been paying taxes, who can show that they've been working a year to register, right? To sign up,
Madam,
pay back taxes and stay.
all of those people were documented.
What they were after the year, they weren't documented before that Reagan amnesty program.
They had to be documented to become part of the amnesty program. In order to
Documented
enter,
how?
they must document themselves as part of that program.
Yes, they had to document themselves, but not prior to 87. They had to show that they'd been here for a continuous period of time, right? So, like, I have had clients come in with cell phone bills. I mean, I don't practice immigration law anymore, but I've done it as whatever over the years. So people will save these things thinking that maybe one day we'll get that like Reagan style amnesty. And one of the things that people have to prove is continuous presence. So it's not for people who just arrive. It's for people who've been here that long period of time, which are the people that really break my heart, right? People who are deported, who have been here for a long period of time, who have established communities and connections, right? Who are members of churches and schools and things like that. And then they're, deported or they're caught up collateral. Farney looks so heartbroken over this, but those are the folks that I feel sad for. But I will just fun fact, we're talking about the melting pot concept. The first immigration law was actually the Naturalization Act of 1790. And guess who it had granted citizenship to? Free white persons who have lived in the country for at least 2 years, excluding Native Americans, enslaved people, and non-white immigrants.
I
think that's something to think about.
Citizenship just out of hand. Like,
is what?
I think Native Americans should be granted citizenship out of hand.
They didn't get it under the Naturalization Act. They got a special thing. But I'm just saying that it's interesting how
there's arguing against Native Americans, honey.
Yeah, this is bloody weird. There's so much going on here. All right, go on.
Yeah, but I just think it's interesting and the complexity of how immigration law and the spirit of immigration law has changed over time. Because you're saying, Barney, it's this melting pot and people bring their culture here. And I agree with you. There's communities where, my brother-in-law is from the Middle East. He gets so pissed off when he's legal, his family's legal, whatever. But he gets so pissed off when he goes into communities and everybody's speaking Spanish or everybody's, it's like little, and he's like, it makes him angry. But it's fun, I think, to think about if you're a history buff or you like just talking about this stuff, which I think we all do, to think about wow, but the first immigration laws weren't like the colonists or the pilgrims coming over here who are, the settlers or the English and saying, we want everybody to come. It was like, no, we want people that look like Farney and Sasquatch. And that's it, and not even.
I have East Indian blood in me, so maybe they wouldn't.
You might have been, you might have been.
Depends on how much blood it matters for that.
Hold on, Farney.
But I'm just throwing that out there.
You just played the oldest liberal card in the book. You just called the entire country racist and told us to back off. And while I can respect the balls, I'm not going to wash them for you. Yeah, that's basically what you did. You quoted some ancient law, the 1790. 1990 immigration law stated something about all white men and we want people that look like us. I don't think that's actually the conversation that's taking place here. And I
No,
think
but
you're
what I'm saying is,
position of
the only
But you're
reason I'm
saying-
saying that is for historical reference to
Yeah,
say
she's
Okay,
just
you're
stating
saying
something that was a fact.
absolutely.
we
I'm just
want-
saying, look at how the laws and the spirit of the laws have changed, and the
Yeah,
spirit,
sure.
and like just look
They
at
have
how the
become far
reality
more
of
inclusive.
immigration. That's all I'm saying is, wow, look at how
But why?
immigration.
Why
has
would you
changed.
say that unless
Because
you have
Barney
a
was
point?
talking about the culture, the singular
the melting
culture.
pot and
Yeah,
all of
yeah.
this? So I'm saying it wasn't always like that. It wasn't
I
always.
wasn't
like
saying
that.
melting pot works. I'm saying
You
that's
said
what
melting pot.
Yes, I said those are the buzzwords that are used, and then they attract people to bring their own cultures, build their own stupid little communities, like you were talking about.
And
which
they
is-
do.
There's
They do.
stupid little
But I'm
communities.
saying that wasn't
God.
how it
Yes, it
always
is a
was.
stupid little community. If
It's
I went
not.
into, yes, it is. If
Kind
I
of
went
I
town.
into
actually really appreciate the diversity of our
okay,
country.
that's
Like,
nice. Go visit that country then. So if I
no,
went
our
into,
country, America. I appreciate the different cultures.
yeah, I know
that come
Americans
to
don't
America.
like to leave their country and go explore the
I
world.
appreciate
Guess
their
what?
food.
You wanna explore Little Italy? Go to Rome. Go to like Sicily. You know what I mean?
Or I could just
Actually-
talk to my Italian family. Like, what the fuck? Like, it doesn't.
Right,
This
My
is where I
point
live, and this is what
is
the
that
country is.
Yes, and guess what? That is not how it should be. It should be I am an American who happens to have background as Italian. I'm an American who happens to have background as a Nicaraguan.
So,
right?
what's the single
Like,
culture that you want?
American first should be the idea. My identity for country is American, then this.
How do you
Not-
categorize
right?
American?
Huh.
What's an
Oh
American?
my gosh.
A citizen.
What
Oh.
what is it?
It's so sad. This is the problem with having this ridiculous amount of different multicultural crap, is that people that are of the younger generation don't even understand what it means to be American anymore.
No, I do understand
What
what
does
it
it
means.
mean? Yeah,
I'm
you
Oh,
t-
then
I'm
what
s-
does it mean? Yeah, because you're
What does
asking
it
me
mean
the
to you?
question.
I'm
What
saying
does
it
it
is
mean?
pretty
Oh,
multicultural.
What it means to
Uh,
me is the idea. Yeah, I'm proud to be American.
I think America is a place
so-
where you can live like in a variety of cultures and all live in the same place and all
No,
work
that's
together
not
and
what it
pay
means to
taxes
be
and
American.
everything.
No.
Nope.
That's no.
That's my experience as an American.
That's why I just
In
said is that
Philadelphia.
as a young American, you don't even understand what it means to be American anymore.
How are you to tell? Are you even from America? How
No.
are you? How are you to tell me
'Cause guess what?
it's
Canada
like
has
to be
the
a
same
fucking
nonsense
American
going
as a
on here.
goddamn Canadian? Shut the
That's
fuck
right.
up.
I know more about your country.
Oh,
than
you're
you do.
Canadian?
No, you don't.
Yeah. But see, you wouldn't get it because Canadians usually know more about America than a lot of Americans. do.
Oh,
But
okay,
anyways,
yeah.
So Americans, what they have is they have a lot of pride, God, country, the idea of having checks and
Did
balances.
you get that from a TV show?
Guns. We have lots of guns.
Did I get it from a TV show? No. How about from the fact that you guys used to have the very people that would be in politics have to swear on the fact of the truth in the Old and the New Testament and that Jesus Christ is Lord? That used to be a requirement of America. So that's what America is the idea of a Christian nation, not one that is run theocratically, where the church is the leader, but where there's a symphony between church and state, where they both work together as a cohesive unit for doing it, not where they're the church is it, but where they're working alongside each other, where they're saying, okay,
Brother,
I'm going to do this law, but like, oh, sorry.
I think
So-
I mean maybe I can kind of chime in a little bit.
They're
because,
super Christian.
The way we established America was a freedom from religious obligations, for instance. So we had the freedom of choice of which religion we wanted to chime in on. Now, I recognize we say we have "In God We Trust," we swear on the Bible when we're in court, so on and so forth. So we were built on a kind of Christian standing, heard, acknowledged, and recognized. But we also celebrate the freedom to have any option you want, to be whoever you want, so long as you understand that America comes first. So I think I hear what you're saying, but I think there is a slight difference in how we hone in it. Like, we eat Chinese food and Italian food and tacos, Mexican food. We thrive on bringing everyone to us. We thrive on being the lazy country that says, nah, I'm not going to learn your language. You learn mine. Nah, I don't have to go travel to Rome because I've got, pizzeria right down the street where I can get all the, Italian food I want. Whether it's authentic or not is up to you to decide. But I think that we also recognize that we're number one, awesome, amazing people so much that people are literally dying to get in here. So why do I have to travel anywhere to get anything? So I think there's a stark difference there.
No, but the freedom of religion wasn't freedom to believe in any religion. So if you believed in a religion, for example, of like sacrificing your children, America would not say, yeah, come on. Their freedom of religion.
That's murder, sir.
Yeah,
well, yeah, exactly.
Not if the child was willing to.
No.
Right?
Let me just shut this down right now. We're not going to go with the most absurd possible thing. You did that with the burger earlier, and it really didn't land well.
Well,
it was originally to give people the freedom to practice, and it was essentially Christianity any way they wanted. But America is also a major birthplace of the occult and various different types of religions outside of just Christianity, and they were legal. Like that's just the foundation of our country.
Yeah, it wasn't forcing you to be a Christian. The reason that they had the freedom of religion is basically so that you could pick whatever sect of Protestantism that you wanted to without having to be Roman Catholic, basically.
That was the effect. I don't think that was the intent, but that was the actual effect. You pretty much had choices in the early days, like 17, whatever, where you looked around and it was either Native Americans, black slaves, or white Protestant Christian types. Those were your choices. And the white Protestant Christian type would look around and go, well, I can't be part of that church anymore because I was banging the pastor. I'm going to have to go find a church. I have the freedom to do that. Welcome to America.
Yeah, it was literally
in most other nations.
Yeah, but a lot of the original people of America left other countries where they couldn't celebrate their enact their religious beliefs in Christ in the way that they desired to. That was their purpose. It wasn't.
I think there was also this is where we kind of pulled in the separation of church and state too. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I believe that's where we harnessed in that because in Europe they were tied together, and so one affected the other, and
the
so
Church
we were
of England.
And England, they were controlling how people practiced Christianity. Yeah,
exactly, and that's why.
So we had Quakers and
Church of England,
all different sects of Christianity here, but there was more than just Christianity. It was never meant to just be it was never meant to be you have to be Christian. It doesn't matter what sect of Christianity you practice. It was purposely to be separation of church and state. You know what I mean? And obviously the people who were immigrating here originally were mostly Christians, but that it wasn't we are a Christian nation, but it was never to control people's religion. That was never the idea.
Yeah, but you're conflating two things here. The separation of church and state wasn't the fact that Christians weren't allowed to have their morals and such implemented in society. They even said at the beginning of America that this system that we're setting up won't work if the nation's not a moral nation.
Okay, but I mean, Christian morals are basically just regular, human morals, right? Don't steal, don't kill people. The only morals outside of that are don't put God's name in vain and shit like that. And that's not part of the law. So.
Yeah. Sorry. So, anyways,
way off in the woods.
You were talking about why. You were going into why that
culture. Melting pot.
American culture.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with being white. If there's a black African that's Christian, he's going to get along better in the States than say a white Muslim or something like that, or a white I don't know.
Not initially,
Buddhist.
Sir. Not initially. I mean, you think the blacks that came over here?
Stop bringing up 200, 300, 400 years ago, man. We're talking about...
what about all the Catholic people from Mexico right now? Doesn't seem like many of the Christian people want them here. So what are you talking about?
Well, let me just throw something out there.
Legally, nobody ever has a problem with that. They probably prefer people that are doing it that way.
I mean, some people want to stop immigration. Sorry, last point. Some people want to stop immigration altogether. There are lots of people who are just we don't want anybody else immigrating here. I hear that.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Do you think we are those people?
No, but I'm saying that is a regular part of the conversation.
Here.
Well, and
I'm
in
arguing
all
with people
fairness,
who are
those
listening.
people, have you listened to their reasoning? They said they want to put a pause on it to let all those things I was talking about earlier catch up, such as like properly assimilating people. Because we have it in America right now that even people born in America don't even know what it means to be American.
Well, let me throw something out there. I mean, this country was definitely founded on freedom of religion, right? Or
Yeah.
the desire to practice the religion you care to. And then it was also, I mean, again, the first law, the Naturalization Act that granted citizenship was for free white people. Okay. But I would argue that this country is also founded on the right and the desire and the motivation for people to make as much money as they possibly could, right? Free market capitalism. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm saying people came here to be able to farm and work, because in England, right, there was the Church of England that oppressed everybody. You also had like the feudal system, and the monarchy controlled all the land. You couldn't buy land. That's why we have life, liberty, and property, right? And I think a lot of immigrants still come here with that.
I was going to say, this is what I mean. The Americans don't even know life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, not property.
Well, no, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, but property is in the Constitution. I know. I know this shit.
Sorry, it's just fun.
Yeah, and pursuit of happiness, but property. People want private property is the cornerstone of American law. Period. Right? It is. So
you're telling a lawyer. You're telling an American lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it's in a pursuit of happiness, sure. But what's going to make us happy? What makes Americans happy is making a lot of money, right? So it kind of tracks. But
it does kind of sound like you're saying that's a bad thing.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Not a
I'm not. I am fine with making as much money as you possibly could. I'm definitely okay with that. You know, as long as but you asked earlier.
You're a lawyer. That makes sense.
But yeah, so I'm about making money, but I'm also about everybody having enough. I'm not about more for me and less for you. I'm about having enough, and then I don't necessarily.
So I'll tell you what to do. Take your money that you're making being a lawyer, because I'm sure you're quite successful. You appear to be. You speak very well, and you definitely backed up all of your claims. Most of them are based in 300-year-old law and are conflating the current events of modern deportation and immigration law as opposed to ancient, if you will, for American standards. If it's over 2 weeks, it's ancient history. And I don't even see why we're talking about it.
Well, because where did it shift, right? So where did it shift? It shifted to immigration law going from people having their citizenship in 1790 to then the need for labor and the need to make, to have cheap labor so we could build the country. And here we are today with that need that still exists. Corporations now control the labor market. As I said earlier, immigration law is controlled by labor needs. So if we, again, the issue is, should deportation be cruel and inhumane? No. But why do
by Congress?
What?
It's controlled by Congress, and the lobbyists are the ones. And the corporations are the ones that can pay the lobbyists.
Yeah,
right.
This is true. So that's where we are now, right?
Affect our law generation, but Congress ultimately holds the reins to that type of stuff.
Yeah, so
the president can do a lot. He has a broad spectrum of powers and the ability to appoint pretty much anyone he wants. He could show up at your house today and say, I want you to come and help us on this. What would you say?
If President Trump came and said,
President Trump called you up and said, I need an immigration lawyer to come spearhead the new immigration reform that we're putting through, and I think you're just the person to do it. What would you say?
I mean, I would probably work. I would give it a shot.
Heartbeat. If Biden
why not?
Said, hey, I'm the president of the United States and I need a hand from you to do this thing. Yes, sir, President. Like, yes.
Yeah, why not? I mean, absolutely. If I could have a shot, it'd be cool with me. And by the way, lawyer's not my full-time job, y'all. I'm also a teacher for fun. I mean, like, part of my job is
you teach as a hobby.
No. I mean, I'm just saying, telling you a fun fact. I'm an educator and a lawyer.
I was just saying that.
So I'm not like a high income attorney billing $15,000
okay.
every 15 minutes. Right. So I just want everybody to make that clear. I'm like,
I kind of think that might be your choice, madam, because as I
it is my
understand,
choice.
immigration lawyers are largely
she's-
billing the federal government. So
She's sending me an invoice after this. She's charging a very large amount for me to have her expertise on this panel.
So I know that
never.
I know it seems off topic, but I don't think it is. I like just before moving on from this, what it is to be an American thing, because I think it's highly tied into the whole idea of illegal immigrants. I gotta read this because I had to look it up because I'm Canadian. I've heard this so much on like movies and all that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So
Define God.
they're talking about the Christian God. They literally are. You look up. Seriously, look up.
They don't say God anymore. When I was growing up, we did, but now they just say one nation with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, and why do you think people like Ghosty are growing up without knowing like what their nation is?
I'm probably your age. I'm probably not like.
How old do you think I am? I know I look young and handsome, but how old do you think I am?
31.
39. Turning 40 this year.
Oh my God, the old man on the panel.
That's right. So respect your elder, Ghosty.
Barney, Barney, do you support any immigration? First of all, do you support any type of immigration? And then,
for sure.
How do you feel? I mean, Canada has a much more liberal immigration policy.
That's why I see what the dangers are of you guys becoming more like us. It sucks.
How so?
Because we definitely don't know what it means to be Canadian. Our stupid identity has now been, our wonderful identity has now been reduced. Sorry, I'm Destiny Spurgeon here. Has now been reduced down to the identity of being nice. That's all we have is identity now.
Does Canada have more or less crime than America?
That's not true, sir. You also have written half of the Geneva Conventions, and
that's right, because we're good at doing some pretty. We used to do what it took to win. Okay, burn down the White House all the time.
I had some pretty nasty war crimes back.
That's right. Used to be pretty tough up here, right? Like you have to be tough to survive in the climate up here. It's bloody cold outside right now. But yeah, like look. The idea of like, does Canada have less like crime statistics? Well, we also have way more like land and way less population. So I don't think that's a very good way of like doing it. It's not a fair comparison. If you looked at like, for instance, a similar city size of for land mass and population, probably very similar to a same city size in America. It's just where there's like lots of people put in a small amount of area, crime statistics go up. People aren't meant to live.
That's a fair point. That was kind of more of like a little jab than anything.
Yeah, sorry if I sound a little rough. It's just the way I like talking.
Does Canada deport people?
Hold on, you have to give me.
See, that's very Canadian of me.
Yeah, you're very nice. I mean, do you have a huge prison system? Do you deport people?
Not as often as we should. But we are actually, even the liberals are talking about deporting the Indians that are coming. And my family's from East India. So, and I'm on board with that because everybody, all of our political parties realize, holy crap, this is getting out of hand.
What about all those crazy French people? Just kidding.
Well, the crazy French people, we had to team up with them. It kind of sucked. They thought it kind of sucked team up with us. So,
Well, admittedly, they did burn the White House. So
yeah.
You might want to keep them around just for that.
Good times. So anyways, the idea is that it's gotten so bad that even the opposing political parties have realized, holy crap, this immigrant problem has become too much because now we don't have enough houses for our locals or for them. And we're getting screwed like mad on it. It's horrible. Like, the crime has started to rise like mad due to the hyper liberal policies that were brought under Trudeau. It's a separate topic, but it is somewhat related again because it's immigration related. But I'm trying to show you your ugly future. It's Canadian. You don't want that.
Okay, so two questions. What kind of immigration do you support? And would you like to be a refugee to the United States?
I'd rather have 13 states being added to America. So the thing is
I really like this guy.
I think that immigration policy primarily should not be based on skilled. That's why I'm not necessarily against H-1B visas, but it should be primarily based on whether or not you are like of the same morality, willing to adopt the culture. These are the primary things that matter, because the money can be generated later, the skills can be generated later, but are you at least sharing the core values of the nation you're moving to, or at least willing to adopt those core values?
How do we test that? How do you
Or even
check
not
that?
even
Also,
adopt.
like-
How do you
don't
test that?
necessarily have to adopt the ways of the nation that you're moving to, but you do have to adapt to those ways.
Yeah,
You
and
can
that's why I said
keep
willing to
life
adopt
right.
the core values at the very least, right?
How do you test
And
somebody's
what
values?
are those? Yeah, what
Here's
are
the
those
That's
issue.
core
what the
values?
citizenship test is. It asks you a whole bunch of historical questions that are in line with the values of America. And if you can't go through and answer those questions, basically, you don't get in.
But it's
That's
basically,
part of
I
this
feel
is
like what he's really
you
breaking down
feel
is just like,
you are
don't break.
arguing from your feelings and not trying to have a discussion
Oh,
in
shut
facts
the
or
fuck
reality.
up. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm making a judgment about what he's saying. I feel like what he's saying is that it basically just comes down to being a law-abiding citizen. Just when you move to a country, just don't break the law. Like other than that, and speak the language, I think would be probably
So
the
assimilate
most
is what
important
you're
one.
saying.
The most important one. But other than that, I don't know what other core values would
Yeah.
be so important.
Absolutely. I mean, what's a core value for one person is not a core value for another person. A core value for, like me. I mean, I don't want these harsh deportations. I don't want to see people in chains being taken going to Guantanamo Bay on NBC News to get votes, right? That bothers me. A homosexual might have a different core value. Somebody who was raised in a mixed status home with a deported parent, that child who has a deported parent might grow up with a different value. So Farney, to you, what is the core value that you think, since you know so much about America and you don't want to be a refugee here, you just want to assimilate, I guess, your 13 states.
Smart.
What is a core value? What is that going to look like on a citizenship
free
test?
speech and the ability to defend yourself and your property. Those
So
are
a
some
gun
pretty
test? You want us to have like target practice?
Wait, it's so funny you
What?
say free speech, but then you're trying to like control people's values and people who come here to have a certain, like they should have a certain American viewpoint, but this is the country of free speech, correct? So like if I have a different I don't know, way of living that is legal, like that should be perfectly fine in America, right?
I never said you have to share every single value. Everybody has to be this homogenous thing. I said core values.
So what
Core
are these core
to-
values
I'm
other than being a
trying to
law-abiding
answer.
citizen?
So core value, because the idea of free speech and the idea to own a firearm, okay? These are not values held by every nation. In fact, basically America is the only one that has both of those.
Do you think that's an issue with immigrants coming here? Are they trying to take away guns and free speech? I have not seen that.
Yes.
You think people immigrating here are trying to take away guns and free speech?
Yes.
How so? What
They
why
bring
have
in their
seen
values of wanting to limit the amount of guns that are around because they come from nations where guns aren't like legal. They are coming from nations that are communistic and don't believe in free speech, so they're trying to do like blasphemy laws with Islam, for example. You're not allowed to like go around and just say anything. That's transphobia. Now, it hasn't gotten to the point where the laws have changed, but they're getting close to it. Where,
I think
for
it's
instance,
mostly
Canada,
Americans saying that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you sound like it's, I don't think that's the immigrant, but go on. Keep
but
going.
that's because they're being influenced by this lack of identity of what America is. So because they don't have this solid foundation of what it means to be American, now when these other cultures are coming in, they're now adopting these anti-American ideas.
Wait, so Muslims are moving here and trying to enforce hate speech laws against LGBTQ people? Like none of this
And
makes
take our
sense.
What are you
guns?
talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm
Are you even
weird.
listening to me, Ghosty?
I am listening to you, and you're not making any sense
She's just
whatsoever.
imagining the argument she wants to win rather than having the argument that's taking
No,
place.
it's just it
Yes.
doesn't map out to reality what he's saying. I understand what he's saying perfectly fine, but it doesn't map out in reality at all.
You interpreted it immediately to trans and guns and violence, and the violence is exactly
That's
what we're
literally
trying to
what
argue
he talked
here.
about. He talked about guns and hate speech laws and Muslims.
First
moving
of
here.
all, there's no such thing as hate speech. Most laws that would
I
be
know
considered
that, but
hate
he's
speech
talking
laws-
about that immigrants are trying to come here and implement hate speech laws. and he's talking
Sharia
about
law.
people
Are you
bringing
familiar
other.
with Sharia law, dear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you really believe that a
So
majority
Sharia
of
law and hate speech law.
do
You're
you
like-
believe that a city with a majority Muslim population would not immediately vote to include Sharia law into their laws? And if you
Define
don't,
No,
Sharia law.
probably
though.
not.
What is? Yeah, I mean, really, Sharia law is like
The
a
boss
very
literally tells
Lots of
them to do
Muslims,
that.
Muslims
getting
who
on
like
that.
Sharia law are not like coming
coming to the United
America.
States.
Yes.
They want to
they're
stay
doing
where
it
they
in
are.
Britain right now. Right now, Britain is having to enforce Sharia law because
That's
they
right,
refuse
exactly.
to
Blasphemy
Muslim
laws
immigrants.
and all that. Yeah.
This is the future that we are trying to break up before
They
it
don't have to
becomes
cross an
issue.
ocean.
What?
Barney, do you
Canada,
think we
they have to cross an ocean
That
for
isn't
it's happening
here.
here. What are you talking about? They're
I'm
like,
talking about
they're
the
forcing
the
changes.
problem in England is probably going to be much different.
It's here
than
too.
here.
We live right above you. They have to cross the same ocean to get to us.
I'm talking about England.
and I'm
the
talking about
UK.
Canada has the same
Okay,
issues that
didn't
he just brought up in
Sasquatch-
England. So the thing is that they are coming in and trying to change a lot of our laws, such as the fact that you're not allowed to cover your face in Canada. It used to be a law that way. Guess what? Now you are allowed to cover your face. Guess what? Now people that aren't even of that faith are now doing it so that they can go anonymously through society and commit crimes. I'm not saying that all like people that wear face coverings are doing this, but it used to be against the law and against the culture to do
Well, that
this.
sounds like more
When?
freedoms,
When
not
was
like
it-
a
when-
restriction.
Yeah, when
When
was
was-
it against the law to wear a face covering or a hijab in the U.S.?
One-
We have freedom
It
of
used to be,
religion.
I believe in
Madam,
what?
in Georgia, it is illegal for 5 men to be in public wearing face coverings together as a group. The
That's
reason
so
is
different.
we use. Oh, it's different. How's it
Yes.
different?
Because if there's 5 men wearing face coverings, that's
Is that
typical-
religious?
Yeah, that's not like a religious thing.
I'm
that's
thinking of the
typically-
women. You said women.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ghosty.
Oh, did he say women?
No, that's what
I
I'm saying.
didn't.
I think he was saying women. Men.
Oh,
I was
I heard
saying-
men.
No, I was saying
I
in
meant-
general. Like,
It's technically interpreted as 5 people. Do you know why we still have this law in the books?
well,
Because of the pandemic, people
No,
wearing
ma'am.
face masks. And
gangs.
I
No,
know
ma'am.
here in Philly,
ma'am.
like you're not allowed to wear masks anymore after the pandemic because of people committing
I'm
crimes.
down south where we invented racism.
I was gonna say
We had
the
like
KKK.
full legions of KKK all over the place.
Oh,
and one
okay,
of the
okay.
laws put on the books to prevent those types of meetings from taking place in the first place
That's
was
interesting.
to eliminate face coverings, in this case, the hood.
The hood.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. That completely came out of left
These
field for
laws
me.
exist. They
That's
do
interesting.
exist,
I wanna
and
look
saying
at it.
that they don't or that people wouldn't want to change them is kind of disingenuous. You're here as a lawyer specifically to manipulate the legal system to benefit your client.
Well, to put a zealous representation of the client, not to bend the legal system, but to represent the client as
I
zealously as
manipulate,
possible.
manipulate,
That's the
not,
oath.
not calling
Yes.
you evil. I'm saying you're good at what you do.
Thank you.
That's
We tried.
different.
I tried.
you weren't allowed to work with a face covering in Canada. You weren't allowed to be in school with a face covering. You weren't allowed to enter people's establishments with a face covering. A lot of this stuff was recently changed in the 2000s.
But how about a woman who was Muslim? No.
Yeah, she'd have to remove it if she's walking into a store. Like,
I
I
or
don't
if
think
she's
that's
working.
I don't think that's that big of a deal to change that law. Like I don't think that's like changing American and Canadian culture to allow Muslim women to cover up. Like I really don't see that as that big of a deal.
It leads to more people now falling under the umbrella of doing it for other reasons, for example, as well as, yeah, it does change it from a Christian nation, because Canada used to be a very Christian nation. We used to have it like illegal for businesses to be open on Sundays. It was called, I believe, like blue law.
So did you think that was better then with the more
Yeah, when I grew up, it was way safer of a nation. We had basically zero crime compared to now. We had way less legal firearms. The more hard that we've gone on firearm ownership, the more illegal firearms came up. It was wild that, as we implement more of these liberal ideals, the nation's going more and more to crap. Why? Because the whole idea of liberalism is to have no cohesion. It's just everybody gets to be their own individual self. Right? The further you go down that line, it's don't get in my way of doing whatever the hell I want.
Are you familiar with the Muslim ban? Do you support the Muslim ban when it comes to like
what, after 9/11 kind of
restricting
thing that
immigration.
happened, and then
No,
what,
the
Trump
Muslim
brought back
ban
in
was
again?
Donald Trump. Nope.
No, I
Donald
said,
Trump
and then
was
what
the Muslim
happened
ban.
again with Donald Trump, because it happened under Bush as well.
Well, under the Patriot Act, I guess there were heightened watches, but particular countries weren't banned and turned around on airplanes halfway to the US. I mean, there was like Trump extended it, but does that fit under your definition of morality? To have no Muslims or have people from particular countries that aren't Christian theocracies? Would that solve the immigration problem, or would that create, people stay where you are? If you're Christian, though, you're welcome, no matter what color your skin. Is that what you're saying?
Well, do you think
then let me just finish though. If you're talking about morality and Christian theocracy, then you would be on my side against these inhumane deportations, because they're so inhumane. It's like Christian values: be kind to others, do unto
Breaking up
others.
families, don't break up families.
100%.
Yeah.
So you would be like,
in
against
the Bible does
deportation.
it say thou shalt not deport illegal immigrants?
I mean, this is true, but are morals that specific, or are they general? Are they about being good to others and do unto others as you would have others
It's based
do
on
unto you?
interpretation. So the interpretation of how you love your enemy is, like I said, I think it is the loving thing to deport these illegal immigrants, both for the illegal immigrants and for the legal immigrants. Why? Because they're getting lumped in together, as well as everybody else is getting put at risk.
Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? The illegal immigrants.
Or the people like rounding them up, like they're all the same.
Pardon?
Yeah, you've really locked into this generalization concept, aren't you?
Who?
Ghost.
Ghosty. I'm like, wait, what?
How so?
Every time the question's asked, when you answer it in the most specific person, individual who is being downtrodden by the system. But when you promoted a question, you come at it from a very generalistic point of view, as if that individual are all immigrants, and they're not. We're not arguing that you should deport everyone tomorrow. If you could snap your fingers and make them all disappear, I still think that there should be an access pathway to citizenship perfectly legally for people who have come here on overstayed visas, people who have jobs, who are doing the thing. No one here is arguing that those people should be rounded up and stuck.
People are
a whole bunch of gangsters. We're not. The argument in front of you is not with those people.
Barney was arguing that.
I did argue that if you overstay your visa, that
any effort put towards
it's not primary.
Yourself to optics, any effort added to optics will reduce effort from seeking the outcome we seek. Violent criminals off the streets, out of the country. I want violent criminals that are citizens in jail. I do not want them on the streets either.
That's fine. Nobody's arguing with that either. But you keep saying I'm arguing a ghost, and I'm not arguing a ghost.
Well,
there are plenty of people arguing this, including Barney, including a bunch of people in the chat, including a bunch of people having this conversation right now. It's not an unfair.
Like, I just want to be clear.
They're not here. He's here. He's having a bit of
I want to be clear if you're correctly understanding me here. Like, what's your steel man of what I'm arguing?
People, anybody who is illegal right now, undocumented in this country, should be out of the country, should be
because
deported.
You're the enemy.
Yeah, correct.
I also heard they're our enemy, but you love them.
But I also stated earlier in the discussion that we should be focusing primarily on the violent offenders if at all possible. But yeah, they should all be kicked out.
And you love them from love. You come from a place
of love. Yes, exactly.
Tough love.
Yeah, tough love. Exactly. That's right. If you're not going to abide by the rules of the house, you can go fend on your own. You say to your kids, right? You don't live under my roof. You live by my rules, right? That's the same as a nation.
But let's go back to the optics and the outcome.
Right. That's what I want to do.
Blame people for coming here to try and do better for their family. Let's put the criminals aside. We've all agreed that the criminal folks, people who commit crimes, the Jose Ibarras, absolutely get them out. The single men coming to commit crime. I mean, gobs of them, right? Coming, especially recently. The past 2 years has been just wild. But I forget what I was saying.
You were saying, like, can you blame the people that are wanting a better life?
Thank you. Can you blame people who are coming here because they want to do better because they have children. I mean, so many people, like, it's like this. I mean, people come here carrying a 7-year-old from, Colombia across the Darien Strait.
Okay.
Are you doing that because you want to run across 3, 4, 5, 6 countries, across a desert, swim in the river with tiny children crying, snotting, sick? Is that what you think they want to do that? No, they'd prefer to stay in their home country. And we all just want
Yeah, man.
to live happily
Their
ever
actions
after.
surely demonstrate that they want to.
They want to. They spend a lot of effort to do so.
Yeah.
They could stop at any country they come through. They could come through any number of countries to get here and stop at any one of them, which would all be better than the war zone you're claiming they come from.
But not as
But
good as
they
here.
don't do that.
The
They keep
opportunity
going and
is
they come here.
Yes, because the
But
opportunity,
the opportunity
is
of refugee is not here. That makes them illegal. You can, as a refugee, go through 3 friendly ports and you have to stay in one of them, or is it 4? Something like that.
I don't
You're
know.
skipping that entire portion of legality with the refugee system, naming them immigrants and claiming that they are both immigrants, not illegal, and refugee, while not actually defining any of them.
I mean, that's the
Not
thing.
a
Honestly, being from a shitty country like, let's say, Venezuela, which, why is it so destabilized? We could have another show about that, but
Communism.
a lot of those folks, a lot of those folks wouldn't qualify for refugee status. They just come from a hard country to live in. It's or somewhere like Guatemala, and no work.
Very
They're
easy for
Venezuelans
Venezuelans to get citizenship legally.
I think
I've
it's
had friends come from there to America. It's very easy for them to get it. They get priority because they're coming from such a crappy place that Marxism.
Not really. No, they don't. You have that wrong. You have
really?
that wrong.
Oh, so
Yeah, they
my
don't get
lived experience you're
priority.
denying. Oh, that's
So
why.
there's
saying
not a refugee
here-
system in place to bring in refugees who have made it to our shores specifically to protect them from being sent back. That's not the refugee system that has been in place.
But if they don't qualify, I mean, it's very hard to
They
get
don't
refugees.
qualify, then they're
It's
not
very hard to be
refugees.
silent.
You're
But-
trying to conflate people living in poverty as being something that needs a refugee status, when in reality, refugee status is for people who are in a war-torn region,
We
Yeah,
or
agree.
danger.
highly
But-
oppressed
Sure.
culture, are
Absolutely.
dangerous to go home. And at this point, the trans situation is the best example to use for people who aren't in a war-torn environment where a refugee status might be applicable.
I think it's
Right?
very disingenuous, though, to just say that, even if it's not a war-torn, oppressed, whatever.
No, it's
I think
the law.
I think it's disingenuous to say that people aren't going to do whatever they possibly can for the best of their family, whatever is best for their family.
That's
Sure,
not
and
true.
accept the consequences
Well, no,
too
that's
when
not
they get
even
here.
fully true, because what's best for your family is to come into America legally.
But what if
they
they
can?
need to escape?
Yeah,
abject
you guess what
poverty?
you can. You can apply through the normal pathways.
It's
And
not
guess
that
what? People
it's not
get
that
in all
easy
the
or
time doing it.
simple. It's
No,
just not
guess what?
easy
Doing
or
the
simple
right
like
thing
that.
isn't easy usually.
Okay,
Doing the right
that's
thing is often more
that's
difficult
great.
than
That's
doing the
great,
wrong
but
thing.
people care more about their families than
Obviously not, because they're
going-
breaking the law and putting
But
their
there's
family at risk.
no path. There's no path, and your option
Exactly.
is abject poverty, or giving it a shot and coming here and working in a hotel and doing
With
at
the
least put your kid in
consequences.
school.
Yeah,
And there's
Consequences.
consequences, but I'm saying they're making it's like they have 2 bad choices. So
Yeah.
they're
It's not
taking
that
No.
there's no path. That's not
here's-
true.
Here's
There
a good
is an
analogy for you.
application process.
You can work at a job,
not
right?
everybody
And
has the
earn money for
criteria
your
to apply.
family. Okay, say
Yeah.
earn $30,000. Maybe it takes you a year, right? That's a long time, right? Or guess what? You could go and take your family's life savings, go to the casino, and just keep betting on red and hope for it. So you're gambling the financial stability and the safety of your family by doing that, right? That's what you're doing when you enter a country illegally. Is you're gambling
You're
your
taking
financial ability.
you're
of
taking
your-
a chance that you don't have otherwise.
They
That's
do
what
have
they do.
otherwise. Stop. What is this weird false dichotomy that you're creating
How
where
much-
it's
how
like
much
you're gonna
money-
die if you stay in your previous country, even though it's not a war-torn area, it's just poverty, or you're going to
sucks.
cross illegally. That's
Again,
what the world goes
really
to.
bad.
If you're gonna take your children out of a very violent, corrupt,
No,
and
we're not talking about
poverty-
violent, corrupt. No, because that falls under refugee status. That's a
Right.
asylum
Exactly.
lots of these countries are just violent
No, it doesn't matter
and
about these
corrupt
countries
countries.
that those countries that fall under those. We're not talking about that. We already said that. There's already legal ways for them to apply via that situation. You have said due to poverty. So please tell me.
Abject poverty.
Oh,
What's
okay,
the
yeah,
visa somebody
usually-
coming from abject poverty can apply for?
Yeah.
What's that visa?
So if you're super poor, how are you supposed to afford to come here legally in the first place?
But why do you even need to anyways? I don't understand this argument. Why should being poor
If you would,
be a
because
reason to come to
this is why I said this, because most poverty places, most places that are impoverished are usually pretty violent and dangerous places too, right? Can we agree with that?
Or there's nowhere to work. There's
Not
nowhere to
necessarily.
feed your family. You have no home. Your land is being taken by the government, like Chiapas,
That's so
Mexico. Or the
disingenuous.
middle of-
Actually,
How
hold
is
on.
it so disingenuous? Like,
Hold on. Let's give them this one. Okay, so most places that are experiencing abject poverty are also experiencing some type of repressive government, something along the lines of.
Well, no,
Yeah, I
it
would
just-
agree with
it
that,
could be.
but
It could be.
but-
It could be.
It could
But it
be
doesn't mean
it could be
necessarily
corrupt,
the
but I'm
broad
saying
way
I'm just
that
saying
she
the
was saying, right? It just
environment
means like higher violence.
the environment to raise children in extreme poverty, there's usually more crime where there's poverty, right? Because people need to commit crime to make money if there's nowhere to work, and that leads to crime leads to violence, correct? So that makes sense. In impoverished places, there's going
crime
to be
leads to violence. So you're saying that if people cross the border illegally, that's a crime, and so it's leading to violence. Well, I'd have to agree with you on that.
Hold up. This is so stupid. We already said earlier that we don't see coming over the border as the same crime.
No, I told
you're
you.
You're being so disingenuous right now. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
How am I being disingenuous by actually working with the laws of the nation and with the facts?
Yeah, you know exactly
You're
what I'm
imagining
talking about.
a
You're playing
utopian
stupid.
experience where there is no border law to discuss, and we can just talk about the feelings of the people who want to come over here. And I don't care about.
I'm not talking about
I don't
that. I'm not
care how
talking
they
about
feel.
fucking feelings. Jesus Christ. Both
That
of you
is
are being
what
so
you're discussing.
disingenuous.
You're not discussing
You don't think that living in poverty, leads to more crime and leads to more violence?
I don't care in another country as long as they're not here.
Yeah, that's the point. You don't care. That's the point. You don't care. That's exactly the point.
Not part of the conversation. You're bringing in facts that are irrelevant to the discussion of optics and deportation. You're talking about immigration.
It's not irrelevant. It's about being humane and cruel. That's exactly what the optics we're talking about.
And the optics appear cruel because Trump specifically wants the optics to prevent people in impoverished nations from flooding our border like they've been doing for the past 10 years. That's the purpose of the optics, and it's working. Any effort to not do that?
But will he keep going now that the border is clear and we've got probably, all the warrants caught up? I would imagine those criminal warrants are, been taken in. Are we done? Is he done?
Why would we be? The law is still being broken by people who are still illegally entering.
So you don't just care about the criminals. So all that shit in the beginning where you're like, oh, we're only talking about criminals.
I do care about the criminals.
I'm saying you don't just care about the criminals.
Yes, I do.
You start
for criminals.
Oh my god!
I said that
Are we really going back and forth on this fucking argument?
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe you should take a second, Ghosty, to look up. Just go into any sort of chat GPT kind of thing. Just look up. Is that illegally entering the United States? Can we just
establish? Can we just establish for this debate that when we're talking about criminals, specifically when we're talking about illegal immigration, we're talking about people committing crimes outside of crossing the border.
No,
just to make it clear for this conversation.
The open border mindset virus are trying to do is change language. No, I'm not going to change language for you. It is a crime. That's why I said
I'm not trying to change language for you. I'm trying to make it so we can actually get through a fucking conversation. We can't even get through a fucking conversation right now. No, we can't because you just keep going back to the stupid criminal thing when you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'll give you a cute
It's so disingenuous.
No, you just need to add one word to change what you're talking about. Sasquatch and I have been saying violent criminals. That's all you have to do.
What about
It's like
people who
violent.
steal? What about people who steal without using violence?
Do they do it at gunpoint or utilize?
What about people who commit fraud?
They-
No, they're not doing it with
Yeah,
gunpoint.
I
Or
think
people
that the
who commit
people that
fraud.
are actually
How are we
committing,
supposed
like,
to determine the
physical
difference then, huh?
People that are committing
This
physical violence,
is-
yes, I would put above people doing fraud. However, I still think we should kick out the fraud people as well.
Yeah,
as the people
exactly.
that
So
enter
that's why.
illegally.
So that's why for this debate, I want to say criminals and not include people illegally crossing the border, so we know what the fuck we're
but you're not
talking
going
about.
to rewrite American law, and you're not going to change language, no matter.
I'm not trying to change language. I'm just trying to make the conversation concise, so we understand what we're talking about. We don't have to keep crossing this
Is it
every
like a
fucking
criminal
time.
crime or a civil crime?
No,
Yeah.
because it matters so much if
Oh my
if
God.
it is criminal.
All
Because
right,
of
we're
the
not
fact
getting
that
anywhere.
If you're willing to break the law as your first act of entering a country, guess what? That
We're
means
not getting
you're going to
anywhere.
pick and choose what laws you want
All
to
right,
break
we can be
later
stuck on
on.
this. We don't have to talk about anything
If you're
else. That's
willing
fine.
to be a criminal, you're willing to be a criminal, plain and simple.
Yeah, but
fact is,
it's
she doesn't accept
when we're
the
talking
criminality
about
of
this,
crossing a border.
when we're
That's
talking
the
about
problem.
poverty, and we're talking about poverty and violent crime and shit like that. When
What's
I
their
say
why?
when I
What's
say
their why,
criminals,
right?
when I say criminals, you start grouping all people illegally coming over here.
All people
We
that are
can't have a
criminals, yes.
We can't have a conversation then.
Yes,
'Cause
when
we
I'm
just
talking
keep
about
going back
criminals, I
to
talk about
this.
criminals. Thank you, Ghosty. Yes. Now, how about you actually go to places like Cuba, which I've been to for over 6 months of time I've been there, and guess what? There's still people in abject poverty there that don't break the law. There are loads
I'm not
that do.
saying all
but
people break the law there just because you live in
I'm
poverty.
saying those that are willing to break laws will break laws. Plain and simple. But your stupid argument about just being impoverished means you have to break a law is dumb.
No, that's
No,
not. That's
you're
never what I
saying. You're
said.
saying, why do
Why
people
even
come
bring up
here
the fact
to
about
feed their
poverty?
family?
All right. I like this. This is good.
Yeah.
Let's actually, we're around the 2-hour mark now. If you are a member, if you are a Tomato member, I have pinned the panel link in a community post. If you'd like to jump
fun.
on stage, you can go ahead and get to the front of the line. I highly recommend it. The shows lately, I have 15 seats on here, and every show for the last few weeks has been full backstage. So I've been offering this to members only, where you can at least get to the front of the line. If not, you could sit back there for at least an hour, depending on where you are in line. So either get your membership or you could be waiting, either way. And I'll give any members a few more minutes to go ahead and pop backstage now in advance, and then I will drop the open panel link to the public. In the meantime, let's go ahead and sort through our closing statements for now. Don't worry. You guys don't have to go anywhere. You're welcome to stay on panel for open panel dumpster fire. And we can certainly continue this argument and add some more people to the conversation. Okay. Let's start with you, Ghosty. Closing statement from you, please.
Okay. Thanks for having me, of course, Sarah. And it was a good topic. So yeah, when I'm talking about, we're talking about the reason people come here, and it's usually to have a better life for their family. So the reason I'm trying to separate for this, just for the purpose of this conversation, criminals, when I'm talking about criminals, I'm talking about people who are committing crimes outside of crossing the border illegally. Because there are plenty of people who have crossed this border illegally or undocumented for some reason. They're still in the process of trying to become a citizen, whatever, who are not committing crimes outside of crossing the border. So if we can't just like all group them for this conversation as just all those criminals. So people are coming here to have a better life for their family. Right now, it's very difficult to come over here unless you're very wealthy. There's a bunch of other stipulations. So I don't know. I think it's fair to deport the violent criminals. And again, when I'm talking about criminals, I'm not talking about people who have just crossed over the border illegally. I'm talking about people who have broken the law otherwise. I think it's totally fair to get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. But I think we need another solution for the people who are just working, trying to take care of their families and have a better life. if we run into overpopulation in the future, like maybe we can talk about that then. But we're not in that problem. We're not having that problem right now. We don't have a problem with unemployment right now. So there are plenty of ways to make our immigration system better. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means. We could definitely improve it, and I think we should put our money, rather than deporting just regular good people, put our money into helping improving our immigration system rather than deporting just regular good people who haven't broken the law outside of crossing the border illegally. Yeah, I guess that's where I'll end it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Lawyer Chick to you.
This was fun. Thanks, Sasquatch, for the challenge. And thanks, Sarah, for moderating and hosting. Your channel is a lot of fun, and I really love watching it. So I guess, I'm a human rights girl. There's a saying in the immigrant rights movement, no human is illegal. Human beings cannot be illegal. We just exist. And I would say that immigration has always been run by labor and the businesses that need that labor, whether we were building railroads or picking vegetables while our men were fighting in World War II, or processing chickens or packing meat, right? Whatever is happening, that's what's driven immigration. And I don't know that it's very moral of us as a society to throw people away and push them out when they're coming here for to provide for their families, to create what we all aspire to be, which is happy, healthy, safe. And if that's what the United States in an idealistic world provides for them, I don't know that we should open the borders and welcome everybody here, but I'd like to see immigration law not be such a pawn for the Republicans and the Democrats. I'd like to see it just be more based in, facts, reality, what the country needs, what the voters want. And I'll just finish by saying immigration and deportation has always been a political football between the political parties. And I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to the people who are the actual football, which are the immigrants, their children, the communities that suffer. So, mission accomplished. Trump, the border's clear. In another month or so, all those criminal warrants will be cleaned up, and we can spend the billions and billions of dollars that, ICE Barbie, Secretary Noman, and the, Secretary, what's his name? The Department of Homeland Security, the borders are, we can focus on other things. I don't know what that could be, but shut Guantanamo Bay, let it go to seed, and I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. And to you, Farney.
Yeah, thanks, Raging Tomato, for having me on your show. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you, Lawyer Chick and Ghosty, for giving counter to the side that we're on. And thank you, Caucasian Sasquatch, for not being one of those debate partners that's like, oh, what do I got this guy on my team? He's like completely countering everything I'm saying. So anyways, the idea of optics being like more important than outcomes when it comes to deportation is kind of like saying that nice is more important than being kind. It's the appearance of. So like, yeah, I want the appearance of being a faithful, like, say, boyfriend, but on the side I'm getting some skank, but versus the outcomes, which I'm actually a loyal, like, boyfriend. I think we all know which is more important. Even if people think that I'm not a loyal boyfriend, but they know that I am, they want that kind of guy. They don't want a guy that just gives the appearance of being a loyal boyfriend. And like I told you before, with the whole idea of this optics nonsense, are the people that are for booting these people out are not going to be happy no matter how you do it. They're going to be pissed off that you're booting them out. Doesn't matter if you're giving them a Hello Kitty backpack as you send them on their way, or giving them a bouquet of flowers. It's not going to change the fact that they're going to be ticked out of their mind that you're doing it in the first place. And they're going to say, oh, that's so inhumane. Well, guess what's not humane about the stance of being so relaxed about this? It's the fact of, like I mentioned earlier in the conversation, that a country's primary purpose is to protect its people and to maintain order and provide for their well-being. The its and the there are referring to the citizens of that nation. You cannot be humane and serve those people correctly if you're just letting in anybody without having any screening process, without having any legal way of getting in. And the whole idea of trying to do weird things like change the definition, well, can we just say they're undocumented? No, we can't. Because guess what? Their very first act of coming into the nation is by being a criminal. Their very first act is by breaking the law. So they're already demonstrating that they're not wanting to be lawful members of society by their ongoing breaking of the law that they're doing from the moment that they enter to the moment that they either get their butt kicked out or they're given amnesty. Either way, they are criminals by definition. Brought up your own country's law. Ghosty, you've really got to research your own laws. Sorry to give you hate, but it's brutal when I hear like you not knowing that and trying to change it with all this new kind of 1984 crap where we could just change the definition of words. No, we can't. Words have meaning, especially when it comes to law. And when somebody's a criminal, they're a criminal. And if they're willing to break the law in one area, the likelihood of them breaking the law in another area increases. And if their reasoning for breaking the law is because they want to take a shortcut, an easier way, then guess what? They're going to do that with other laws in your nation. So have fun when they go and break into your jewelry stores, take money from you that way, or any other nonsense thing that they're going to do. Because guess what? You shouldn't be surprised when a criminal that is willing to take shortcuts and break the law is going to do it again. So my love for you Americans, I want my American brothers down south to be having a healthy, happy nation where people don't have to be worried about all these people that are coming in, whether they're good or bad. We have no idea, but we do know they're bad in one aspect, that whether violent or non-violent, they all broke the law and are continuing to break the law. So if you want to leave and come back the proper way, like all these wonderful immigrants did, just like my dad did coming to Canada, for example, then guess what? Do that. But you want to have no nation, which is what you're arguing for by having this open borders nonsense, then go ahead. You're not being very humane to the people that are currently in your nation, though.
Thank you. Sasquatch, to you.
As I remember it, thank you, Tomato, for having us up here. Lawyer Chick, this has been an absolutely excellent topic, and I would love to go back over it again in 3 months. I think that would be an excellent show, possibly better than this one. This one's been great, in my opinion. Ghosty, I recognize that you have feelings, and I don't judge you for having those feelings, but those feelings have no bearing on the law. Aristotle I think it was Aristotle that once won a debate by simply flexing in front of the audience for the time he was given. And while I'm not quite that much of a Chad, all I need to have happen, all I would like to have happen is for the laws to be enforced as they stand and for the definitions to be enforced as legally capable. The overturning of Chevron deference has made this conversation completely inevitable because the immigration officials, the different departments in the government can no longer reinterpret the language of their charters and have to enforce the laws as written under the Congress. And that is all we're asking is for, since deportation now is on the table and is happening, you have to have a hierarchy of deportation, criminals being the lowest list, violent criminals being above that. Let's get rid of the violent criminals, both citizens and non-citizens first. Let's lock up the people who are actually causing the catastrophic nature of our streets currently, and then worry about people like poor Pedro over there who's running his ice cream truck. Like, he's fine until all of the rest of this stuff is cleaned up. I'm not looking for him. As long as he pays his taxes and tries to become a citizen legally at some point, I'm good with it. I think most Americans are. We are willing to have a large amount of immigration. I just think that the undocumented immigration has gotten completely out of hand. We're picking up an awful lot of the world's trash for no apparent reason other than they're just letting them come here. And if we can deal with the most violent of these, we would have a much better society in general. And then we could deal with larger groups of legal immigrants being brought in through perhaps lowered standards of entry, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that it's not in the books currently. And there, I yield the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll on optics versus outcomes. The final results were.
Crazy.
Oh, wait, where'd it go? Where'd everything go?
Y'all are like seal the border.
I think it was like 84% are for outcomes, and the remaining were for optics. There it is. Shout out to everyone who voted. And then I'm also going to go ahead and drop the link for the open panel into the chat. If you want to join, go ahead and start hopping backstage now. And while we go through super chats, you guys can get comfy and cozy back there. I swear I need a green room. It would make everything all the better. Okay, so you would. So I'm just going to start reading through these. I'll give a slight pause after each one. Feel free to respond to them as needed. If you have nothing to say, that's okay too. Some people just have something to shout out. Shout out to Inked1776, who became a YouTube member. Shout out to Mike Ball with the Big 10, says, deport them. That's pretty easy, standard, and to the point. Oh my God, that backstage. You guys hear that beep? Do you guys hear the beep? It's like beep, beep, beep. I told you it fills up back there. Jess Gerald with the Big 10 says, deport at the liberal ones. Locksmith Jeremy with the Big 5, feed and house Americans first. Looks like we got some head nodding to that one.
Are we allowed to chime in on any of these?
Yeah, I said if you have something to say,
feel
free to go ahead.
Yeah, so there was a time, look it up, Canadian recent history, where we spent $76,000 on each individual housing them in Niagara region. So, there's always the fun of like spending insane amount of money on these people, and then the natural born citizens and those that come here legally like get screwed. And like,
well, I want to make it clear. I mean, I think that's unfair too. Like, I don't think we should be spending massive amount of people to prioritize people who are undocumented here to give them like free stuff.
But
like,
that's what
welfare on them.
But that's what you're doing by having them in your country. Is they're going to be taking away opportunities. They're going to be now taking away the spaces in hospitals that could be giving free treatment to those that are in desperate need, because they give free treatment if you don't have money. Even in America, they'll often do that if you're broke as hell. So it's really messed up that.
I mean, that's just the fact when more people like move to your country, though, right? Like you have more people, but you also have more people paying into the system too. And like we said, most people who live here pay taxes and usually aren't prioritized first for our welfare programs and stuff like that.
They cannot get federal services.
Yeah,
An undocumented person can get no. The children can get WIC. Okay, children can get $50 a month in food stamps or something like that, which I'm happy. I don't care. I don't want a kid to be hungry. I know, free lunch, fine. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
for children.
I could speak more, but I'll probably speak on later.
Trust me, there's going to be more in here saying similar stuff. But just a big mention, the backstage is already full. I see a lot of people still trying to pop on. It's going to tell you it's full. Just hang tight. We'll try to run through anybody with quick questions first, get them in and out, and then we'll just keep stocking house, okay? Just Gerald with the Big 10, left side, we want criminals out and the best brought in. Right side, everybody deserves to be happy. And we need to help everyone at the expense of everyone. If anybody has a thought, you're welcome to chime in.
No, what's been going on is the federal government has been utilizing your tax dollars to facilitate the invasion of America by exterior parties. And I'm not even making a statement on what parties they are. This just seems to be just everyone that wants to come here, walks across the border, applies for what was the thing in New York? What they call it? The card. That where everybody got what was like $3,000 on the card. I can't remember.
That was ridiculous. That was a New York thing. It was very specific. No,
consider this: those people would not have been in New York if homie hadn't have busted them up there.
Facts.
The response New York gave as a sanctuary city was to completely defraud the populace to feed and house these people in luxury hotels. All of that is wrong. All of that should never have ever taken place. And all of that was funded through taxpayer money. So
yeah, that was bad. That was a mess. That was bad optics. Okay. The shelter rule went wrong.
Sarcastic Saint with the big 2 says undocumented means illegal, Ghosty. So being PC.
It wasn't to be PC. It was also because there's people here who are like in the process of getting papers and stuff who aren't actually legal yet.
That is an important distinction.
So that's why I was saying I was grouping all of them because Trump is, I'm pretty sure they're all getting deported right now. So
Like, what are you even talking about? They're in the process. Like, that means the process already started, so they're therefore not illegal.
like they're not
It's
trying to
a
hide
visa
out
type-
here. They're not trying to hide out here illegally. Also,
So
I don't
weird.
know. I don't know if people who are applying for asylum are technically documented. I don't know if they
They're
are
just not a
technically
citizen, but
documented
they're
yet.
still legally in the country if they're in that process. Like, what do you mean? Or are they saying that they're in the process?
I'm
where
pretty
it's
sure
like,
they're
oh, I'll
at.
go
I'm pretty
tomorrow?
sure. I'm pretty sure they're at risk of getting deported right now too. So that's why I was referring to undocumented people.
Well, I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong. If they're already in the process of going through all the paperwork, they're already like midway through, and they're getting deported.
I'm pretty
through.
sure if they're in the middle of court proceedings right now, like I'm pretty sure those people are at risk as well.
Do you believe being in
Yeah.
court proceedings is a form of documentation?
But okay, but they're at risk of getting deported right now. So that's
They're
what I'm
here
referring.
illegally.
You said they're in the
Okay.
process of getting citizenship. Like, going to court isn't a process of getting citizenship.
Yes.
No, but it is a
It is?
documentation of one's presence. It's a
There's a
legally
process.
accepted binding document that says this is here, it exists, and they can pick them up and deport them there, but they don't do it. Instead, they send them home to come finish their court proceedings.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why this is so confusing for you guys, but
I don't know. I'm just not at your level, Ghosty. Sorry.
Sarcastic Saint again with the big 2. Steelman, get in there and debate later or shut up. And Steelman is backstage, so he listened. Grid 1 with the big 20. As your local corporate evil bastard, the optics of seizing criminals is never bad. Even if it causes my maintenance costs to bump up slightly, the reality is illegals do not work as cheap as you think. Montero with the big 2. Compromise, keep the illegals, deport Ghosty.
No, Ghosty, I will be your lawyer. Nobody's going to deport you. I got you.
Gesterald with the big 20 gifted memberships all around. I hope some of you were able to enjoy that and hit that link early on. CB with the big 2. We don't need any more. Fuck that already. Got too much. Sarcastic Saint with the big 5. If our racist grandparents were still alive, then the I can never say it. Haitians
Yeah.
wouldn't be eating our pets. I miss my grandparents. Damn, did I see that out loud? Be Love with the big 2. I have a weird crush on Caucasian Sasquatch. A lot of people do.
One girl.
Q-tard with the big 5. No, guys, you don't understand. The way to reduce the number of pickpocket criminals is by just making it more reasonable for people to pick pockets. Say that 6 times fast. Midlife Bro Logic with the big 5. How is it fair for an immigration lawyer to debate a Sasquatch and a Canadian? Not even a fair fight. Yeah, that is kind of funny, actually.
a very, very, very part-time scatty immigration lawyer. But
I agree with this one.
Gesterol with a big 5. Deport them all except the hot chicks. Streamline immigration for hot chicks. Corey Schuler.
I have heard this
PhD.
before.
That's actually funny.
That will definitely increase the birth rate.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, hey.
Unless
Talk to
they're
Trump about
feminists.
that.
They're boss babes.
Yeah, this is true.
Sarcastic Saint with a big 2. The only good thing about this is Sarah's smile. Thanks.
Facts.
Rock E. Shepherd with the big 5. Woman should be seen and not heard. A lawyer chick should not be seen or heard.
I'll be nice,
Damn.
Rocky. She's a
Rocky's-
good girl. She's all right.
Shots fired.
He wants to marry
Shots
me.
fired. Don't worry.
I think Rocky's in love.
He's backstage. You can yell at him in a minute. Keep on K2. Keep on track with the big 5. Lefty ladies, I got I got you Team Canada number 51 with Trump on a back jersey.
Oh, I got a fun one. I know I brought this up earlier where, you guys have 13 like Maple Leafs added to your flag. So the thing is like even on like a Canadian political show that I watched, he did a poll about this 51st state. And roughly 50% of the audience said, yeah, we want to become American. Like we want to be annexed. Canadians are not happy with how crap it is here. It sucks. They're taking away our guns. They're taking away our free speech. They're taking away our housing, and they're giving it all to people that hate us. It sucks. Like, so we lost. We go and we protest like you Americans love to do, peacefully, literally peacefully, not just Summer of Love thing in Ottawa. And what happens? We get imprisoned. We get our bank accounts frozen. We get our money taken away. We get told by like people that we should be like, we're the fringe minority and we need to be shot and all this stuff. Like it's nonsense. It's evil. Like what's happening here. And that's what happens when you focus on optics instead of outcomes is you don't give a crap about whether these policies are actually good for the people that you're looking after. You just care about looking like a nice person. And it sucks. Your country goes to crap that way. I have a big heart, in my opinion, for people. And I think that being nice, the optics, often isn't the way to actually be loving to people. Because you see somebody that is smoking crack, it's not nice to say, you're going to effing kill yourself if you keep smoking that crack. Or you see somebody eating too many cheeseburgers and you say, stop eating those damn cheeseburgers. You're going to be like, you're getting fat and you're going to die of a heart attack. That's being kind. You're not giving a crap about the optics. They need to stop eating those damn cheeseburgers. They get too fat.
I'm
Now
starting to think you're hungry, Farney, because you keep referring back to these cheeseburgers.
I want that best burger in town, Sarah.
I know, right? As long as it has tomatoes on it, it will be the best.
As long as they're the raging tomatoes.
I need
I'll get on it.
Sarcastic saying with a big 2, can we trade Ghosty for the Farney? Ghosty deported.
I don't want to move to Canada either.
Right?
I really don't see America losing their guns. Like I'm just saying, like that's not happening.
Yeah, no, definitely not. K2 keep on trucking with a big 20. Why do I want illegals jumping the border, driving trucks for $200 a week, causing major accidents like in Colorado and South Carolina, works killing people, and they don't even have their CDLs like Americans do? How is that fair? Any thoughts?
I think we can all agree that's not fair.
Right.
That should be illegal if it's not. And I think it is because they don't have their CDLs. But there are some companies that will hire you without them. And that doesn't matter if you're American or whatever. They hire you without the CDLs and give you a training position. And eventually you gain your CDLs. But I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Is it the person's fault or the company's fault that hires them?
Yeah.
Well, do you need citizenship for a CDL? Like you probably don't.
If you acquire that CDL, it probably should have come from the country of origin. You need experience to do these types of jobs.
Well, you have a driver's license. Okay. How are you getting your driver's license? Never mind.
Right.
Some states do allow a driver's license, but not a CDLs as far as I know. It's like a special.
Walk her into that
I figured that was more of like a certification that took place at the workplace, but I guess they do have to document all that too, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Josh with the big 5, ask Farney when that terminology was added to the pledge. I believe he was referring to under God.
Yeah. No, I'm well aware that it was added later. Regardless, if anything, that shows that even in recent history, America viewed themselves as one nation under God. So that just backs up my point even more. I wasn't going to extend that conversation longer because it was trying to just show the whole point of identity mattering for a nation, and that's where it's related to immigration. But yeah, I'm more than happy to go about how America is definitely a Christian nation and has been the whole way going. I used to be sick of hearing, because I was a degenerate secularist in Canada growing up, I used to be sick of hearing about how every time you talk to American, oh, God this, oh, God that, oh, my rights, my freedom of speech, I can go around saying this and that.
And now you have FOMO.
Yeah, I'm like, well, there was, okay, in all fairness, in the 90s, for some bizarre reason, I wanted to grow up in like Detroit and be in a rough and tough area. I don't know if it's my sense of adventure or if it was just my love for the Detroit Red Wings, but there was something going on there. Can't explain it all. I can
You
be
would
rational.
be a refugee in Detroit.
Yeah, yeah,
Nice.
exactly.
From
Right
lovely
across the border.
Canada. You're
Good
funny.
luck there.
Yeah.
And there's over 200 of you watching. So again, I urge you to touch the like button. Don't deport the like button. We like the like button. Be nice to it. Touch it. Sarcastic Saint with the big two. Farney is the Canadian version of Destiny, but wiser.
I'll take it. Hopefully less degenerate too, but I'll take it.
Fair enough. Rock E. Shepherd with the big five. Christian values and culture are the best values and best culture. Opinion heard. Melanie with the big five. Sharia law equals removal of separation from church and state. Cultural sensitivity is not Sharia law. Christian fundamentalism is just as bad. Any thoughts? Robert Demita with the big 10. Thank you for the stream, Sarah. You're welcome, Robert. Always the most polite person in the super chats. Paige with the big 3 says, is Farney an Eastern, Western, or Central Canuck?
Ontario Canuck here. I ain't no hoser from out east or west here, so there you go, bud.
Q-Tard with their membership says, do these women believe in borders?
Yes.
Ghosty, do you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of like a hippie at heart, so like I kind of hate the idea of borders, but I understand in like the modern world we need them. But like in the general idea of them, I kind of hate that whole idea. But
that's fair. Josh with the big 2, there is no requirement of war for refugee status.
I think most people were trying to say that you're it's violence in general and such. Like if you're trying to escape from like a stalker that's after you in a country, that can be a reason. For example, I've known people that have come to Canada and the States.
Not as individuals. You cannot get any refugee status from it, and it's not an individual risk. It has to be like a governmental or systemic, or yeah, like if I like domestic violence or one person coming at me is not going to get me refugee status.
I'll check it, but that was last.
You can check it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense if if I like my safety depended, was at risk by one person. Like I would seek my safety within my own country. Why is my country not protecting me?
Yeah, but it can get to like that one person being involved in organizations, for example, which I guess would go to the, systemic kind of thing that you're talking about there, right? Where if they worked for, say, the cartel or what have you, perhaps that is part of it as well. But yeah, I'll do a quick check on that.
Fair enough. Rocky Shepherd honing in on his new membership. He got the backstage early pass. Robert Schweitzer with the big 5. Blood for blood. Blood for the blood god. Blood sport debate here to stay. Win Farney. Yeah, you guys were actually getting a little hot at the end, finally. Trib 1 with the big 5. Unironically, Trump has done more illegal shit than most of the illegal immigrants in the U.S. history. Immigration is a non-issue for real.
I'd say like
for that later when we're done reading these. I want to play a little clip that this just yes, please.
I think that depending on what crime is committed, then the penalty for that crime is different. So even if Trump, say, for example, did a bunch of illegal crap, it's not the same as being an illegal immigrant. The punishment for doing that crime. So the punishment for doing the crime, be an illegal immigrant, is to get out, right? So that's all I would kind of say about that.
All right. Chuck in Tennessee with a big 5. They are criminals. End of story. Gestural with the big 10. Being over empathetic is what weakened the United States. Deport them all, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of the fallout, regardless of how people feel, if they are here illegally. K2, keep on trucking with the big 5. If borders are imaginary, then why do animals have borders?
What?
He's speaking of
They do. literally
They do.
like
Wolves patrol their own
They,
territory.
yeah, they have
I get it.
territories. That's not a border.
what?
It is
They have a
it is-
border
it is
of
a
piss that they
limitation.
do around
We
their
have
territory.
territories too. We live in our homes and like shit like that.
And your
That's not
walls are a border against the rest of the world. You create your own privacy.
okay. That's like
that
a
is your
nation. That's
border.
That's like a whole nation's territory.
The
You know what I mean?
nation is our home.
You know the
I think
lines on
we're
the
talking
map
about
are
like a
drawn there just to
personal.
be like rough representations. If you do go over to the border, you don't see a line on the ground, right?
Okay, I think we're talking about like our personal space versus like a nation's borders. That's what I
The
was
nation's
making a
borders
difference
are the
between.
citizens' personal space.
Yeah, it's the
That is
collective
it.
space.
Individually, the entire United States is not my territory personally. Like
You
I
are
have
a
like a
citizen of this
space where I
country, and
live.
you are protected by that very border that stands, madam.
Jesus Christ, I know. I feel like
No, I'm Sasquatch. I'm Sasquatch. I know I kind of look like him, but don't get conflated.
okay.
But
Yeah, I
bless
don't
you
know.
all
Maybe
the
there's a
same, my child.
misunderstanding here. I'm not talking about whatever. I think it's way different. Animal territories versus
But your thoughts are
national
not wrong,
borders. They are
right?
very different things.
But we can recognize that they accomplish the same task, right? It is to accomplish, this is my space. If you cross this space, now you are in my space, and I have the right to do as I see fit in order to get you back out of my space or to protect my space from you. So
Yeah,
I think I can understand now, like the blending in there of how maybe how you could see that.
I get it. I just think with the animals, like putting animal territories, I feel like are just very different from borders. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. Yeah.
No, I see what you're
If
saying,
you
but I
cross
think you
an-
can, yeah, like I think it establishes the same intention. Like this is
Yeah.
the line,
Right,
right? When you
right.
cross this line, I will X, Y, and Z.
Exactly. If you cross a wolf
Yeah.
pack's territory, guess what? You'll be killed or kicked out. Either way, like
They're going to come check on you for sure.
Yeah.
That's the thing with any dog pack, any
That's fine.
coyotes, any of that stuff. They're
That's
at least
fine.
going to investigate. That's all we're
Yes.
asking. Investigate, then deport them.
Just don't piss on them. Trib one with the big five. America is an immigration nation. Post the genocide of Native Americans, everyone is an immigrant essentially in America or comes from that.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Trib one with the big two. How many illegals are just expired visas? That's a good question, actually. Anybody have stats on that by chance?
Not stats, but it is called an overstay, and it's really hard to get past it depending on the visa. So you'd be surprised. Like I think Ghosty, you had a friend who was on a student visa.
Yeah.
Man, if you stay in the country one day past your classes ending, it is
Yeah.
so hard to fix that
Yeah.
in the future. So yeah, those expired visas, fraud, those are two things that are so hard to fix. Like we say, come the legal way. If people have those things and paperwork and those like messy things in the past, it's really hard to overcome.
But
And also,
isn't
you
that
can't
fraud?
you can't just
fraud
leave
against
and
the law.
Well, fraud in immigration law is so, and it should be, right? Fraud in immigration law is harshly punished. Faking a signature, coming in on a fake visa, because it's easy to do. And so they really don't want to, they want to discourage it. So fraud is one thing that'll knock you out for, you will not come back. You can't.
There's also like a lot of ways that visas can get messed up too. Like our system isn't perfect. So there's a lot of people who unfairly lose their visas as well. That's my friend in particular. But if you're caught for that, and it's not like you can leave and just come back. Like lots of times you cannot come back into the country again after that. So
yep.
That's fair. Midlife bro logic with the big five. Lawyer chick was so convincing. Thank God Sasquatch and Farney talked me off the ledge. Thanks, guys. Trump save us.
Welcome back to the fold, sir.
And last one I'll read for now. K2 keep on tracking with the big two. The Detroit Red Wings fan automatic citizenship. Oh, okay. So automatic citizenship if you're a Detroit Red Wings fan. Fair enough. All right, there you go. All right. So did anybody want to actually leave the panel? You are the honored guests of the evening. You are allowed to stay. You have seats all night, so long as you're allowed to. But did anybody want to make their exit by any chance?
I shall exert my presence by being here.
Yes,
I
I'll
can
stick
stay for a
around for a
little.
little while.
Yeah, I'll
All
stay
right.
for a bit. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, we've got a full backstage already. I told you it fills up fast. If anybody back there has just a quick question to ask, actually kindly do so. Say it, ask it, and then remove yourself because there are more people trying to get on already. So let's be reasonable of other people's time. Outside of that, let's kick off an open panel dumpster fire.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
But women aren't funny.
It just
no, we're not. And
Hey, baby.
Hey, try to be.
So just as a quick aside, there's multiple different documents going over private violence or domestic violence being reasons to get into the States. It's a matter of RA, a matter of AB. Like I could give like the PDFs for it, but there's loads of different reasons that you can get in based on just domestic violence. It doesn't need to be some sort of systemic kind of thing. It has to just reach a certain level of like danger kind of thing. And I
respectfully disagree. We could talk about that. I mean, it is asylum,
Sure.
but again, domestic violence is not getting you legally into this country. But
asylum.
Let's listen to the panelists. I don't want to like take too much time.
All right,
about
I'll just give you the PDF of the background. You can.
That'd be dope.
Yeah. So just a quick question, Lord Chick. So are you saying that a valid reason to have illegal immigrants is that?
Is it just me or is?
I can't hear him.
Yeah, you are super quiet, bro.
Yeah, he is. Oh, I thought.
Let me turn you up on my end, unless you were hiding away from your mic or something.
Usually he deep throats it. I don't know what's up with him.
Well, he's got that European internet. What do you expect?
Ariak, you with us?
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Any better now?
Yeah, let me.
Damn,
I'll turn you up a little bit.
Really low.
I'll turn you up all the way. You keep yours where it's at, and I'll try again.
1 sec. Let me check.
Oh, that's worse.
No,
that's your lucky charm.
It sounds like he's. It sounds like
test 1 2. Now is it better?
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Thanks. Thanks. See, teamwork makes the dream work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just a quick question for Laura Chick. Like, your logic is that because like these illegal immigrants, like they pick our crops and all that, like they participate in the economy, that we should keep illegal immigrants, correct? Like that's a good argument in your opinion.
Not necessarily. My whole argument was that we shouldn't deport them so viciously and violently.
But like that was a key part of the argument. Is because they participate in the argument, they basically who else will pick our crops? Like that was your whole thing. It's like without the illegal immigrants, who will pick our crops?
Not really. No, actually, I was saying that corporations and businesses take advantage of immigrants and have them picking our crops at lower wages and have them processing chickens at lower wages and have them creating our food, et cetera, working in kitchens and hospitality industries for lower wages. Like they actually get exploited. So should they be here? I mean, I think is that the question you're asking me? I guess if there was, a way for that, I think there should be more visas for unskilled laborers to be here, but I would also like to see wages rise. So I'm not about like open borders and a super liberal, immigration policy. No.
Actually,
yeah. So you'd be against illegal immigrants being here because they can be exploited, then, correct?
No, I'm not against legal immigrants being here exploited. I'm against them being here in the numbers that they're here.
He said illegal. It's
I mean, illegal. Yeah, I mean, I think people should be here legally. I wish there was a way for people to be here in the numbers that were required so that we could have a more livable wage. And I don't blame the immigrants. I blame Congress for using immigrants as a political football.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. How
Not
does that
all
work? So
immigrants,
hold on. If we
period.
have more people in the workforce diluting salaries, how does that increase wages?
Well,
It
that's
does
the issue
not.
is you have so many people here working illegally that brings the wages down. Let's say we open up, but because we don't have enough visas, we really don't have enough unskilled labor visas to cover, what I think corporations need. So they hire undocumented laborers. So I think it could be more rational, reasonable, and balanced.
Okay. That's an interesting point because, and I've had this discussion with a couple of people, it doesn't seem like, tell me if I'm wrong, that currently immigration is going after migrant workers, which is what you're talking about, correct? Migrant workers for the most part?
You mean farm workers? Migrant farm workers,
Yes.
agricultural
Have you ever driven
workers,
across Nebraska?
which is
Or
like your
Kansas?
meat processing plants, chicken processing plants. That's
Or
all
they
of your
pick watermelons or whatever.
corn.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Okay, so you mean they're not deporting those?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like the people that the current administration are deporting first are the violent criminals that we're talking about. They have a list, right?
Urban, yes, they're going into urban areas.
They're
yes.
going into urban areas. Now, is that where we typically find migrant workers and people who kill chickens all day?
Nope.
Hold on. Where did
Depends.
Sasquatch
Bakersfield,
go?
California was the first place hit, and Bakersfield is all migrant workers.
No,
Yeah, I was
Bakersfield also
wondering
has
that
a
too, sir.
very nice drug population.
Did
I was
Sasquatch-
wondering that as well.
Hold on, let me interrupt for just a moment.
Yeah, where is he?
Did Sasquatch just drop off, or did he say
He
he
might
was
have had
leaving?
internet problems. He didn't say.
Is there a-
He didn't
Yeah,
say
it
he was
just-
leaving.
It just dropped.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
all
anybody
right.
feel free to jump in, please.
Oh,
Is
he
there a
said
legal
he just
process?
messaged
Well,
me.
I only have like one or two issues.
Dole, if you want, dude, I'll shut the fuck up and let Dole go.
Well, I'll be quick. There were some people talking about early America being pro freedom of religion. Where the fuck does that idea come from?
It's the separation of church and state.
That's false.
It's the First
Okay,
Amendment.
They fought like cats and dogs in
Okay,
the
so-
beginning.
and the First Amendment.
this is a
Freedom of
misunderstanding
religion is in the First Amendment.
Hold
You're
on.
right. Yeah.
No,
Freedom of
it's
religion is
freedom.
not contained in the First Amendment. The First Amendment was a compromise between the separate states because there were, in fact, separate religions that were
Yes.
recognized as state religions between the different states at the time. But if you look into the founding of those states, the reason why they were founded is because you had somebody who wanted to, like, say, be a Quaker, and then
Yeah.
they were kicked out of New England.
Different
Because
sects
the
of
Puritans,
Christianity,
yeah,
right?
because the Puritans in New England were literally fucking killing Quakers for being Quakers.
Yes.
They were not religiously tolerant. The only quote unquote religiously tolerant state was Rhode Island, and even then they were limiting things only to sects of Protestant Christianity. They weren't fans of Catholics.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
True.
but there were also occult religions too. They weren't arresting those
There
people
were no
though.
occult religions.
They were killing them.
In the
Okay,
early
well, hold on.
1800s, in the mid
What-
1800s, yes, yeah. I mean, I
Okay,
guess that was
so-
before our first, or before after our constitution was made.
Not
But
accepted as legal because they were not legal.
So,
to have cult religion.
the relevant question was about early America. Yes, America
Okay.
certainly changed over time, but the claim that the First Amendment has anything to do with freedom of religion is inaccurate.
Or there was a church of separation of church and state. That's false.
I mean, I just don't think
Were
we
they
would
not
be able
free-
to tell because we probably only had Christians there at the time. So I don't think
that they don't teach history anymore. Do you understand why there's no that? Do you understand why that people believe that there's a separation of church and state?
The letter from Thomas Jefferson.
Separation from the church, from the state.
Yes, there's two letters from Thomas.
you guys are
Jefferson
ruining
clarifying-
America. You guys are
clarifying
What? Know way more about your
ruining
country than you,
America.
Ghosty? I'm sorry about that.
Well,
There
so
are two
more
letters
like,
from
separation-
Thomas Jefferson,
Separation of denomination.
two different
They were all
people.
Christians.
clarifying that there is no separation between church and state, and there never can be. And he was backing the fact that every state at that point, except for Pennsylvania, which I was corrected earlier, was considered an experimental society and had multiple different religions. But
That's where
all
I'm
of the
from.
13 states had a state religion,
Yes.
and literally the idea of separation of church and state has been bastardized throughout modernity because people can't fucking read anymore.
Well, in Pennsylvania,
the
Philly was the
other-
first city.
Yeah.
Lots of people were living here. This is where our Constitution was written. Okay, it was written here. So if you're talking about that was the only place where people, you know, could have different religions and experimental stuff, I argue that's still a part of our Constitution then, and it wasn't just strictly for
Well,
Christians.
okay, so do you understand pre and post 14th Amendment Constitution, like how the 14th Amendment changed how the first 10 amendments work? So prior to incorporation doctrine, which came in with the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment only affected the federal government. So you could have state religions. In fact, you did have state religions. It wasn't until incorporation doctrine and the First Amendment getting incorporated via the 14th Amendment where all of a sudden you have to have a freedom of religion in separate states. That happened down the line. And, well, to be frank, the reason why that happened was actually a communist doing protesting in New York. I think that was in like the late 1800s, I think. I don't remember exactly when that case was. But the point I'm trying to make, there isn't a strong case to be made that early America was particularly pro freedom of religion. You can make a very strong case for the 1800s. But that's a different time period.
Okay, well, we can get down to the super specific nitty gritty shit about how this country was written. Maybe it was for other religions, maybe it wasn't. But for a very long time in this country, separation of church and state meant freedom of religion. That's what it means today, like outside of our laws. And I don't think taking that part away, I think that's a beautiful part of America. It's probably one of my favorite parts. It's the separation of church and state.
Do you know about the Naturalization Act of 1790?
With the Native Americans?
No, it had nothing to do with natives. The
Okay,
Naturalization Act of 1890 limited, well, and same with 1795. It limited immigration to the U.S. to only white people, and then white men, and then white people of good character.
Oh, that's what Lawyer Chick was talking about earlier.
Yes,
right? Didn't
but
she mention
but
that?
but it's important to note that this is prior to the British colonization of India. And the British colonization of India is what made the particular distinction regarding different quote-unquote religions, because the concept of a quote-unquote religion is a very modern concept. So white, Christian was a part of that. Christian was a part of the concept of white at that time frame, which is the point I'm getting at. The early U.S. had extremely exclusionary on what we now call a religion. It was extremely exclusionary on those grounds because it saw as religion as a part of race.
So let me ask you, so do you want a separation of church and state to be removed from our country?
I don't know what that means.
Do you want our laws to be inflicted by religious practices?
Okay. So there's a lot of loading, and I'm going to have to explain a position more fully in order to give you
I'm not just talking about basic morality, like you're basing laws off of Christian morals, okay? Like most of those laws are established. But I'm talking about inflicting like religion into our law outside of more like the opinion of morals.
So that's an insane question, and I'll try to walk you through why that's an insane question. So if my religion says you ought prevent people from getting murdered, and I put in a law that says don't fucking murder people, that's illegal.
Yeah, I'm not talking about morals. That's what I just said.
But all ought claims are necessarily moral. If I say you should or should not do something, that's a moral claim. All laws are inherently moral.
I'm talking about outside of the morals that almost every single religion has, okay? I'm talking about like inflicting outside of violent crimes and crimes that hurt other people that can be used by any other religion. Like I'm talking about inflicting laws based
the colonies, the 13 original colonies.
Hold on. I don't understand
like should people be forced to go to church? Should people be forced to should the Bible be taught in public schools? Like what are we talking about?
Okay, so I do believe that because the Bible has good morals in them, and you actually agree with me on this, that the Bible has sets of good morals in them, that that morality should be taught in schools. And especially when it comes to the history of America, teaching the Bible is incredibly relevant, because if you don't understand where the country fucking comes from and the Christian heritage of the country, you're going to have a much better, worse understanding of all this shit.
So you're talking about teaching the Bible for historical purposes.
For historical purposes, absolutely, it should be taught
original
for historical
colonies,
purposes.
when they said freedom of religion, it wasn't freedom to be a witch. It was freedom to interpret the Bible. It was based on the Bible. All the 13 colonies were Christians.
Don't fucking let me in with this guy.
But there were no, it was more like a freedom of denomination. It was all Christian based. It didn't mean you were free to be a Buddhist or a.
How do we know there weren't any Buddhists in the country?
It was a Christian heritage.
Okay,
no
so
reason to know that it wasn't.
I
just
already
didn't want-
explained why. The
Because
reason we know this is because of the
there wasn't no
naturalization,
Buddhist or
the
nothing in the
Naturalization Act of
That's no reason to know that
of
it was.
1790 and the Naturalization Act of 1795. That's how we know.
Oh, because you said it only allowed white people in.
Yes, and religion was seen as a part of that. Religion
As
and
a
race,
race.
were seen.
Okay.
Yes, religion and race were seen as inseparable.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
Um,
But I
but
still
also,
disagree. Overall.
But to be clear, I do not believe that it is possible to have anything informing law without a large amount of ideological baggage in any given system. Liberalism has a bunch of ideological baggage, and I view religions and ideologies as basically the same. It's the same category of thing. Like liberalism and Christianity, those are in the same category. The only question is that they don't do identical things. Like liberalism doesn't make claims about the afterlife, and Christianity does. But you don't have to make claims about an afterlife to be a religion, quote unquote religion.
I have a confession to make, and I apologize to both of you gentlemen, but for a while I thought Adam was a sock account of Grid, and that he was just popping up on panels as Adam. And I don't know why I thought that, but for some silly reason I did. But with both of y'all,
thank you, because Adam Dole is a smart motherfucker, but damn, he doesn't curse nearly as much as I do.
I don't even know where the idea.
I've met him
came
in person,
from.
by the way.
Okay, I just said I don't know where the idea came from. It just settled in my brain, and now I'm happy to have met both
People
of you.
have said that I'm a lot of
for
different people. I've
misunderstanding.
never heard that I'm Grid 1. That's a new one, actually.
That is kind of new. I wouldn't have even imagined that.
I'd have been heartbroken.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. That was the thing I wanted to say. All right, all you fuckers in the back. Hope you get lucky.
Much love, Doyle.
And
Good luck,
feel free to pop back on later, Adam. All right.
Yeah, so I want to get onto this thing. So, Ghosty, like, you think that like multiculturalism is so important that we should even allow illegal immigrants, correct?
But whoa. I don't think that illegal immigrants is what makes up, first of all, a lot of our multiculturalism, and that's not the reason why I'm not even talking about letting illegal immigrants in, like bringing them in purposefully.
So you're against illegal immigration?
Like everything you just said about that statement was just so wrong. No,
so are you against illegal immigration? Yes or no?
We're talking about deportations. I'm talking
legal
immigration, but I think we could improve the system to make it better and easier.
I'm very curious.
Yeah. So one sec.
To immigrate.
Yeah. But you think that multiculturalism is a thing that America should strive for?
It's a part that I like about America, and I think there's nothing wrong
Yes.
with it.
So why is it only important in Western countries? Because if this was happening, let's say in Africa, we'd call it ethnic cleansing, correct?
No.
If what
The
was
fuck are
happening
you talking
in
about?
what is
Yeah,
that?
if there was such a strive to make, for example, China multicultural
Africa is what he's saying.
or Africa multicultural, it would be ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing is keeping people as killing people. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, you're intentionally.
No, even just taking out tribes, moving them elsewhere. It was ethnic cleansing. It's what
an ethnic cleansing.
Have I ever heard of
yeah, apartheid. It's
Okay,
what
that
what happened to the
South
Native
Africa,
Americans.
A very
there was ethnic cleansing
yes,
of the
and it
areas.
happened in South Africa, and we were like, oh, that's bad. That's not
Yeah,
the
so
same
why
as immigration.
why'd
What are
you
talking
recognize
about?
why'd you recognize that as ethnic cleansing and that's bad, but then you basically like paint it under a new brush of multiculturalism and we have to have multicultural.
Because it's not the
and all this
same
shit.
thing.
It has to be a melting pot. Well, why does America have to be a melting pot?
That's not a comparison.
How's it?
Why does it have to be? Why
does
it have to be? Well, first of all,
Yeah, because your whole argument was, we need to have this melting pot. It's a great thing that we have a melting pot in America.
That's the way America. That's the way America is based on America's history.
No, it wasn't.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's how America is based on our history.
Yeah, it was founded by whites.
Cool, but
Okay.
Founded by whites, and the
Yeah, exactly.
other people were brought in to
and
do
now
the work.
you want to
build
ethnically
the
cleanse
country.
the whites. So why are you so racist? Why do you hate white
Nobody
people?
wants to ethnically claim.
This
cleanse
doesn't even
white
make sense. Like, please.
at all.
Anybody
Yeah,
else?
because it destroys this whole multiculturalism. Because if you basically compare it to ethnic cleansing, it's the same ideology, just a different name.
Okay.
I mean,
It's really not.
wrong.
But
How's that working for you in the UK, Teriak? I gotta ask.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked, Grid. 37% of London is British white. That's how bad it is in fucking London. That their capital is not even majority white anymore. So this is why I kind of say this whole multiculturalism thing. Why is it ethnic cleansing if it's in Africa? Why is it ethnic cleansing when it's in China, but when it's in the
a
Western
law.
country?
Because it's a law and people are
it's the
dying
yeah,
for
yeah.
it.
So
You idiot.
100
Are
years
you
ago,
serious?
when the law said I could beat the shit out of women, that was okay.
Well, and
Didn't think
I'm
so.
not saying it's
Yeah,
okay. I'm
didn't
saying
think
it's
so.
a difference. You fucking nitwit. It's not
That
a. It's
was
not
wrong.
illegal.
It's different. It's different,
Are
you
you
guys.
serious?
Well, I have a question. Is
It's
the
not
reason-
illegal, and people aren't dying.
I just have a question for the Brit on the panel. I can't tell who you are, but
Teriak.
is the Teriak is
Yeah,
the reason
yeah, go ahead.
is the reason that Britain has so few white folks now because they've been pushed out or ethnically cleansed or killed, or is
Yes.
it because there have
yes.
been or is it because there have been active efforts by the British government to bring in people from India, Sri Lanka, etc., to be bus drivers and work on the tube and stuff like that? 'Cause
Yeah,
that was
so
my
this-
understanding.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it was the
this is-
government
this is the
that
whole-
brought
yeah,
it
yeah.
in.
Don't worry,
And
I
then
got
where
you.
did the white people go? I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
is
So
my
I got
question.
this. But don't worry, because this is the whole kind of like argument that comes from. It's like the Democrats usually say, it's like, but without the illegal immigrants, who'll pick our crops? It's interesting that Democrats are pushing that because that was the exact same logic that John C. Calhoun, a pro-slavery advocate, debated in the Senate. He was like, without the slaves, who will pick our crops? So congratulations. You are
slaves.
using pro-slavery arguments just like your Democrat ancestors.
Good
Madam,
one.
that is
Can
just-
you get an original
Bunch of
idea for
racist-
one
They
time?
might as well be slaves because they're getting paid poor, low wages.
They're
You know, you
not
should
fucking
not say that
slaves.
with that
They might as well
Southern
be
accent.
damn
I'm just saying.
They are not fucking
Trip
slaves. They're
one.
here on their own. They want to be here. Like, what the fuck are you talking? That's nothing like
they
a
want-
slave.
Yeah, and that's exactly what John C. Calhoun said.
Big five.
Right.
Trib one coming in with the big five. Ethnic cleansing is removing an ethnicity. Multicultural assumes multi-ethnicities in the same area. Teriak, grow a brain, please.
So why are they saying white people have no culture then?
You want to compare it to John C. Calhoun?
Yeah, so why do
We
white
don't-
people have
we
no
don't-
culture?
We don't have
'Cause
immigrants
they want to get rid of the whites.
literally tied and
Exactly.
chained and shipped here
Spoken-
without
yeah,
across
spoken-
their,
yeah.
without their own will.
Spoken just
we have people
yeah.
crossing rivers
Yeah.
and risking
Just the same
their
way the
whole lives to
cartel, the
come
same way the
here.
cartel's transporting them in, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
if they don't smuggle drugs to the cartel, then what happens to them?
Yeah, man.
They can't go to
Yeah,
the
they
police.
want-
It's
they
fucked
want
up.
to,
Yeah, dude, they're risking their lives
Elsie,
to come here.
Yeah,
You
and
get
so
that,
did the
right?
Africans.
Calm
Yeah,
down.
so did the Africans.
King of
Yeah.
Chaos with the big two says this topic won't be controversial at all. And Trib wanna asks with the five, actually, can we put people in timeout? That was too dumb. If so, Teriak needs 5 minutes to Google what ethnic cleansing is. Teriak
So-
to the back for you, and then let me bring Dan up. Okay.
So
All right. Press
let
on.
me
Oh boy.
let me Ghosty, I gotta ask you a couple of things, and I kind of got thrown off there, so let me gather my thoughts for 1 second. It's interesting to me, Ghosty, that you are all about this idea of the utopia of people walking across the river and just like being, you know, it's like, oh, we're just going to do all these jobs for cheap and all that. But that's not what's happening. These people are being smuggled over in all kinds of things. You know, when you drive across the middle of America. I know that you don't know this because you don't do it, but like I drove for a long. It used to be a running joke with us that we were going to get stopped in Kansas or Nebraska. Every time we drove across there, they wanted to look in our trailer to make
For
sure
human trafficking, right? Yeah.
right.
That's really fucked up.
It is fucked up, and you're encouraging it.
I'm encouraging it.
Encouraging
Yeah.
it. Okay,
People
to just walk across the border. That's not what they're doing. They're being literally trafficked across the border.
I don't know how I'm encouraging it. These people are
hold on.
literally
You're
risking their lives to doing.
Communism.
Bullshit.
You talked a long time. You literally just said that. How does that compare to people being brought over in chains on ships?
Yep.
They're being brought over in cattle, like
I can explain the difference.
In trucks and trailers and under the floorboards of cars.
Yeah, I know what human trafficking is.
Different. How can you explain?
How is it different? I can explain if you would just let me answer.
Please do.
Okay. So slaves were sold. Okay? They were sold without their own will. They were put in cages, and people literally pay to go to be trafficked sometimes and come over here. I'm not saying it's right, but people are risking. Hold on. You talked for a while. Yes, I know what a coyote is. People risk their lives to come over here, and the way they are treated is horrible. But to compare that to slavery is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Because people, those people, people are risking their lives to come here on their own will. How they get here is horrible.
What's a coyote?
I already did.
What's a
coyote? A coyote is somebody who brings people across the border. They're paid
who smuggles people across the border for money.
There is a border.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And then what happens to them when they get across? They just walk over and they're free.
No, lots of bad things happen to them on the way there. But you understand
again
without borders is communism, it's international.
How am I? How am I encouraging it? People want to come here no matter what I say. There's nothing I can do that will make people not want to come here and risk their lives.
If I may kick into this real
There's
quick,
loads you can do.
Because
you can give
right now,
harsher penalties for people that come in here. Like, what are you talking about? There could be so many disincentivizations to make people not want to come here. That makes no sense.
Why would I want them not to come here?
You said you couldn't. You can.
No, but
why?
Why would I want
them? There are
them?
loads of things you can do to discourage people from wanting to come to the state.
Why would I want them not to, though?
Oh my gosh, you're not getting it. Never mind. Whatever.
Okay.
Because of the human trafficking? Like, that's what you're saying?
I want to kick into this real quickly. First, thank you for having me, Raging Tomato, again. For the lawyer chick and Ghosty, I'm coming here to assist because I consider that it has been. I am somebody who has been a migrant almost all his life. I've returned home. I'm living in Costa Rica. I've been here for a long time. I work these issues here. So I'm going to say this outright. First, a rhetorical question, particularly to foreign. There are two combined rhetorical questions. When was the first time that on an official map, the term America was utilized by the invader Europeans that were here?
That is a disingenuous
What
question.
year?
Defend
Why do we care?
Party from having
Who cares?
to
What's your point?
How's
this
okay.
testing my logic or anything like this?
So I'm testing your logic. It eventually
Yeah.
shows that you have no awareness that the first time the term American was placed was in the Wallis Mules map in 1507, less than 12 years after the arrival of Columbus in Caribbean and Central America.
America.
Listen, Sasquatch, we know you love to interrupt. And just to anticipate, Sasquatch will try to use the
Get to your point.
Man, this guy prattles like crazy. Please be more succinct.
How everybody has spoken far
Easy.
more. I'm just
take your idea,
in
you
that
think
sense.
about it before you state it, and then you state it.
If I'm not being interrupted,
pardon me
I
for a
can
second. You are being interrupted. Flow State has spoken and says send the gun show back to his country. You've got 5 minutes backstage. I'm pulling up the next caller.
All right, let me jump in here.
All right, hold on. We do need to shift around the panel a little bit. So James James, did you have a particular question to anybody on panel or a commentary you wanted to provide before I send you back and bring someone else up?
Well, I thank you for letting me up, first off, Sarah, and then also I had a question for them if they had like a better argument than what seemed to be like an emotional argument as far as like why we should keep the illegals here. Because I don't think they should be here. I think they should be going back to their country, and sooner the better. I don't care about the optics. I like the outcome.
Okay, sounds emotional.
No, not really emotional. No, it's not emotional. The outcome's a lot better than the optics. Like Barney was arguing that.
Is there a reason that you feel so strongly, or you just feel a certain sort of way?
What do you mean, feel so strongly? Who's feeling? It's logical. It's not
Why
good
do
for
you
them.
want
You
them
haven't
all
supported it with
gone?
any logic. All
I
you
feel
said
amazed
is
that
you
I
want
saw
them back
Post Day
as
with a
soon as
wrench in the
possible. Get them out of here.
And why?
Why is it being turned back on me now when I was the one asking?
I'm
the
asking.
question?
You made a statement. I'm asking you a question, man.
Ask the question.
Show us the logic.
The logic. Well, like I said, the economy for one, it would help the economy
The
a lot.
That makes sense. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
because get all these illegals out of here, so the economy can move on, and we stop supporting them people, and we could actually support our
Let
own
me go out
people
on a
and
limb and
solve
say
our
that
own
your entire
problems.
opinion is purely emotional.
I'm sorry, James,
Really
but you just
emotional.
yelled,
You fucked
they
up.
took our gerbs.
I mean, do
yelled
you
it
think
as
they're
somebody with an
lowering
economics
wages?
degree too.
I
Yeah,
think
James.
they're hindering the fact that people can't get jobs for one.
Okay,
Really?
so
You
you
wanna go
think they're
pick lettuce?
taking all the jobs? Okay, I hear
They're
you.
taking a lot of
When's the
jobs.
last time you
Yeah.
applied to pick lettuce?
Well, we don't have lettuce picking in my area of the country, so I have,
When's the last time you applied to put a shingle on a roof?
Well, that's not really a job that's really highly demanded around my area. To be
You don't
frank.
have roofs there either?
Well, well, a lot of people that already a lot of
I,
people that do those jobs are already filled because
Do you
I
have
live in a small
farms?
town. I live in
but
a small
there's
town.
also an entire industry of computer programmers that is filled by immigrants, and we have to like keep that in mind, and that's sort of the
Well,
Elon
you can do
Musk.
computer programming from their
mean,
country.
Yeah,
What does
that's-
that?
Yeah,
have to
but I'll tell you, if
Here.
you ever go to the Silicon Valley, and this is actually a kind of a problem, right? Is you go to the Silicon Valley, Microsoft, PayPal, Facebook. I mean,
do it from their country.
SpaceX, they're full. But I'm saying the Silicon Valley is full of computer programmers. Cupertino, California, has a bilingual Chinese school district because there are so many Chinese computer programmers making, not picking lettuce salaries, but not as much as a American educated citizen programmer with a master's degree from Carnegie Mellon would
Well,
make.
that could be a job for an
Those
American.
people come here
right there.
legally, correct?
So that's
I was
even. I mean,
gonna
I
say,
would
I'm
wait.
not
I
doing
would.
Hold on,
You make them
One at a time.
Lawyer
One
Jim.
at a time.
I
All
gotta
I want
call
to
you
say
on it.
is those
Gotta
are the
call you
jobs
on it.
that would be a more logical argument
Those
to
are
say they're
legal
being.
immigrants that come in on H-1Bs.
Well, do it from their country.
Yes, they're
So
H-1B
Our
what-
country needs
visas.
those.
My
So then why
wife,
are you muddying the
just
water
because-
by bringing
Hold
us
on,
that?
one at a time. One at a
All
time.
I'm
my
saying
bad,
is,
my
if we're
bad.
talking about jobs being taken, the H-1B workers, there's two sides of it.
That's
The-
legal.
Those are
Come on, H-1B
yes,
now.
but they're also
H-1B
taking.
now. I know what you mean. It's legal. That's
Yes,
not.
sir.
That's not
Yes, sir.
illegal.
But
That's
but
not what I'm talking
James,
about.
but
I'm
they're
talking
also
illegal
taking
immigrants. I
American
don't care about the
jobs.
H-1Bs.
But they're
as
taking
much.
American
That's
jobs,
legal.
and that is what you're
No, but
talking
that's
about.
legal though.
That's
They're
legal.
doing
Okay.
it legal.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
legal.
hold on.
And
I gotta interject here. So first of all, to get an H-1B, you have to prove, as a company, to hire someone on an H-1B, you have to prove that you've interviewed American citizens for that job, and none of them would do the job.
For that price. I mean, but they get around.
No.
Could.
No.
No, or
There's
could.
a
There is
standard.
no available talent to perform that task
Right.
because either
And
they
you have
won't
to pay
take the work
industry
or the ones
standard.
that can do
You
it
can't
aren't
offer,
here.
you
One at
can't
a
offer an
time.
H1. This is the bullshit that the liberal press pulls out. And I know this because I actually know people on H1Bs. My wife is a Chinese immigrant who became a citizen, shockingly, before she met my handsome mug. But
you're fueling the problem. You're part of the problem.
it's weird because everybody's like, she needed you for the green card, and I'm like, no, she thinks I'm cute, and then people think I'm lying. But
She thinks you're cute.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll say this: it's a workaround. The companies work around it. I'll just leave it.
There's a workaround for everything, but if you're going to use it, if you're going to do things legally, I don't have a problem with people going through the process of doing things legally. Like I knew a traveling nurse that was Canadian,
you chose to stand
and she had to prove every single year that there wasn't an American nurse that would do the same job.
Just a really weird square you've chosen to stand in here, Grid.
Hey, Flow State, did
James.
I see you with the wrench in
No.
Sarah's chat?
No.
Don't
Was
we
that Mrs. Flow
outsource
State?
those
That was
technical
Mrs. Flow State.
Okay, all right, that made more sense. I was like, somebody slipped up. Somebody slipped up. But
And there you were, ready to snitch immediately.
I was.
Yep.
I was gonna dive you out, bro.
So,
struck again.
Hold on. James, did you have any other additional thoughts to that, or?
Those weren't thoughts.
I never even got the question answered, but okay.
Oh,
You got an answer by Lawyer Chick, but then Grid showed why Lawyer Chick's answer was not actually a valid answer.
Well, the H-1B wasn't even a valid answer.
My question is your priority enforcing the law because you feel strongly about upholding law, or is it the economy?
Well, it's the economy and upholding the law.
You don't have a clue why you care.
Yeah, I do. The economy and the law, because
Okay.
And,
Both of them.
and the thing is, though, if I try to cross the border into Mexico, I wouldn't even make it across the border.
So it's their law now too. Mexico's law as well.
why on earth is enforcing our law, sending them back home, like somehow worse than some other country's law that you wouldn't even cross the border?
Choose one priority. You can't serve two masters. That's a Bible verse.
I'm your master.
What?
Yeah, no, Flow State's been reading the Bible recently. Go figure.
Is he really trying to
I'm
bring up
coming
the
to
Bible
your
there?
turf.
I'll bring
Now
a
meet me
Bible
on
verse up here.
Mark
Let's say,
economics.
okay. A God is a nationalist. He's not for internationalism, for open borders. That's why he separated the nations. So, we don't
James
want
Light
a one
feels
world
Rocky,
international
that wasn't an
economy.
invitation.
James Light feels.
Shut
All
up.
right. Anything left from you, James?
No, that's
No.
all. I'll step down
James,
now.
can I ask you a question?
You'll
Okay.
drip down.
Oh, wait a minute,
Go ahead,
Grid.
Grid.
Wants to ask
Go
me a
ahead,
question.
Grid.
You're in West Virginia, right? Not Virginia.
Virginia, not West Virginia, sir.
Oh, okay. So who stakes tobacco in Virginia? I know they still do tobacco there. They do in North Carolina too.
I don't even know if they do it. I don't even know if they do it in my town because we don't really have many.
Because you don't
farms.
look for jobs, you lazy gringo.
That's
I'm
cold.
trying to work on a YouTube channel.
Go
so-
get a
that
job,
coming.
James.
Look,
I saw that coming from a mile away.
I staked tobacco, man. That sucked. It was I hauled hay. I did all of the bad, hard jobs. So I just want to know if you'd done those, James. That's all. I was just curious.
I've never done tobacco, but I have worked in construction for a few months. But I was
Tobacco sucks.
I was technically a flagger.
Tobacco
when
sucks.
I was in
Suck
construction.
knows.
so.
I'm shocked that
Flagger?
I'm more of a redneck than James. I am.
Well, the job that I mostly worked in has been retail. When I worked, it's been retail.
I am definitely more of a redneck than James.
I'm actually impressed, Grid. Like, I don't even know how
It was easier to get a retail job for me than anywhere else.
Probably because
All
all the
right.
immigrants.
Say goodbye, James.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, James.
You can
Bye,
always
James.
hop back in line later too. All
Why are
right.
you so surprised, Sasquatch?
Montero.
I just didn't see it. I mean, I get it. Fast cars, fast women, passport bro, the whole nine. I should have seen it coming.
And Lawyer Chick is going to be
Aw.
leaving us now. So we're going to go ahead and let her have her final thoughts.
Got it.
That means everybody else shuts up. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. This was really fun. And, Lawyer Chick is my channel. Check me out. I got 4 subs tonight. That's exciting. I make little videos. I talk about law. I'm happy to be on anybody's panel. And I always learn more from people who I don't think like me or who I don't think like. So it's great. Thanks, Sarah. Night,
Absolutely.
Night, Ghosty.
It was great.
Night, Barney. Bye, everybody.
Everybody shut up. It was a
We're
great
saying our love,
topic.
Sarah. Sorry.
It is a great topic. You and Sasquatch came up with this. And I would love to do a follow-up in a few months on it if you want to do part 2.
Anytime. This is totally my jam. So
Could you
anytime.
visit on your own time?
This is my time. All right. We'll see
Bye,
you around, Lawyer
everybody.
Chick. Goodbye.
Can I ask a question,
Hold on
Sarah?
a second. Let me bring. Oh wait, who's next? I got Rob coming back or coming up, and I've still got Teriak. And where'd the other guy go? Whoever it was that were back there, you'll come back up in just a little bit. I want to try to get through a lot of people. Chuck, what question do you have to the panel, sir? Chucky Poo.
I had a question for you.
All right, I'm gonna pull him. Okay. Who do you have a question for? Caucasian?
You
Me?
was there a winner for the debate announced at all? Was any of that decided?
Oh,
I
we
lost
never do winners over here. We let the chat.
okay.
But actually, the winner is always the chat. The chat always wins. You guys always lose. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how amazing you are. The chat will always win over here.
All right, so next time I'm going to do the Aristotle instead.
Can we agree that James lost?
Man, you're going hard on James today, man.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know. Flow State has something special for James.
I just saw a whole bunch of grown ass men dogpiling on a young woman, and thought, you know what, I need to come piss on some of these
White knighting like a bitch.
Click clop, click clop, click clop, click clop.
Rock
I love
E.
clapping.
Rock E. Questions to the
Oh,
panel.
man.
Questions or statements before we switch you out.
Well, what culture do you want? Do you want, like, you can't eat beef, your uncle cow?
What is happening?
Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, we hear what you're
Yes, but
saying. We just don't know why.
Well,
Are
then
you
why
having
did you
a
say
stroke?
what's happening? You sounded like you couldn't hear me. So there's the cultures of, you can't eat beef, that culture, and I got a question for the Canadian. How has the culture of the non-cow eaters with the dot on their head affected Canada?
So it has like changed a lot of our kind of like ability to just eat normal like kind of meat. Like so the dot on the head that's mixing two cultures, man. Because you're talking about like Hinduism, and the dot on the head, that's more like Pakistani to my understanding. So but anyways, it's changed a lot of our kind of meat, where now it has to be halal meat, for example. And so then now you're eating religiously like affected meat. So that kind of sucks. It's now taken away some of our more like Canadian run places for food. But a lot of people would argue, like that's boring food anyways. It's based off of like UK, Ireland kind of food anyways. It's bland, so who cares? Like so.
Wait, you can't go to a grocery store and get like regular pork?
It's
and
just
beef?
becoming harder and harder to find
Like, are
just
they
regular
trying to
stuff.
make
Like
it turn you
they're
into
trying to get more and more in. So like Britain has already basically had it where like all the meat is halal now. Like, but Canada is like increasing that way as well. Like I think like for instance like it's even happening with American corporations, right? Like KFC, it's only halal chicken, I believe now.
No, that's not
or
true. Hey,
or
what
was
part
that
of
only in
Canada are you
Ontario? They did that. I know that KFC just did that recently. It might have been
Pretty
in
sure all of
Ontario.
KFC's
I don't-
chickens are still tortured just like they should be.
What part of Farney? What part of Canada are you from?
Ontario, bro.
Okay, because Ontario is closer to the left of Toronto, the west of Toronto, or to the east.
Wait, Toronto.
Like Ontario
I'm gonna
is
let that one
basically
slide.
like everything is roughly around Toronto.
Okay.
There are some
I got
stuff
you. Okay.
like
Because I heard that was
scattered
like more of the
around.
mixing bowl of Canada, so that's why I was trying to gauge because I
Oh,
heard
it
that a lot
is
of-
like because like Toronto's like where a lot of like huge amounts of different cultures are. So like Kensington Market in Toronto is like one of the most culturally diverse places on the entire planet. There's like tons of different people there.
I got to ask you, Farney.
Yeah, bro.
Do you have Sikh
Shit.
here as well?
I'm going to say
Have what?
goodbye so
The
someone
Sikh?
else can get up.
Sikh,
But I
yeah.
just wanted to say
Yeah.
that the culture, my culture, eats what your culture worships. I like beef. Yeah. I like beef. So
Yeah, but your
I don't
culture
like
also
your
eats what
culture.
you
I
worship.
want some fucking beef.
And the body of Christ. Come on now.
Oh, bro.
And
Nice.
and
All the gods are delicious,
you know,
apparently.
what I think about them vegans is, you know, let me see. What do I think about those vegans?
And those vegans.
This is a good TED talk.
Careful.
Don't turn into these people right here. These vegans, these green people. Don't do it.
I don't think I'm green
All right,
yet.
Rocky, say goodnight.
So back to the Sikh, Farney. They are some of the most based motherfuckers I've.
Yeah, bro.
They really are.
I've had a lot. I get along very well with my Indian friends, man. Like Sikhs are great, man. They are
Speaking of-
like the tough version.
Where's
of
my
them.
Sikh? Where's AJ at?
They're literally like no bullshit.
Yeah.
They go after the Hindi and some of the other sects of
With
India.
one exception.
Yeah.
Lawyers are always full of shit. So if
Right.
it happens to be a Sikh lawyer, that's just a byproduct of the profession, not so much a part of his culture.
Sure, yeah.
Fair enough. fair
I've
enough.
never met I don't think I've ever met a Sikh lawyer. That would be fucking.
That's AJ.
I don't think I've ever met a Sikh that I didn't get.
You need
like,
to go out
along
and
with,
seek him,
really
Grid.
well.
I've got one for you.
Yeah. All right.
I
Corinne.
also wanted to like say something about the main topic before we got off too much. But the young lady made some very good points. I just think that the person she was kind of debating with, I respectfully don't think she was able to kind of articulate the proper rebuttal, in my opinion. But she actually was making some very good points. But the reason why it's not called ethnic cleansing or is different from the eastern part of the world is because America is a different and new Western. It's a new concept of living in its entirety. And it just seems like we're not recognizing that. This is like one of the first times where we're trying to integrate different cultures and coexist. All right. Just from the
But multiple cultures can exist simultaneously.
some
Yeah,
can
exactly.
exist, but I mean, different cultures are like historically separated and living by their cultures. You know what I'm saying?
Hold
Exactly.
on. There's an exception there. There's an
I mean, of course, there's exceptions to
intentional
everything, but in
exception.
general, like in general,
There-
go
You
ahead.
can't have multiple cultures in one area because after a few years or a generation, it becomes its own culture rather than being any of the ones that originally.
Fusionism.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's also the
Well, I
idea of
mean-
like some cultures are like opposing forces to other cultures where they cannot exist with one another. So if you have a culture that, for instance, is all about anti this and another one that's all about pro that, like pro the same thing, you can't have them exist in the same spot.
That's true, but that's
and-
Yeah,
why
but he's
it's so-
talking about America. He's talking
that's why
about
it's so that's why it's
But
so
no.
that's why it's so unique for America to still be trying this. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's going to take for them to realize, for us to realize that it's impossible. It's
Yeah, well,
impossible.
I'd say just look at Canada. You'll
Yeah,
see a
I
good
mean-
example why it doesn't work.
But, as
Wait,
far as-
didn't we have the Roman Empire? Wasn't the Roman Empire like
Yeah, and that fell
extremely
due to
diverse and shit like that?
multiculturalism.
Yeah, that was
Every
Oh.
every
You have to-
every
You
empire
actually just
falls.
identified the cause of the
So should we speed up the death of America? Is that what you're saying,
But as
Jesse?
far as the Christian, for like
I
Christianity,
think she's finally
Anyway.
learning, fellas.
One at a time.
So, but anyway, look,
ahead,
like
Ted.
as far as the deportation, I think the Roman Empire was such a terrible example, but I'll get to that. I just want
Okay,
to.
sorry.
No,
But,
thank you, Ghosty. I appreciate it.
But the deportation. Okay, so the lawyer chick, she made like for her name. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but for her name to be lawyer chick, she made the worst fucking starting statement about illegal immigrants is not a crime; it's a civil violation. No, the civil violation is when they overstay their visa, which was legal in the first place. All right, that's one. The crime is entering illegally inside the United States. There's like no debating. All right, what I figured and what I seemed to observe from the panel was that the males seem to think more of the logical on paper crimes, and the females lean towards an emotional kind of empathy for the way the crime is handled, which is understandable. You know what I'm saying? But for me, it's like going to jail and saying, where's my Bluetooth fucking speaker? You know what I'm saying? Like, once you commit a crime, you don't get to pick the fucking amenities in the crime. So the way that they deported, I'm not saying that it's great that they should be. I think that we should do the best we can in treating them humane when deporting them. But for the time being, they don't have a choice in the matter because they took the risk of committing a crime and the consequences that came with it. I don't get what's so hard about that concept.
Not every crime is
towards this. Then what's going to be next?
Not every crime is justifying of every recourse and remedy. Do you agree with that?
I didn't
not every crime justifies all recourse possible. So if you steal a candy bar, we wouldn't want to chop off your hand, would we? I mean, like,
no. Well, the country decides the crime and the culture decides the extremity. All right.
Correct.
Now we could get off in a tangent on that, but as far as the ability to create a crime, you committing a crime in order to be amongst the laws of the crime is, like, to me, is undebatable. You know what I mean? Because you put yourself into that position and by committing a crime. So I think that you should have the least say on the consequences and the way it's handled. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with the way it is handled now, but I'm just saying they shouldn't have a say in it. You know what I'm saying? And
and my biggest concern would not be even for the ones committing the crime. It's for the people around those committing the crime.
What do you mean?
The families, friends, coworkers. When people come into your house with guns, that's a big risk situation for everybody. There's damage done to everybody, not just the illegal person, not just the person being targeted.
Right. I mean, but you're just kind of you're talking about the casualties of war. I mean, it's not ideal, but it just comes with the territory. It sounds harsh.
No, not everything justifies the enforcement actions.
No,
do you think that
if it's a crime by nature, it does?
But
well, I don't think that people.
There's most likely 10 people that's going to have a gun. Say that you're in a room with 11 people, you're the 11th person, and 8 of those people have a gun. You probably would say it's justifiable to check everybody, even though you know everybody doesn't have a gun. You know what I'm saying? But it's worth.
I'm talking about raiding places. I'm talking about raiding schools.
We talking about for deporting the immigrants by raiding schools?
Yes, is illegal immigration, is that enough of a crime to justify creating dangerous environment at, say, a school?
Like conducting these raids?
Oh no, I think not to create the dangerous, I guess, deployment or strategy. I think that there can be other ways around that. I think that if you just go straight to that point, then you're shortcutting something that could be way more peaceful and smooth.
Well,
I don't. Wait, hold on. If I may, real quick. What's dangerous about an ICE deportation? They're government officials carrying out a government duty. We accept
not
this
even
in
answering
every facet of life.
questions like that.
Well, he's mentioning aren't men.
Why is it stupid? Flo, can you actually?
How do you not understand what's dangerous about a raid?
Of illegal immigrants? I thought they were mostly not criminals.
No.
So what's dangerous? Again,
what happens during raids?
I don't know. Somebody tries to get seized. What? So what?
See, I'm not even answering this question. It's stupid. You're being belligerent, but you're being bad at it. It's dangerous because
you can't answer the fucking question with anything of substance.
Let me spoon feed you this shit. It's dangerous because
please try.
You have a whole bunch of hopped up cops who are all amped out that there's a bad guy behind every corner, rushing in with fucking guns places.
Hospitals and schools.
Right.
First of all,
what's dangerous about that?
If we're talking about illegal immigrants, we're not just, like, as you guys said correctly, not every illegal that comes here is some sort of gangbanger. They're just natural, like they're just doing their job, whatever it is. So why exactly? You realize you can conduct an ICE raid without having a single weapon on scene? Like, do you understand this?
But he's saying that that's not true. I don't know if it's true.
I do not understand that. Explain that.
Explain that you don't need to have a single weapon as a part of a raid.
Guys, just because I like intellectual honesty, so far there's no instances of ICE raiding schools and or hospitals with or without guns. So let's just be honest. Let's have an honest discussion.
Okay,
I mean, our Philadelphia school district.
Okay, I'll grant that. all the claims, grid checked them. They're all bad. Can we? I don't want to get off the topic though of how the fuck ICE does a raid without guns.
They did. I don't know about that. I
that's not a thing.
I assume they have at least stun guns.
Would they need to use their guns is the real question. Would they need to in most cases?
No, but they want to.
It's the potential. It's the
Why would
potential.
why would they? See, now if you're going to talk about demonization of illegal immigrants, why can't you do the reverse and say that
they want
ICE
to be
agents are
heroes?
just bloodthirsty?
Yeah, they are.
Can we kind of move past the cop versus?
No, they're making it
No,
about
this
this.
is
Like they're
this is a very
bloodthirsty, like gun. They want
this
gun
is a
down
very
immigrants.
significant point. If you're raiding civilian places with Gestapo SWAT teams because they violate paperwork. Now, if they're dangerous criminals,
just serious question: have they actually raided a place where like there's a bunch of people that aren't illegals?
They
Oh, I don't know. I
workbase.
guarantee it they have.
They've been
They
doing
probably
local
have.
workplaces.
Absolutely.
Our school districts have been talking about.
Hold on, Ghost. Just before we go down wild tangents, I'm trying to keep this like condensed.
I'm answering your question.
There's a bunch of people waiting, and I'm just trying to condense this down. Have they gone into a workplace, guns drawn, get on the floor, shut the fuck up, handcuffs all around? Have they done that, or have they showed up and said, "Hey, we're here to see Johnny Bravo, that motherfucker. We know his visa isn't any good, and we want to see him
I'm
right
so
now."
pretty.
Did everybody just forget how raids are done? What a raid is?
I understand.
You don't think it poses any potential danger? I mean, the point he's trying to make. The point he's trying to make is we're putting regular Americans in danger by implementing these raids, and is it worth it?
Yeah, and we're putting regular Americans in danger. One sec. And we're putting regular Americans in danger, letting illegal immigrants come through the border. Ghosty, where's your outrage there?
Of what? Your lettuce?
Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley.
Oh, Lincoln Riley. Oh god.
So, but that's an unrealistic.
Yeah, you see that false fucking the master slip. This false fucking thing of humanity. We should look out for other people, and then she took a dead woman's name in vain.
You know,
like, do you see this? It's all just fucking an act for these people.
Yep, I'm disgusting.
Yeah, go back to your tears. Go back to tears.
If we just banned men, that would get rid of the dangerous ones even better, right?
Well, pipe down. You just called ICE to stop. Like, you have no credibility.
One at a time.
Yeah, but we're listening to Flo just go on and on and on nonstop. It's not the Flow State show. Like, if you don't want the panelists to be here, I can leave. Like, I don't mind. But if I'm gonna be staying around, like, I'm going to be talking. If it sounds fair, right?
All right. Talk.
So I am. So
talking about it.
So the fact is that the whole debate was about optics versus outcomes. What you're talking about is if the people are being raided at a school and the outcome is that it's more dangerous, then obviously that wouldn't be the ideal situation. So you are in favor of outcomes. That is not a ghosty point.
Well, yeah, no, I to be fair, I was going to say this earlier. I don't think the name of the debate, optics versus outcomes, is necessarily a fair titling of it, because we're talking about outcomes too. The reason we called it that is because of the video, but it's kind of been taken out of context at this point. Like, we're not talking about that we don't care about the outcomes for immigration, right? Like, that has never been our argument. That's just like how the debate is worded. But
your position is
we care. The debate is about humane and non-cruel deportation. That's really what it was about. But we're calling it optics versus outcomes.
I mean, I don't know who disagrees. With us trying to make it as humane as possible over time. I think we prefer that, but at the moment, it's just not what it is. I don't know who says that. Yeah, we want to fuck them being here. Not only we don't want them here, we're going to make it inhumane while we deport them. I don't know.
Nobody would ever argue like saying let's make things not as humane as possible. Like that's ridiculous.
What you're speaking of is the state of our country due to the time constraints compared to the amount of illegal immigrants that are coming. All right, we're just behind. It is what it is. So therefore, you have the fucked up situations. But I don't think anybody is preferring America treat them that way when they are set to be deported. I mean, to me, that's just like a lack of humanity. But maybe there's some evil motherfuckers that do want them to fucking be naked while they leaving and all that.
I think the humane part is talking about like who we're deporting.
5 minutes to the back for you.
Yeah, but who we're deporting doesn't change whether it's humane or not.
It does change the humanity. Obviously, I think deporting like a violent criminal is less cruel. I don't think there's something cruel about deporting a violent criminal, but deporting like a father who hasn't committed any crimes besides illegally coming over here, who hasn't committed any other violent crimes, I think that's cruel to do that to somebody.
Do you think that he analyzed the risk before he came over here, or do you think he just
Yeah,
ignored
of course he did.
So wouldn't that be his consequence as an adult to make that choice?
It is a consequence, but we're having a debate right now about whether we think that's a fair consequence or not. That's what the debate is about.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't seem like you're making a great argument for it, because the only thing you're backing it up with is emotions.
Yes, she feels away, and that's why it should be changed.
Everybody is talking about their opinion here.
Consequences. If as an adult he
Rules are
analyzed the
based
possible
primarily on
consequences,
emotion.
therefore make the choice to do it, how is it not fair? That's literally what we want. We want to be able to make a choice and do something and take the consequences, or if we get away with it, we get away with it. That's exactly what fucking we want to happen.
I think the point is like we have a broken system and stuff, so lots of people.
What is broken about it besides the fact that we don't actually enforce it?
I don't get why we want to change people like. Why are we so like soft on the people that are literally criminals and taking the jobs away from the felons that can't get fucking jobs higher than?
Look, I'm not talking about criminals
I don't
right
want
now.
those jobs.
That's good. That's good for you. You elevated mentally. Good for you. But there's other felons that need those jobs and don't have the option.
Our unemployment is like at the record low rates right now.
I can't walk into a gas station around here without seeing help wanted signs everywhere.
Yeah.
There's lots of low paying jobs that are not getting filled right now. We have the opposite issue. We need more people who want low paying jobs right now.
But with the felons and
higher paying jobs,
like, they literally overlap. I mean, you could look up the statistics. I looked up before I joined here. The jobs that they choose, the ex felons and the illegal immigrants, they overlap. You know what I'm saying? And not only that,
yeah, but think about all the benefits. Like you could restrict a lot of their rights in general. Like you don't have to get like liability insurance. You don't have to give them 15-minute breaks. You don't have to have any requirements to give them water out in the site. You can work them 80 hours a week. You know, it's like they're not citizens. They're illegals. They don't have rights. So it's like technically slave labor. Like why should
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think they do have certain rights.
Only the
it's very true. If they're like off the books, like
no, if you go to like an emergency room, I don't think they can deny anyone.
On the job, it's a very free market exchange. But yeah, like the matter is, if they're good workers, then they will get the same benefits that other employees get without the law having to be enacted.
Yeah, so they actually have to work hard to actually get them.
Unless they're like under the table, which
I don't think it's fair to compare slave labor to migrant labor, including illegal work. Like I don't think that's a fair comparison. I hear that all the time.
It's a prestigious word for what you're doing.
Deport them. Like what's more inhumane, deporting them or working them as slave labor?
If they want, it's not slave labor. They're here on their own will. Like
they can walk off a job just
because just because they're getting underpaid doesn't make them a slave. They would rather be here. I know they would rather be here just by the fact that they are still here.
Hey, I'm on your side. You know, it's like practically like dirt cheap labor. You don't have to pay for insurance. You know, you don't have to pay taxes on them.
They get paid
it's
nearly
really
as much
it's
as
luxurious to them.
At
It's
least
like
in concrete, they get
slave
paid.
labor is like kind of wild because like you got to understand these people are making money then sending it back to their.
This is from the guy who thinks that you can do raids without guns.
Well, I never spoke on me not doing
Not
that.
you.
I was trying to explain the gentleman's point of view. I wasn't taking.
Yeah, no,
side.
that wasn't at you. I wasn't talking about.
My apologies. But yeah, like for the low payments that we consider as slave payments or whatever, like these people are fucking bringing it to Mexico and fucking living it up. I mean, I personally experienced this. You know what I mean? Like, and so like I don't know who compared to the slave labor. That's like asinine, to be honest with you.
But how much is it like compared to what the rest of the country is making? Because you know it's like that's just a small little fraction of money that's going on. Like it's probably the amount of money we send out to Ukraine is a lot more than all the immigrants sending their own like dirt cheap wages down.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I know we could talk about that all day. I mean, ultimately, we don't even know where our tax money is going. So I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, we're probably funding some people's fucking lunch pizza lunchroom celebration every day. You know what I mean? Like I got you. I mean,
nobody is forcing them to work those jobs, so it can't. It's not slave labor.
Jesus
like,
Christ,
you just
Ghosty.
can't.
I
What?
think she keeps going back to that because that was like the
Why
only
did you
thing
go
that,
backwards?
Oh,
like-
sorry. I thought that's what. Oh, sorry. Okay.
yeah, I mean, I never even heard anybody argue you after you said it. I think you're going to keep going back to that because your first argument like failed through. But I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm really not trying to be a dick. Honestly, I think she's making some great points. But I'm like, who else? Like, why do you keep saying it? Like,
Sorry,
like,
I thought
okay,
Tiki Tack said it again. Sorry.
No, technically
Her
it's
brain's
not
like that
slave
laser,
labor,
so you
but
can't even-
comparative to our market economy with inflation and things like that, it kind of almost is slave labor, you know, when you think about it. It's
It is a
you're paying
second
them-
tier payment system for the undocumented versus the documented. The documented have all of the defenses of your basic labor board, whereas the undocumented basically get jobs wherever are willing to break the law to hire them.
so do you feel like internships are slave labor?
More than
I do.
more than
personally, but
undocumented immigrants.
maybe not.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and if you do, then
No,
then
I don't think
that's
so.
a consistent reasoning. That's consistent reasoning. I respect that. But if you have a choice to do it and you know what comes with it, I don't see how you can compare it to slave labor. Just like an internship,
But
where
the
I'll
thing
give
is,
you that one.
internships have to pay at least minimum.
yeah,
No, they don't.
well, you know, I'm not sure. It's been a while for me on that part, but you know what I'm saying. But with that being said, look, these people are getting paid under the books, all right, which is not forcing, but taking away the official on paper jobs for the people that are actually paying taxes. You know what I mean? It is kind of fucked up, man. Until we can kind of like confirm that all the fucking lazy people have been curated now, and we actually do need some workers. I think we're way far from that being a true statement. You know what I mean? And until then, I mean, I think that we got to deport the motherfuckers, man. I'm sorry to talk like that, but we do, man. You know what I'm saying?
Can I make an observation about your statement? You're talking to a group of people who have chosen to sit and stare at a computer screen for hours at a time rather than doing an actual job. I mean, it's an interesting position to take, is all I'm saying.
I'm probably talking to the wrong demographic as far as caring about those lower jobs, but Black people take up 30% of the prison population, and when they come out, bro, they either are going to go back to the streets or go for these low-paying jobs. And so when people say Black people don't want the jobs, for me personally, everybody has a different point of view, but I have family members that are trying to get these low-paying jobs, and they're really hard workers.
I don't think that you do. I don't believe that. There's too many of them available.
Well, in the city,
I have a solution
right
for
now
that
washing
disparity as
dishes.
well. I have an idea. I have a
right-
solution for that disparity as well. If you want to hear, so
Sure.
what if, what if we actually hyper focus on the cartels? We start throwing them back into the Orange County prison, so it makes the Bloods and the Crips scared as fuck to go in there, and they start wising up on their lives and not commit so many crimes.
I don't think you understand how systemic it is. Like
it's systemic.
There's a level
It's
of
systemic.
social engineering most
It's like-
people can't consider,
yeah.
brother.
Yeah, you think
this
that
is
it's just
fear
like
of cartel.
Like
no,
I think
if filled
this
up with
might
the
be a bigger
cartel,
problem
they'll
than
be evil. They'll be evil motherfuckers, and
Well, in the
systemic
city-
racism
in the
is gonna
city-
go towards the cartel. It's not going to go towards.
I
people.
I live in the city. I live in the city, and I've been like looking for jobs in the past too. A lot of problem with like jobs in the city is they're very underpaid, and you don't get a lot of hours a lot of the time. So it's hard to make like I do understand like there are a lot of places hiring, but often they don't offer full-time positions immediately, and they're
You know
like very
why?
underpaid.
You know why?
Well, look, my cousin
Here's
took
the
a while
thing.
to get a
Here's
job,
the thing.
and when he went into the so I have two cousins that wash dishes, and they're ex-felons. One is I hate to be stereotypical when I say that, but anyway, I graduated, guys, by the way. Second, no, just joking. But anyway, no, cousins that are like ex-felons. One works for he's still currently there, so I won't say the name, but he works for a bar down in Washington D.C. and one works in Clinton, Maryland. And the back part of the restaurant is full of immigrants, man. And it was so hard for him to get a job. And even his sister, which is my cousin, is not able to get a job because they're packed with the immigrants that are working for much cheaper and they're under the table. That's a very realistic thing.
You have
I'd like to make a.
You have to admit.
I'd like
you
to
have
make a
admit, no.
guess for
Here,
why.
let me get this pun in.
All
It's
right.
like you have to admit that the Italian restaurants where all the immigrants are the best Italian restaurants.
True facts.
Give me
Yeah,
one.
those Mexicans make some great.
That's the
Italian food.
truest thing that you
Talk
said.
about Maggiano's or Buca, then I won't argue with you.
Yeah,
we,
so you
we
wanted
have
to
a
ask me
pizza
something,
joint here
Barney.
that is
Yeah,
run
yeah,
by
yeah.
Asians, and it's
It-
great.
Is what you're saying is the reason that most of them are only hiring, part time is because there's probably laws that say once they're full time, you have to pay them way more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
once,
makes sense.
once you go full time, it's a full benefits package.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
No, yeah, it's the
employer-
benefits. It's the benefits package.
So
yeah.
what you're
As an
saying is we
employer-
shouldn't have
down
these
before you start
programs
tapping.
such as minimum wage goes to
Well, no, I'm
things like
I'm
that?
talking about like CVS and Giant and shit like that. I mean, they're
Yeah, I know.
everything
So
else
to
is
get
like
rid of
small
these
business. Everything
laws-
else is small businesses, so they're not like hiring like massive amount of people. But I guess like a lot of
Probably
them
because
do
they can't
hire.
afford to pay
It
somebody
doesn't matter
these
if it's a
minimum
small
wages and
business or a
such.
big business. If I hire somebody for over 25 hours a week, even if you only work 26 hours a week, I still have to pay like you worked 40. I have to have the same insurance. I have to have everything. So why do that?
Yeah, wouldn't it be better to have double the employees grid? is what
I'm
you're saying?
I'm talking about
You hire
like
two people.
little small.
Yeah, exactly.
businesses,
Two
like,
people did
corner
cover the
stores
same
and
shift,
shit.
right?
Like
Well, the only reason tied up's family members want those jobs anyways is because they're on paper and they have to report something to their parole officer.
Well, no,
That's true.
that is true, but it's also because they're not able to get the other
I
jobs
filled
because
out
of the
that
background
paperwork
checks.
before.
You know what I'm saying? So like when you go through background checks, you're limited. You know what I mean? And it's still a certain amount of time passes.
Nah, it's illegal to ask about
But-
felony convictions now.
Let
Say
me
it again.
The point about the background check on that is that even if it's a felony conviction, as long as it's not a conviction for something involved in like stealing the product of the particular company that you're applying to, they're not really allowed to use that against you legally. It might happen behind closed doors, but on paper, it's kind of it's sort of verboten.
Yeah,
bet
yeah,
you
but
it happens
that's
a lot in
exactly the key
Florida.
word. Legally, I mean,
So
that rules are made to be broken.
I've got to
I can
jump
make up
off
a
here in a
rule.
minute. I want to say a couple of small things here. First, as somebody that actually hires people for low-paying jobs and also for skilled labor jobs, I never hire illegal people. It's too much of a hassle for me. It's not worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and they don't work for enough less anymore to make it worth the trouble. So I honestly no, and again, look,
That's your prerogative. That's I don't see anything wrong with that.
migrant workers.
When I
out
say that, I
in-
mean you have the freedom to do that. So
yeah,
I mean,
migrant workers out in Kansas and Nebraska and I've been by the migrant worker training center in both of those states. I've driven by it, never been in many times. But so I get it. I get that those jobs are out there. I understand everything Flow State says. I agree with them on a lot of it. But the reality is that as somebody that actually hires those people and fills out that fucking paperwork, the forms he's talking about for the felons that or Flo was talking about, I filled those out to send to their parole officer. I've literally had to have a conversation saying that, yeah, I'm actually giving this guy a real job.
You filled some out for
It's
me too. You
actual
just don't
money.
know it.
Corinth, I want to offer you the ability to ask your questions or make your statements to the panel, please.
Okay, I had a few questions for the people that were defending just mass deportations. First would be, do you think that it would be at least a prima facie violation of their rights? Or
No.
of people's rights to restrict them?
No.
What do you say, to restrict them? Or to
They don't have the same amount of rights.
Like,
They're not citizens.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
That's
don't even
past
know what you
prima
mean.
facie.
Like, what
That's
rights
well
are
past
given
prima
to like
facie.
non-citizens?
This is past prima facie. Do you think
It's been
that
a long time since we went to law school.
How was
grabbing
it past
someone-
that?
because prima facie is in all else in the beginning, first things first, is this on a first glance. When you're going deep down into, oh, I'm granting them difference, you're already loading the question so much, you're past prima facie. So prima facie, first things first, would grabbing someone and removing them from a country be a rights violation that you would need to justify as to why?
Not if
Or-
that's the punishment for the laws that they've broken.
Okay, so the punishment for the laws that are broken will be justification for why. So I'm going to re-ask the first question because it seems
The answer is
not
yes.
here.
Yeah. Let me clarify if you don't mind, Corinth. Are you saying that to act as if they're not a citizen before verifying that they're not a citizen? No.
No, I mean, if I pointed you to some random person,
Yeah.
would you say that if I grab them, pick them up, put them in a different country, that would be in a wrong action in
Correct.
itself until I justify it later? Okay, so
no. Until you justify it later. No. I just
No. You have to have reasonable cause for
So it'd be
even
wrong-
doing
so
it,
it'd be
right?
wrong
So
unless I
like you had
justify
a
it, right?
reasonable
yeah, so it'd be wrong
justification
until
for
I
doing
justified it later.
Correct. It would be kidnapping.
No,
Yeah.
If
it would be wrong
if I didn't
period.
justify it. If I justified it later, it would not be wrong.
Correct.
No, like
No.
See, you're conflating the time of the situation. These people were criminals before it
I'm not
happened.
conflating. This
yeah,
is
you
the
have to
question.
know
Right.
that they are already criminals before you take
This
an
has nothing to
action
do with
as
the
if
question.
they're a
You're
criminal.
trying to apply it to the situation already. We're not.
I just
at
want
that
to
point.
reiterate something I just posted in chat. One cup, two bears.
Squirrel.
As an employer, I've paid
Gross.
a shit ton of taxes. I've employed hundreds of people, and I haven't fucked your mother. That's what I've done for society.
Nice.
Well,
I think this is a
What you got against? What do you got against their mama? Why don't you want to fuck their mama?
It's not my
It's the
bitch.
hair.
I'll tell her to call you.
I just need the other
Back to Farney and Corinne.
But anyways,
if I pointed you at John, I picked up John, I put him over in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Did I do some wrongful action to John that I would need to justify to make it a non-wrongful action?
Yes.
That you didn't verify that they weren't a citizen first.
That on itself might
Or
tell
that
you
they
just
have
the fact that this
committed
I
a
moved him
crime.
there, that's a wrongful action. I can later give you context that would make it not
These
a wrongful
things don't
action,
take
right?
place in a vacuum. You can't place them in a vacuum and then try to say,
my
okay,
God.
everyone's
he's
wrong
walking
because it
people
agrees with
through the thought
the
process.
reality of the situation.
I'm walking you all through a
Wow.
basic thought process. You're jumping around.
Corinth,
If
I know
we-
exactly what you're asking. I believe it's wrong unless you finalize something is illegally being done. I don't think even if you justify it after the fact, you were in the right because you
It's
wasn't
not
sure
about
from the
justification
jump.
after the fact. It's I can justify it to you. Do you say it's wrong, and I can later give you all the evidence? Hey, this might be an okay thing.
If you had that,
But that's not how that works. You have to take the evidence before a judge to get a warrant to take someone into custody before you
Fucking
can.
A guy.
He's assuming that
Stick in there, Corinth.
I'm
He's saying-
trying really hard to be.
He's
nice.
saying, is it wrong
It gets
if he
very
justifies
difficult.
it? He's on some Minority Report shit where they like
I'm
get the
on
view-
some Michael Humer libertarian shit right now. I'm trying to walk you through a basic argument. Okay?
Go ahead.
Just move to the next step. Move to the next step, or ask me
Okay,
the
so
question.
if we can agree that's prima facie wrong, we need the additional justifications on the person moving them to provide justification for why it's okay to move them. They don't
But
just
it's
have
not.
that right.
You
It's
have
not
to
on the-
have the
you
evidence
conceded
and
that
proof
it is.
before you do it. That's called, due process. And
Oh,
you're
that's
skipping the
putting
whole
the
concept.
burden on the person moving them, right? They have to justify why they are okay to move them, right?
Yes.
That is what I just said that he said no to. That's why I'm asking it like this.
What?
Okay,
Who
keep
said
going. You're with
That's
it.
what Sasquatch just said no to.
It's not a He's hung up in the chronology.
No, he said
Keep
yes.
going.
I think they're confused about somebody getting moved and somebody moving. You're talking about.
I'm
Hey,
talking
Corinth,
about
You're
picking up
proposing a
Because
random
I think
person
that-
picking a random person up and carrying them elsewhere, and that is kidnapping.
This is to
However,
get to the
a
prima
law
facie.
enforcement officer with a warrant from a judge from evidence and probable cause
Man.
and the whole nine showing up to do exactly the same thing is not the same thing as a random person showing up to another random person.
I
and
could hold
I
at
kidnapping.
agree
least
it's
6 or
not the
7 of
same
you
thing,
guys'
which is
heads
why I'm
underwater right
going
now.
you
Piece
at the
per
very
person.
beginning of the thought process. I'm trying to hold your hand, walk you along, long romantic walk on the beach.
I don't like your little
Hold on, just let Corinth. Everybody, just shut up and let Corinth just walk through it without being interrupted.
So for at the first point where we need to have the justification to move the person, this would imply we need some good justification. I don't think people would say, well, I feel like it's a good justification. One of the things we point to, I'm guessing in the case of this is going to be is citizenship. Is that what you are holding to as the justification to allow this?
Can you just finish the point? Because honestly, it's going.
That was a question. I don't know how to finish the point without getting the answer to the question first.
What was the say it again?
Is the thing you're pointing to as the justification the lack of citizenship to move them? That's
Yes,
what
that
makes it
would be
okay to
it.
move them.
That would be it.
Yeah.
Okay, so is citizenship something that is a real thing, or is it something that we're socially constructing?
Oh my God. Okay,
There
I'll
we
play
go.
this game. Go ahead. It's a real thing.
Citizenship is a real thing. Can you point to me where I can find citizenship in you?
Through the legal documents of the American process of being a citizen.
That's a social construct. That's us saying that you having this paper is.
Yeah, but that's a real.
you're
It's a real.
signing that.
Are you a male or female?
I'm a male.
That's a social construct. Who told you you were
sure.
male?
Sure, it's a social construct.
The social construct humans created,
Yeah.
right?
Right. So my point is this: like,
Yes,
everything is
there-
a social construct. If you want to be
Yes.
technical, so like
The furry anthro that you have
Lots
as
of
a
things-
picture
a lot of things
is not
that
real,
are-
but
I
it's
agree.
real in the sense that you
Corinth,
have it as
I
your
thought you were
profile
going
picture.
due process there, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
So
I
kind of
was,
like, what is it like?
So
I-
if we're
I-
at,
I'm not
this
trying
is
to do
a
the
social
semantics.
this is a social construct. This is like, why is this social construct something that gives us moral justification to move people
All right, this is
against
what he's
their will?
doing.
How many of you on the panel think that your
no,
dick
no.
is just as much a
some
social
point, what you gotta
construct
do
as
is you gotta.
citizenship?
We all have to agree at what point
I
in
do.
time are we going to start? Because if we want to play that
Crazy.
semantic game, we could start back in the fucking 33 CE.
Well, he's getting back to the core of the
No,
the
but
argument.
this doesn't make sense because
No,
Corinth,
what
you
he's
just
doing is
took
saying
like
that
whether
our
it's lawful or
justification is
not
based
to
on
do
a
something
false
and change it
construct
to a
that
moral
we
thing.
made up.
laws
that's what
are
he's
a
saying.
social
So
construct.
if we're just saying it's
Enforcing
lawful
laws
or
is a
not,
social
that
construct.
Go ahead, Corinth.
So if we're just
Go
saying
ahead,
it's
Corinth.
lawful or not, that's an empty question. We can talk about, say, a hypothetical island that's jungly in nature. It could exist a little bit north of Australia, where the laws of the land allow minor children to suck the dick of their uncles and grandfathers. To pass from
Some warriors.
Yeah,
That's where this has been going the whole time.
Corinth.
Hey, leave Papua New Guinea out of this.
The
bro.
Papua New Guinea.
Hey, Corinth, I have a question for you.
Yes, okay.
Can two conflicting social constructs exist in a country?
Maybe. Depends.
So how do you delineate which one is right, which one is wrong?
I don't know. It depends on the,
Yeah, so-
the context.
So argument over.
No,
It's like
that has
I
nothing
reject
to do
your
with the
social
argument.
construct.
So
I
this is
reject
why we're
your
having an
social
argument.
construct, and
Wait,
my
I'm
social
not rejecting
construct
your
says
social
deport
construct.
non-citizens.
I'm not even asking
Look,
you to reject your
obviously,
social construct.
differing social constructs do and can exist simultaneously. It's happening right now.
Yes,
So
I'm not even
Corinth, if my
rejecting your social
justification is
construct.
the lack of citizenship, do you agree or disagree on that?
So I don't think that's a moral enough reason to pick someone up and move them. We need to say, why is this a good reason to pick someone up and move them?
Okay, so you
So-
have what
okay,
standards are you going
Corinth.
by whether someone should be deported or not? What standards?
Hold
are you
on, Corinth. I think that it's a bad social construct that I can be arrested and put into jail for not paying my taxes to the government, which I believe is theft of my things. However, if I don't pay my fucking taxes, I'm going to fucking jail.
Okay.
Do you
So
believe
you want
in
everybody else to have
trust?
to as well?
That's a statement. Do you want me to?
No, here, hold on. I can
It's the
say
truth.
how you could look at it as a moral thing to do.
I'm actually,
right?
I really wanted to get to. I thought he was going due process. I was really excited for that. Unfortunately, I've been let down.
I'm not. I'm trying to tie into relation this idea of citizenship to the justification to restrict freedom of movement. I'm trying to understand where that connect is, and then further why it would not be okay for me to pick that Guatemalan up and carry him to Guatemala.
If someone shows
but
up
it
at
is
your
okay
house,
for ICE to do
shows
that.
up and plops
I would
down
love
on
to
your
hear all
couch,
that.
starts eating your potatoes.
Because if
Hold
it
on,
isn't
hold on.
citizenship,
One at a time. One at a time.
Unfortunately,
I have a
I
question.
got to dip
Hold
out.
on.
Sarah,
Grid is
it's
making
been
his
fun.
exit.
Yeah, it's been fun, Sarah. Flo, too bad I didn't get to hang out with you longer. I don't know what the fuck you've been doing these days. Tiki Tack, good to see you. Farney, good to see you. Ghosty,
See you, bro.
good. Always fun to
Grid.
argue with you. I do like it. It's weird, but it's okay. Sasquatch, you were cool tonight. First time for
I had
everything.
no shots. I didn't take a single shot at you.
I
Send me
know
some money.
you were like, I don't
Send
know
me
what's
some
going
money.
on.
That was nice.
You really
He
were.
was
You really were.
texting with Jimmy.
Money.
Corinth is still my favorite leftist, and I gotta be honest, seriously thought you were going to do process, bro. I really did.
No,
all
I'm
right.
too humor.
You guys have a great rest of your night, and I'm out. See you.
Have a good
You too, Grid, man.
Bye,
Good
Grid.
night.
Yeah. So,
Corner.
so I'd like
I'm-
to.
Hold on. I'm hitting buttons. Stop.
The fact that this is so hard for so many
hold
people
on. I'd like to try to address Corinth's
Let Farney go.
concerning.
All right, so Corinth, you're saying how could you morally justify, for example, right? So the idea is if you have a government, right, a governing body and borders, all that, you have now a people, right, and that the fact that a government exists is going to minimize the amount of immoral activity and help facilitate the amount of moral activity, ideally, correct?
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah, and so once you have a government, now you have a people. And so there's a duty, a moral duty to that people to facilitate that process of reducing immoral activity and facilitating moral activity, right?
Sure. In an ideal situation.
Yeah, so part of that you could argue would be to eliminate this unknown element where you don't have that moral duty to this person, to remove them from your society. There's
I don't
nothing
see
immoral
the
about that, and if anything, it would be more moral to do, I would
We're
say.
at the prima facie violation in the first case. I'm not sure why saying that this would then suffice it, but this also then creates a secondary question. Would it be okay for me personally to go to my local Home Depot, find the closest illegal undocumented Guatemalan, pick him up, and carry him all the way to Guatemala as fast as my legs can carry me?
So I would say no because of the fact that you lack the authority within this government and therefore you don't have the duty to perform said action.
So this is then going to say there are actions that are morally obligatory for this body, the government.
I would say so.
But it will be impermissible for a person to do it. I don't understand how an action can both be simultaneously impermissible and obligatory.
Okay, so I just want, I've been dying to ask a question. So can I just ask this real quick? Can crossing the border, can crossing the border, can crossing the border and illegal and breaking the law that way, can that be a victimless crime?
No, I would say that the citizens of the land are the victims.
Really? Because like if that person doesn't do anything to victimize them,
they did. You said they.
The only thing that could be a victim there is a border.
Let me ask you this, Mel. If you break into my house and just sit on the couch for an hour and then leave, even though it is victimless, is it still a crime?
Well, actually, that's because it's not victimless because private property needs to be respected. However, the nation as a whole is not a piece of private property that is owned by any given citizen. So therefore, I reject the notion that the citizens would be a victim there.
It's the property of the collective.
Yeah, it is a private
Exactly. It's private.
So again,
because we all equally own it.
If your couch,
it does not mean it's any less.
If your couch gets sat on, look again. If your couch gets sat on by an
yes,
immigrant,
there is
then
a
you can
victim
claim
absolutely every time an illegal immigrant comes over.
Well, I think this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Like me and Lawyer Chick were saying, and I'm sure a few other people agree that we're against like the free the hotels and all the shit that they've been getting. I think that has been like a problem, but a lot of illegal immigrants aren't just here. Just like not working and living here for free and not paying taxes and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's a fair comparison to like they're just coming here and getting like a free ride or something like that. Like they're still contributing largely and working for themselves.
Also, if you want them to contribute as soon as possible, you want them to be housed, you want them to be fed, you want them to be clothed so they can actually get a job. You don't want to make them have to fight the uphill battle that people would have fought like during the Depression and shit. That's not the American way.
That's why they come in legally within due process. I mean,
that's why you make more legal pathways. That way you have fewer illegal immigrants.
Well, I'm not disagreeing.
You're just talking about, you're just using semantics to basically just open up the border. The problem is that you can't just say, oh, it's about feeding people, it's about letting them have jobs and everything. It's like, are they coming in the right way? That's the primary issue. Illegal immigrants, no, they're not. Just because they might have some asylum claim or whatever, or they might contribute to society, doesn't mean that they're just automatically justified in being here.
So if they don't come in the right way, does like a border agent lose his fucking wings or something? Like I don't understand who the victim is in this situation.
Yeah,
so higher up in the America, the citizens of America.
No, as part of America, I reject that. Let me point out: can the people who took our jobs to Portmore, could that crowd figure out what the harm is being done that they would like to address?
You know who takes more of your jobs? Corporations, when they slash jobs for fucking profits.
You know,
hold on. I want to get back
to
Corinth. Corinth, did you have any other pieces to add? I still have a couple more people backstage I need to bring back up.
Well,
I'm just
I never
not
really
seeing.
finished his.
Yeah, I'm not seeing where we get to the point where like what makes this person obligatory to move the person. That's why we're saying that it's morally good or morally fine to have the government do this, but say that it's impermissible for everyone else. And it could even be the same particular person. It would be impermissible for because they're a civilian, but like 2 hours later, they put on their little ice cap and then they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I don't understand the temporal moral valuing here.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Straight out to Rocky, you absolute legend.
Do you understand any importance of order in any system? Like, if everybody had that ability to just pick up an illegal immigrant or stop a crime, do you know how fanatical this country would be? That's why we have judges in a system. Because my point of view might be wrong as a fucking citizen, and I might make the wrong call. That's why we have people in the positions of authority. Not well trained, by the way, but still, there's still an order, because without that order, it's nothing but chaos. I think you're trolling, bro. You got to be smarter than this. Like,
do you
for real.
understand how this is absolutely no relevance to the thing, because you're just assuming the possibility of being wrong in this hypothetical thought experiment? I know Jose down at Home Depot is a Guatemalan illegal immigrant. We're saying that if ICE went down there right now, they would be allowed to do that. I can put on my ice cap and go pick them up and carry them away. But if I did that without putting on the ice cap, it would be morally impermissible for me to do that.
So here, Corin, let me please answer this for you, man. So the reasoning as to why you could make the justification that it is moral for one to do it and not another, or even on the clock versus off the clock, right, is the idea that we already agreed that you could justify setting up a government to be a moral thing, right? And in order to do that, you have to have order within that government, where there's different levels of authority within that government to perform different tasks within that society. So that is why it is morally permissible and good for one with said authority to carry out that action, while that same action carried about somebody that is lacking that authority and position in that governing body would not be morally active, because that would cause chaos. And where that chaos is occurring, now the chances of immoral actions, like immorality actions, coming higher, and the ability to facilitate moral actions is reduced. Would you see how that logically follows?
Not under moral realism. That might be the difference here. Are you a moral anti-realist?
I don't know what you mean.
I don't live in boxes.
Your argument is almost like everybody should have a gun, because if anybody sees the wrong thing, they should be able to use that gun. Like, what are you doing? Like,
do you think moral statements?
So, like, do I believe in, for instance, objective morality?
Yes.
Yes, I believe in that, and absolute morality.
Okay,
I think you can make an argument for as well, which is similar, just more.
So this thing is absolutely true, and yet the dependence on it is if they're wearing that ice cap, if they have that social role. I don't see how shifting that social statement can change whether the action is really good or bad, if that good or bad thing is truly there.
So, for instance, like a husband having sexual relations with his wife is a moral thing. Some stranger coming along and having sexual relations with his wife is an immoral thing. You could see how.
Are you a Christian for this?
Yeah, well, it doesn't even matter if you're a Christian or not. If you believe that within that you have a duty to do something, and outside of that relationship you do not have said duty, you can understand how within that relationship you doing that duty is a moral thing, and outside of that relationship doing that duty is an immoral thing.
So where does that duty come from? It does matter if the Christianity is there, because in the Christianity, the idea of marriage is a spiritual binding. That's more than just a social role being fulfilled. This is an actual physical or metaphysical reality changing there that would cause
it's definitely not physical. Some reality. You can't say that something spiritual is physical, by the way. Like,
however you want to use, if you want to use soul theory as having to have some physical baggage, we can do that just for the sake of it. But that doesn't suffice to show that putting on the ICE cap, getting donned by the government, you are a member of ICE, would suffice to show that the action can then be moral or immoral. Given that moral realism is true.
Of your claim, then?
You're saying you can't make a moral argument for it. I guess you can make like a principle or a different, like a legal argument against it.
There's empirical arguments, there's conceptual arguments. There's not just moral arguments out there. You understand that, right, Corinne? Sorry, Ghosty.
It sounds like you're saying it's not morally right to have an authority in the government.
No, I'm saying it's morally incoherent for a moral realist, someone who says morals are true statements, to have the truth or falseness of it be related to some social idea.
Corinne, what you're missing is that he's coming from divine command theory, which is basically like any
I'm not missing that he's coming from
power
divine
that's
command
greater
theory.
than mine should be respected.
I'm not missing him coming from divine command theory.
He's trying to prove that morality is subjective, and
I'm not
so you got
morality is subjective.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
No, but like this is something I know.
I think Barney might be the only one who's understanding my argument.
Yeah, of course, bro. I'm trying to.
You're actually understanding the argument. And that's
patient enough to try to break down the common sense system.
I can try and break it down for you.
Because what he's asking is really ridiculous. So, like Corinth, what is your procedure of curating whether somebody is right on whether that person should be deported or not?
Whether or not the expected utility of deporting them is higher than not.
Say it again.
Utilitarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, anyways, if you don't mind,
I'm trying to operate an internal critique here, so this is all irrelevant, by the way.
You think that everybody should have free range to make that call at the same time?
Sure.
And then have the ability to execute it at once?
Sure.
Okay, so what if someone's wrong?
Sure. I have no idea what this has to do with any of the argument.
I'm asking you, what if you make a... All right, don't play stupid now.
We're debating morality now, boys.
I'm not playing stupid. I'm trying to respond to someone stupid. I don't understand what the stupid
Guatemala
means.
that you mentioned at Home Depot. What if you go ahead and you proceed to do the action? And
I don't think it's good in the first case. That's why I'm using it as a critique of the alternative system here.
So you're not in favor of deportation at all?
No, I'm in favor of complete open borders.
Oh well, okay. Well,
if that gets like the best outcomes, kind of.
I mean, that's just the foundation of the argument. Then we're not going to agree on a lot of things. You know?
So Corinth, you could look at it as being the moral thing because within, say, for instance, a Christian worldview, because with the Christian worldview, there's a teleology, why like humans were created, like for a purpose, for example, right? And one of said purposes, the ultimate purpose is to be in line with God. So things that are in line with Him are correct, i.e., moral, and things that are not are incorrect, i.e., immoral, right? So you could say that the idea of it saying in Scripture that we ought to follow the authority of the land if it does not go directly against God, there is your justification as to why you would follow a governing system that has it where the authorities are lined up the way they are. And I showed you even within that governing system how you could do that. Does that make sense? Like,
sure. So then if we completely changed the law, we said none of this is illegal, we just have open borders, you'd have no issue with that then?
Yeah, well, I would. It doesn't go against God, so it would not be immoral to change that. It'd be immoral to be breaking the way it is currently set up. I would argue then from a the possibility of it being immoral is that would then be the governing body not being the most ideal situation to serve those that it claimed to protect. You know what I mean?
I mean, when we say serve those that contract, I agree that governments have a special obligation towards its citizens, right? Mm-hmm. What I'm not in agreement is that obligation can come at the violation of other people. I'm not sure if we can say that, like, if it was the case that every American citizen would gain an extra hour of life or an extra second of life, whatever equivalent, by shooting some number of small African children, if the government would be good to do that, if that would be okay for them to do.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between executing.
Hey, Farney, really quick, he brings up the violations of other people while defending the people violating our fucking rights.
I see what you did there.
What rights of yours are being violated by them walking
up there in the middle?
Country?
Well, they're skipping the process of citizenship.
Flo is a knob goblin.
This is nothing to do with it because we're already operating outside of that hypothetical.
Okay, all right, Corinth, you're getting booted to the back. I know.
That's because I wanted to fight him.
You got to with Corinth, man. Maybe I'll go to the
I was ready for it.
Well, yeah, he said we were passive, but he brought it back into that by saying it's okay to violate other people based on the government's laws. He brought it back up. I mean, I think he meant that violating people meaning taking them from this country and deporting them. So
maybe he's still listening the background, but I would throw in the hypothetical. It's like, okay, what if something like Central America decides to go into war, and most of the people that were coming in there, we cannot vet them properly, so we could be getting war criminals over. Would it then be justified for us to close the borders because the utilitarian perspective would be we need to reduce the potential for harm on our own citizens?
Yeah, that would be like up to the democracy that we usually vote on, and
he was talking about moving people.
Trust our system to make the adaptation. I mean, that's a different scenario. I mean, that's a pretty cool thought and everything like that. But my point is, like, of course, we would have to hopefully trust in our government to make the adaptation. Just like anything, if anything could happen, you know what I mean?
How many of you will recognize that you hate freedom?
Well, I don't believe.
I mean,
in
freedom still
Right.
comes with duty, though, right? So, like, you
We
still
want the
have
government to know everybody everywhere to protect us from the bad people. Wear your papers. It's crazy listening to all these red-blooded, probably MAGA, freedom-loving, from my cold dead hand motherfuckers sit here and advocate for Big Brother basically in every aspect of our lives because, well, they didn't pay their taxes. We don't even know who they are.
Yeah,
Y'all are
same for
getting
an oligarchy.
trained. You all are
That
getting
is essentially what it
trained
is.
to work against your own interests, and you're
No.
following the Pied Piper right off the orange cliff.
You know that's a complete
Yep.
straw man, because at the start of the debate I even stated that I'm not for big
didn't-
actually maybe that was off
I didn't
stream
hear the
with
start of it.
Caucasian Sasquatch, but I'm not for big government. I think government does have some minimal obligations to its people, and beyond those minimum obligations I kind of want
Does
them
that
the hell out
include
of
knowing who everybody is at all times?
You
Is
have
it
to
just me,
know
or
who,
is
hold
Stillman
on, you
fair?
have to know who your citizenship is in order to properly serve them.
Right. So saying that you don't believe in big government and then believing in big government are two different things. You can say you don't believe in big government all day, but the things that you are saying proves that you do believe in big government.
What are you talking about? No, they don't. I said minimal amount. I'm not saying the government
Why-
should have zero power. I'm saying a minimal amount of power in
If-
Well, you're arguing for
it should be just
documenting
in
people, though.
broad, like,
If the
areas,
government is not
right?
serving them because they're not documented, then the government has no reason to, right? You
Well, it
that
has
need-
to know whether or
Right.
not they even belong in the collective.
I honestly
you
think
know
that
what I
this
mean?
whole situation could be solved if we just stop giving away free shit. Then everybody could quit crying, and I don't know what anybody would complain about. But if we quit giving free
Same
shit
thing
to
we were
illegal,
before.
problem solved.
Rob, I wanted to hear from you, darling, so we can get some more switching in and out.
Yeah, no problem. So thank God we don't live in a world where flow makes up all of our laws. That world would really suck. Honestly, I do hear the critique of being, small government and then like documenting people and paying attention to who our citizenry is. But we make value judgments all the time, every day. We discriminate based on things we believe in and things we don't. One of those is, who do we want in this country? Citizens are one of those things that we believe in. The idea.
Oh,
of a
you got asked
citizen. There's
about
a
that.
national identity. What?
Tell me again how you had any say in that.
It's something I'm born into, as
Yeah,
you are
you
too.
didn't
You just
get
don't
asked
believe in it.
it,
How
you
do you?
didn't-
Let me ask you a question.
You
Flo,
had
can I
no
just ask
say
you
in
real
any of
quick?
that shit.
No, I vote. That's something that I don't know if you can do now because you've been in
I
jail or
can do it.
prison or
Zach.
whatever
I
the
don't
fuck
waste
because you're
my
a low
time
life. But
because I don't follow the Pied Piper off to my own stupid demise.
I'm devastated to hear it. Honestly, that's such a tragedy. But no, realistically,
uh-huh.
what?
What?
No, you were going. Keep going. with your
You
ridiculous
realize that you've never been asked your opinion on one law ever.
thought. On one law, I voted. That's enough.
Yeah.
That's
So what did you
all I
when
need
they
to do
asked
is my-
you when they
I
asked
don't-
you
I'm
who
not
you
an
wanted in
elected
and out of the
official,
country?
so I don't
what
need
did
to
you
be
vote?
there for somebody else to straight up say, "Hey, what do
did
you want?
you
What
vote
do you
when
want
they asked
done?"
you who you wanted in the country?
I vote the person, the representative. We live in a representative republic. That's
Oh, yeah,
why
which
I don't need to be
representative
the
did
guy
you
who
vote
makes that
for
call
this
flow. It's somebody else.
Which
I don't
representative?
need to be the president either.
Huh?
I don't need to be the president either to make it like some sort of value judgment. I elect
So
the
when you were
president.
voting
I'm
on
part
this
of the
issue-
electoral process. What?
Which actually doesn't involve you if you understand how the electoral college works either.
My God, you have to have individual votes to decide who gets the votes from the electoral college.
No,
Idiot.
they're
So
the
yes, I'm a part of it in some
appointed by
small
the
way.
two
I'm not
political
acting.
parties.
Yo, Flo, just hold on for a second. I'm not acting like I'm the mainstay piece. Everything that's being held up in America is because of me. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm a part of the process, whether we
No,
like it
you're
or
not.
not.
You're actually a useful idiot.
Oh, there we go. Well, with your libertarian takes, you're the useful idiot because
No, I just
all it
understand
takes is for one single group of people to come in here, and it's like, yeah, you don't have rights anymore. It's like, how well do your moral oughts like
Who
hold up
votes-
in society
Hold on.
or the
No,
world?
we're talking about your
No,
interaction.
we're talking about both of ours. You have
Okay,
literally
let's
no. Hold on. It's really important to say that the entire non-aggression principle that libertarians hold on for dear life is just an absolute failure of ideology. Because all it takes is for somebody to not agree to the NAP. I'm
not actually. Yeah, no, I'm not actually promoting that at all today, right now. I'm not promoting multiculturalism either. Before you strawman that shit, what I am proposing is smaller government, less Big Brother, less Gestapo, and that the other 300 million people in this country stop being such fucking dumb shits for an actor that they like on TV. You don't vote for him. You don't vote for laws. You don't get consulted on who gets in this country or not. You get told what you accept, and then you fap to the idea of you being a patriot. Next.
Are you still with us, Rob?
It went catatonic.
Rob? What did you say, Flo? I went pee.
I just told him how it was. I shattered his paradigm about what role he has in his government, what say he has, whether or not his opinion matters.
Oh, it's just his internet.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear him? He kind of
I'm
cut
back,
in
sorry.
and out. Okay, there you are. Okay, back to you, boys.
How much
Did
of that
you hear
got
that,
cut
or
out?
do I
I
need to
honestly don't know
repeat
where. To say the thing over, I don't know how much I lost.
What I was saying is that you don't actually get a say in any of the immigration laws, in any of the immigration process, or in even who the people are in power.
Okay, well, that's just fundamentally ridiculous. We live in a constitutionally representative republic. I vote the representative into office. They run on the platform that I want. So if they don't have my values, I don't vote for them. It's as simple as that. I don't know what's hard about this. It's like basic civics 101.
Okay.
Here.
Who votes for president, really?
I don't know. I imagine
The
you're going to say
Electoral
somebody
College.
different than I. Okay.
How are
sure.
they appointed?
I don't know. Get to your point here.
By the
fast,
two
man. I'm
major
falling asleep.
parties. There is no mechanism that connects your fucking poll results to any outcome. None.
You call them poll results. You understand that, like, again, the Electoral College votes, they have to actually be won, and they come through the vote coming through the popular vote.
No. Actually, if you look into it, there's not actually any mechanism tying them to shit. There are some states that will try to void their electorate's vote if it goes against the state. But no, there is nothing.
When's that happen?
There is
When's the
nothing.
last time that happened, and where was it?
You need to look. You and I'm coming at you hard because you're representative of a whole fuck ton of useful idiots listening right now. You need to
Right
come
back
to
at
terms
you.
with the fact that you don't have shit for say in any of this. You adopt what you're told to adopt.
No, I
That
adopted
includes-
because I
that
agree with
includes the
it.
boogeyman.
I'm an individual, I think. I can't help it that you disagree with what I think.
No, I don't believe that at all.
I'm devastated. Again, devastated to hear it. I'm
Okay.
really basing my life
Then
off
give me
of
some
what you
thoughts
believe or don't
besides
believe.
sarcasm. Sarcasm is the lowest form of humor. Go ahead.
I don't give a shit what you think about it. What are you going to rate me? I'm saying your argument is bunk. I don't care.
Why is
It's
it bunk?
sarcasm. Who cares? Who cares? Make a point. What?
I've made a ton of points.
No, you haven't. All you've said is, the president.
Well,
isn't
I'm
picked
cutting down
by,
your understanding
anybody.
of your
The
interaction
electoral college is nothing.
with the government system that you live under. You are subject to them. You don't run them. This is something that we're taught.
Who said I have to run them? I don't run them. I'm part of a bigger whole. It is not just me out here, guy. Can you calm down?
You called for a hole?
God damn it, Sarah.
So maybe you can answer this question because this is something that hasn't been clear to me for as much as I've been tuning into this. What is the harm, the specific ill that illegal immigrants are causing that needs to be remedied?
Okay, now I'm going to preface this by just saying you're not going to agree with what I think is the ill, but I'll answer. Fine. What the ill is that they are now in the country. Now, not if you believe in the idea of nation states, in borders, in a national identity, you have now inflicted harm against that national collective which harbors that national identity. Leaving aside all the economic benefits that you potentially, not every immigrant, illegal or otherwise.
Would you, you cut off, I don't know if that was intentional or not. Would you agree with me if I said that all these problems could be solved if we just stop giving free shit to illegal immigrants?
No, because there's a national identity. That's what I said when you first asked. It was like, no, that wouldn't stop it. The people who are actually about the national character of America would still be there saying, yeah, we want them out.
Real quick, before everybody else starts jumping in, how long have you given a fuck about illegal immigrants? Probably just as long as you've cared about tariffs.
No, since I probably became a Republican, which was in about like 2014, 2013-ish. Why? What does that have to do with anything?
Really, you've always felt this strongly about immigrants. It has nothing to do with...
Well, you're trying to tell me that Daddy Trump, he tells me what to think and feel. Like, come on.
Why do I want illegal
immigrants? He's saying that the propaganda has gotten to your priorities. That's what he's
saying. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
Daddy
why do you
Trump
want...
or Daddy Fox or whoever else. This is just bunk shit. It's like we can't think for ourselves. We're too stupid to understand.
I mean, it does affect
well, you don't understand the electoral college. And
you said it doesn't even elect the president. Who understands it better between the two of us?
President.
You don't. You guys, I don't think you guys understand. That's a trick. We don't just select the presidents. Okay, we don't even select the electoral. We don't even. Anyone can name one electoral candidate?
I never said.
No, they're appointed. They're like random people that are appointed. Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
This is a closed system between the parties. It has nothing to do with the general population.
We don't even know the electoral candidates. All right, they're appointed by the fucking Republicans and Democrats. Okay, we don't know if they're appointed through money. We don't know who the fuck they are. Okay, that's scary in the first place. Second place, the president could win a popular vote, meaning the people actually vote for him if they're really voting for them, but still lose the electoral vote. Okay, it depends. On addition to that, Trump could pick an electoral candidate, and the candidate wins and says, "Fuck you, Trump. I'm actually going to vote for her." Okay, it happened with Al Gore. All right, it happened with another president where Al Gore won the popular vote, but the electoral votes overshadowed the popular vote. That's why he's saying we don't pick them, because we really don't. We pick after they picked who to choose from. All right.
Can I just ask a serious question here?
Can I add on to that super quick? We also don't like vote on our own laws. Like we vote on people to make laws, but it's not like we are controlling how the laws are made and stuff like that. So
yeah, I said that too.
Unless
I
you have
agree
money.
with that. I never said that we run the electoral college. Yes, you're right about the people in there who give the electoral votes to the winner or whatever, and however they decide it, they're supposed to follow us, I guess, to a degree. This is not very irrelevant to the whole point of illegal immigration and national identity and how those two concepts conflict. I don't know what the hell Flo is trying to get at with it, but I'm at a loss for it, I guess. He's going to call me stupid or some other thing.
I'll actually concede that. I don't believe in multiculturalism. I think it is a trap and it weakens social fabric. That said, I think mobilizing a Gestapo to attack the boogeyman that you've been told to demonize now by your elected actor is more divisive. But I will agree that multiculturalism is a loser.
I don't know how you can say that when America has like the strongest economy. We have the
biggest country, and we're the central reserve currency. Has nothing to do with the strength of our productivity.
I mean, it seems like our culture is like it seems like our culture is working pretty well. Like comparatively.
Yeah, but wait a sec, Ghosty. If your culture is multiculturalism, you have no culture.
Yeah, I do. There is American culture, of course.
Yeah. So why do you want to subvert American culture? Why do you need multiculturalism?
Multiculturalist cultures are a culture of shallow. It's shallow culture. Shallow, materialistic. There's nothing lasting there. It is basically no culture.
I don't see it that way, but
yeah, you're basically trying to turn America into like one of those rest stops. It's like a whole bunch of people can come and get what they need. They can get food, go to the bathroom, but it's not a home. It's like that's the problem that we have with it. It's like the more you import other people, if we were to import all of China into America tomorrow, save aside all the logistical questions that go along with that, it's like, do you think they'd be Chinese American or they would just be Chinese in America?
I feel
like
home.
It would be...
Lots of people who live like in diverse places feel at home.
No. Do you think like a way stop or like a gas station or a rest stop, it's like a home? Do you believe in that at all? Because that's what you're preaching.
I don't see the comparison of a country
there's just no
to
getting
a rest
around
stop.
it. If you can't communicate with your fucking neighbor because you speak different languages, you're not unified.
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
making people very
hold on,
upset
hold on.
about who likes
Hold on.
Chinese food.
I agree on the language thing. I think language, like
Well, it's
people
not
who
maybe
live
better
in one
water.
area should
Okay.
speak the same language, but you can have different cultures and speak the same language, or
Alright, so are you
different
aware of the town
diversity of
Ghosty?
people.
I don't know. I think that it's still to be determined whether this could work out. I mean, I'm optimistic about it, but so far it just seems like it's better for people to go by their tribes and culture and religion. It just seems like, and like
I feel like the most successful countries in the world have like the highest amounts of diversity.
No.
Sarah, can I ask you a question before we get further out?
Right now, marriage rate sucks. Divorce rate sucks.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I want to ask you a question before we get too deep into this.
Is really kind
Yeah.
of sucks too, to
Hold
be
on a
honest.
second, tied up. Hold on. Go ahead,
I
OG.
want to ask you a question before we get too deep in this, because I know we only got 15 minutes left, so I want to up something. But anyway, can I pull an age check tonight? Because I can try to figure out where the fuck I am at right about now, as far as the people on the panel. Can I get an
don't
age
have
check?
AIDS. Huh.
No, well, I know you probably
I'm
get
38.
some
I'm 38.
38. Okay. Can we
39,
get
man.
everybody?
Turning 40
I
this
thought you
year.
said age for a second.
I'm 31.
31.
Uh-huh. Let's go.
29.
Let's get it in. Come on. Let's get it in.
I'm 34.
All right. So I did this
Damn,
shit
man, I'm
again.
old.
I'm 60. I did this shit again. I'm 66 years old, and I'm be the oldest fuck on the panel. But
brother, there's a mathematical certainty. The older you get, the more likely you are to be the oldest person on the channel.
You're right. But listen to this. Every
Not
time I
fair,
hear
man. You
these
got like 20 years
conversations,
ahead of me.
I always hear these conversations from halftime. And I don't know which half it is. At the beginning half, at the ending half. All right? We act as if there's not a cause and effect in anything. All right? We go by laws, we go by this, we go by that. But how about the other people who are in competition with the people who come in here illegally? How about the children who's born by the illegal people who's pushing American citizens out of jail due to the fact there's other children coming in, be American, due to the fact their parents came here illegal and had them? How about when you get ready to go to the emergency room and it's turned into a fucking doctor's office or a traffic jam due to the fact the illegal people don't have their insurance, so they had to use the emergency room like it's a doctor's office? So what I'm trying to say is, y'all have these conversations and I guess this is what my mom, my dad told me way back in the day. Sometimes you're too damn smart for your own damn self. Where did the common sense? Where did the common sense come in these conversations? You had one guy come up here and try to be the smartest lawyer that ever was existed on earth, and Gary Spencer would have whipped his ass, and he couldn't tie Gary Spencer's shoes because you used to eat guys like that up. All right, come up with all this bullshit that he was talking. Okay. He really just, what y'all call it, hijacked the conversation or gaslight the conversation, or whatever terms y'all use now. But I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of tired of this bullshit, because that's what it comes down to be. Because if you don't live in California, as I will, but I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, so I'm kind of good with these kind of conversations from being from the South. But if you don't live in California, you quite don't understand this shit. You're starting to get in a magnified glass of what we've been going through for the last 40 and 50 years. All right? So you people who in shit, did you forget about the industrial era where we got machines to pick shit? Okay? So if somebody's picking some shit on a goddamn farm, that means the farm is so goddamn small that it don't even have fucking enough money to buy fucking proper tools to use. So let's get down to the real shit, okay?
Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business.
Like you, bro.
Even though he's yelling at me, I like him too.
I love Jay.
Let's get down to the real shit, all right? If everybody on this panel believes there's a cause and effect for everything, let's start at the beginning. And the beginning will be the root of the problem. The root of the problem is, number one, this country goes around into South America, Central America, and every other fucking country they can, destabilize that country with their own dollar bill, and that makes people want to run into this goddamn country. Now, as far as me, I'm not really down with people coming in here illegal, because I know my daughters, granddaughters, and their daughters and kids go be in competition with people who was at the race, and the motherfucker shot the gun, and they got to run for 3 or 4 days before the motherfucker told my kids they can run. So, when you think about shit like that, it's got to have some kind of equality. As far as shipping them out, make them come back in, okay, you do whatever you want to do. But to sit them around and act like it's not cause or effect, and it don't affect just the economy, it affects everything. Because I have took 2 young men to a job with button-down slacks and everything else, but the guys didn't speak Spanish. Now, is it real hard to tell if a motherfucker here illegal or not? I can tell you how you do that. Very easily. Officers, ICE. You can't go through 12 years of school in the United States to know how to speak fucking English.
Breach. Facts. Give this man a round of applause, please.
Yeah, bravo.
That's fair. I like OG. He came on last time and
We'll go on, Flo. Come on. Fight the good fight here. Let's hear it.
And Jay in
I mean, he
Miami
didn't
right
say
now, it's
anything
like
that I really
2 weeks now,
disagree with.
dog. Like,
What do you think that
Miami
he
is
said
really,
that I
like-
should disagree with? Aside from the fact that he was indirectly shit talking at me, which I'm okay
No,
with.
really. Yeah, I would have called you out. We've been on panels before. You know, I don't operate that way. I
Yeah,
talk
you can
to
call
the
him out
whole.
anyway.
And
I talk to the whole
you know,
panel.
me out.
You say things.
I
You
wonder
say
if it's
things
calling
from
me
a
out.
California standpoint. I haven't been in California in 20 years, so I have no idea. Here in the Midwest, we don't have those issues, and so that response seems overkill.
Man, if you call a restaurant or store in Florida right now, you better speak English. I mean, better speak Spanish, bro. Like that's their default down there now. Like I can imagine what it'll be in 20 years.
That's kind of 20 years ago. Everything was Mandarin in parts of LA. So I don't even, you know.
Yeah, but they made better food. Goddamn, Chinese restaurants got a better menu than Spanish restaurants.
And
You
that's
can say
the
what you
thing that
want
I
to.
was trying to get at, like this whole conversation is like people keep acting like, hey, why are you being a hater? Like, why don't you want these people to come in and partake in the dream and all this and that? And it's like, well, like it's like people are investing in a long-term investment when they're building a country, and you come in then out of nowhere without being like saying like, yeah, it's cool for you to join in our dream that we're creating here, and then they just take part of the dream. It's like, and try to rob it from you. Like, it's so disgusting that happens. And what I was trying to say way earlier before Rocky left about the meat thing, so KFC Ontario, they put in halal chicken and they remove pork from all KFC locations unless it's a KFC Taco Bell shared one. So they are changing the culture by doing these types of behaviors. And so that's one of the side effects, like Ghost was saying, is that
KFC has pork?
not anymore. And
I
so
never knew they ever did.
Yeah,
Kentucky Fried Pork. I mean, the thing is like, this is one of the, like, that's fairly benign, effect from the cause of this. But you can't act like importing like all these different people from all these different cultures, that it's not going to fundamentally change the culture that it's coming into if they are just going to bring their culture with them and not assimilate to the new culture.
Well, but there's something to be said for Hispanic culture having a lot more traditional gender roles and religious heritage than anything that's already here. So I would think that the Christians would be actually fairly open to that cultural influence.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Flo. No one's against immigration. No one's against immigration. They're against illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Okay, I know, and
Mexico
we
doesn't
have
even allow
addressed that there's
Americans to
problems.
work there unless they're doing a job that Mexicans can't do. At least,
Somebody asked me earlier
that
why.
exchange, like you cannot work in Mexico if you're not doing a job that.
I don't give a fuck about that. That's absolutely not significant.
My point is they're even smart enough not to allow niggas to just go. Excuse my language. When I get hyped, I use the N-word. But they even
Me
get
too.
hyped enough not to allow the Americans to work down there. And like even they're smart enough not to let us come down there and take their jobs. But we don't really get the picture. That's why the whole thing is.
So I don't know.
Can you hear me? It all comes down to the same reason why they use slaves for free labor. They know what they're doing. They're just allowing it because it's cheaper. That's where it comes down.
Let me interrupt the panel for just a moment. Ticky Tack is telling you all what to do with the Big Ten. He says, donate, you cheapskates. You have exactly 2 minutes to finish the super chat goal. You need 3 more, or else we're going to shut this little bitch down.
And to help out people that were confused about the KFC comment, here's the reason that like you're a little confused about where's pork and stuff. Bacon. Okay, bacon is what was included in KFC products as basically the #1 pork thing that was there. And trust me, bacon
I
on
didn't even know KFC had bacon. I guess I
yeah, it's delicious. Like that disgusting like deep fried like chicken, and then they have like bacon sauce, and then another fried chicken, and the deep fried chicken's the bun. That thing's delicious and horrible for you. And there was
I thought they
bacon on
literally just had fried chicken and like mashed potatoes.
Oh, yeah, but for Arnie, a more direct question would just be to ask Elsie, would you mandate English be spoken in all places in America?
What do you mean by mandate? I think so.
Like they
yeah.
used to, kind of thing.
Like I think people should.
Yeah. So
have
for example,
to-
with the Florida example where it's like they only speak Spanish, like there's commented like
Well,
you can't
I'm
open
not
a
going to
restaurant
like
unless
force
you speak
people
Spanish.
to speak Spanish
Here.
like in their or
Well, how
not
about
speak
this?
Spanish in their
How
own
about-
terms.
how
But I
about
think if
instead
you're
of-
working, like you should be obligated to
What
speak
if
English. Like working with the
instead of
public. I would-
mandating, Ghosty, I have a suggestion. What if instead of mandating, you just stop offering services, government services in all hella languages? Would that be a
And
nice
while you're
middle ground?
thinking about that, Ghosty, Robert Demita coming in with a big 10 to try to keep it going. You guys have 2 more super chats to hit, and you have exactly 60 seconds to do it. You better move fast.
So, because the reason why we asked this, Ghosty, is because the culture of America is English and the language they speak is English. But it seems like you're okay for immigrants coming in here and not actually integrating with society. They can use their own language. You don't
Why
care.
do you always make these crazy accusations? I think if people coming here
following the
should,
entailment of your
I
logic.
think if people coming here should speak English. I already stated that earlier. I said it was a very important thing.
How can you
Racist. Yeah, so-
verify that they do if they're coming here illegally?
Wow.
Okay.
And Aisha's Ghost with a big
Is that a
14
sarcastic
says
There you go, Aisha's
bacon. Bacon. I love bacon.
Nothing goes better on the Quran than bacon.
Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics with the big 10 says, Ghost OJ, my new hero. He is the Black Grid 1. Huzzah. Fair enough.
What?
Silver
Thank you,
Oak-
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ogre with the big 2 to bring us up as well. Isabella with the big 2 to make sure that we keep on moving. Money me, money now.
Money now.
Money now. And Angry Snowman with the big 10 says it's obvious that the people that are okay with illegal immigration have never had to deal with the IRS when one of them stole your social security number and filed taxes before you could.
That is true.
Interesting. And I
That's
wanted to
rough.
read a couple more of these that I didn't get to read earlier because I didn't want to interrupt. But Tristan came in with the big 2. Says this guy wanted me to buy him for $100, so I did. And then, oops, I read that one already. And then King of Chaos with the big 2 said MS-13 and Trendez Aragua point guns routinely. And John with the big 2 says Farney and Bigfoot win. Time to wash, not Fifi. Oh, yeah. All right. And then Locksmith with the big 5 says, we ain't going nowhere, bitches. Fine. I'll give you another hour. But at any point, I can just shut this bitch down if I want to. You know that, right? All right. Back to you, panel. They have purchased your time.
But it's not alarming to y'all that somebody could like commit a crime and like not be like it'd be that much harder to be tracked down. Like if
It's
Jorge
way
gets
more
shot-
alarming the opposite. It's way more alarming how many people love Big Brother.
That's
So
true.
I'm not
See,
one of
no,
those
no.
that
This
look,
is a
but I
weird
don't-
one that you guys keep saying.
I
You
don't
and
think it's-
Steelman
I'm-
said this.
I'm definitely
man.
not him. But I mean,
there's no Big Brother by just knowing who the hell lives in your country. It's what every country's always done for all of
Papers,
history. They've done
sir.
censuses about.
No,
who
it's
lives
not
in
what
your
every
country.
country's
They're not doing papers, please, either. They're not running up to random people that just happen to be a little bit darker. and say,
Papers,
like,
papers,
show
show
us.
your papers. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Nobody's
it's
doing
not
that.
happening.
Okay, so how do we know who's in the country?
do identification.
Census data, I guess. I don't know.
Like I,
mean,
said, you can do systems where,
watched
for
their cell phone
instance, you're having the people have incentives. to
Facial
report
recognition. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Like
It's having-
literally walk me through how you are checking to make sure that you know who's in the country if it's not through an oversight system that's Big Brother is.
There's many different ways that you can do it where, for instance, you can have citizens that are incentivized to report people that shouldn't be there.
Oh, good
period.
snitches.
Yeah. What? So if
That
you
still-
want
that
some,
still
no,
did
hold on,
nothing to
hold on.
answer
You know
the
how
question.
stupid this
The word
criminal
snitch doesn't
mentality
apply
of
to
like
citizens.
snitching is bad. If
You
you
get the
saw a
concept
woman
out
getting
of it.
essayed on a street
Why would
corner,
we not
would
want
you
to
not report
sow
that, you moron?
distrust into the population? What could
You're
go
so
wrong with
dumb.
that shit?
You're so dumb. You want
Hey,
snitches to not
hey,
get
Farney,
like
Farney, answer my question. How
praised?
do you monitor who's in the country without monitoring the people?
I just told you example, and you said, "Oh,
By
snitches."
encouraging snitching.
Yes, what's wrong with snitches?
It doesn't.
If you witness
monitor
a
the
crime, you're
people
not going
in
to
the
report it.
They get
country.
stitches, sir.
It doesn't monitor
the snitch
who's
culture
in
doesn't come
the
from
country.
citizens. The snitch culture is from people that don't believe in the system, so they work outside the system, and therefore, if you snitch,
what are you
you're
talking
agreeing with
about?
the system's procedure.
I'm trying to
The
get.
How is
snitch
that
isn't about
working
citizens.
outside the system to
I'm
report
trying to
crime?
I'm agreeing with you. I'm
how
agreeing
he's
with you.
tracking.
Okay, sorry,
They're
Toto.
applying the word snitching the wrong way.
Cracking,
Snitching
please.
doesn't apply to citizens. Snitching is for people that try to work outside the system. So I snitch when I want the system to work for me, but I work outside the system and every other thing. That's what the snitching culture comes from. It doesn't come from a citizen, a law-abiding citizen. That's not a snitch. All right.
Yeah, there's no possible reason
that they're called snitches because we believe. Well, they believe.
Okay,
and
tied up.
and-
Can you not
and
deflect from
revenge to
him?
the people.
The only thing I want to know from you is what's your favorite flavor of boot, Farney. How do you track the people in the country?
Like Jack
Dude,
Boots.
you have like a social security number or a social identification number, depending on what like terminology you want to use.
Okay, we have that in place already. That's
Correct.
not really good enough.
Right. So the people without that are the ones that are not documented.
Yeah, and when you see somebody that is breaking the law, what do, Flo?
You arrest them.
Well, you report them to the authority that has the power to arrest them.
Oh, and so
you
I'm
could
curious,
make
how
the
many
citizens
people
arrest.
on this panel, if they found out that like their neighbor or they saw somebody that was working and they realized they knew for a fact they were undocumented, they were here illegally, would you report them to ICE right now?
Nope.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That depends on whether
Yeah, I'd probably do it.
Of course I would. Why wouldn't I not report them for doing criminal activity?
But I will go to the employee and ask why you got 15 employees, 9 of the ladies who work for you named Maria Gonzalez. Why is that?
My thing is like,
oh, that shit happens. Y'all think it don't happen, but it happens.
Pablo's got Friday off. Which Pablo?
What if your neighbor is driving around with expired
if there's a
tags?
Jorge that steals from your house and he's undocumented, that you don't have a problem with how much harder it's going to find out who actually committed the crime. You don't have a problem.
No, that's fine. I was
prefer
asking just
people
like
not all be tracked and traced constantly just in case a crime pops off.
Nobody's
I prefer
saying
that.
tracked
Hold
and
on.
traced.
No one's saying track and
constantly.
trace constantly. That's
You
a
want
different
people
type
to
of
be-
story.
how-
I'm talking about a documentation that allows you to exist in the government. I'm not saying a continuing.
What, like people
fucking IP
swipe their
address.
badge in before they commit crimes, or what?
Oh my
What
god.
are you talking about, dude?
NPC the game
You're
comes
being
with a
unrealistic,
big
dude.
mm-mm.
What you're doing
Pardon
is
me
you're
for
mixing
just
a
moment.
documentation that
Pardon me
allows
for
you to
just a
exist in the
moment.
country.
Pardon me
Super
for
chat,
just a
super chat, super
moment.
chat.
Tied up. 1 second.
Thank you,
Super
OG.
chat.
Oh, my bad.
NPC the game coming in with a big 150 says sounds like none of the panel have lived outside their home country for an extended period of time. Am I right? Has
Depends.
anybody on panel lived outside
Sure.
of
Atlanta has fallen. It is no longer America.
What would be considered
when you say extended period of time? What are you talking about?
I'd say 6 months. I'd say 6
I
months.
stayed in
probably.
Costa Rica for 6 months. I stayed in Africa.
I used to live in
maybe
France for
7
6 months. Yeah.
So yeah.
He's totally wrong.
Yeah.
But I know in Costa Rica,
That's why I hate
you
Marxism.
can't own no land if you're not a citizen of that country. I know they got laws.
Atlanta
and other countries that we sometimes we let the doors open here, and that comes. I'm telling you, a lot of this comes from us going in other countries and destabilizing their dollar bills, our dollar bills. Forcing them to take our dollar bills and destabilize their own currency. So that's why when you go to these other countries, they'll just fall over to get a dollar bill. And that's come from petrodollars to everything else. So we got to understand why we really have this problem. We don't have this problem just because some drug dealers came together and said, we're going to ship some people to America. The opportunity must be there from the beginning. People must want to come here from the beginning. And so they use that, and this is what I call that cause and effect. And when we don't understand that, we'll never understand why people risk their life to get here. Why they'll risk their life to be in a tractor trailer for hours and hours, not even knowing if they're going to make it out to be able to come into this country. It's just not one thing. There's a lot of different levels to this. And our government is partially responsible for it.
Yeah, I think they allow
It's
it.
the Hegelian dialectic.
I'll go one step further, Joe. The Democrats want it this way because the other thing that they push for is no voter ID laws. In some states, it was illegal to even show your ID.
What?
Yeah, you
Man, what
didn't
state
hear
is
about
that,
all
man?
that?
I'm calling cap. That's
That there's
cap.
no voter ID laws.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
Because it's
Oh.
racist. Because supposedly black don't know how to get a
ID
voter ID.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I can't, man.
What state was that? What
Look,
state was it
Well, a
illegal?
lot of Democratic states had
The
it. I think
Hegelian dialectic is
California had
problem
it.
reaction.
Well, it
solution.
really came out of the poll tax. It came out of the poll tax. They pulled some shit way back when black people went to vote, and they would ask them how many bubbles in a bar soap. You know what I mean? And shit like that. So, this is actually happening. If you do the
That's
research,
legitimate. That's straight.
if you actually go back, you'll see this shit actually happening. So when
Yeah,
the
but
civil rights and all this thing came along, that opened it up so nobody could be poll tax or whatever. So poll tax wasn't just money. There was questionnaire that was asked for people. So they brought that shit back. California started getting out license and ID to people who were illegal.
No,
and so they
no,
could take,
that's not true. That's not true. That is not true. You have to prove that you are a citizen to vote. And I looked into this. There were not there were not illegal people voting in the election.
bump your brakes a little bit,
are you
my
talking
sister.
about?
Wait a minute. Bump your brakes a little bit, my sister. Okay. Not only can you don't have to be legal to vote in this country, it is against the law. But you got people who are legal in this country who voted more than one time. So don't act as if that didn't happen. Okay.
There is
This
minimal,
is what I'm trying.
minimal voter fraud.
Okay, this is what I'm.
Wait, Jay. Like, so she's right about that first argument, but you're right about people voting twice. But you do.
No, listen what I'm just saying. If you got ID that don't say you are illegal, and that is one of the things they take when you go, because a lot of places you don't have to. You can register at the day of the election, like in California.
Right, but you know what you need to register, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
ID.
Okay.
No, you need more than.
Oh, then listen what I just said. You need only ID.
Okay, so the argument was first that you didn't need ID, but now you're saying that
No,
there's
listen. What
fake
I'm saying at the day of the election, you can actually use the state ID you got, not been a citizen in this country, and use that and register vote on the day of election.
I'm saying,
Right,
how do you have?
is supposed to
But I'm saying, if you have a
remove
state
those that are not
ID and you're
legitimate
not a
citizens
citizen, you
from
have a
voting.
faulty state ID, right? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
this is what I'm telling you. California gives out ID to people who are not legal here. It was a time Bank of America used to let you have an account.
Don't you still have to be a registered voter when you get up there? Like your name has to be on the list.
True.
Okay, no. I haven't. Wait. I haven't voted since Jimmy Carter, and this was the first year. Last year was the first year I voted.
Really
all right. Okay. So I went down there. I know I'm not on anything. I don't get to even get mail to say you got to serve as a juror in court. I know I'm probably so far under the damn computer that it's probably the computer that got my name in is obsolete. Okay. I went there, and the only thing I had to do, and listen to this, I didn't even have to show ID. I told them I was a citizen. I signed a piece of paper and put my name on it. That's all I had to do.
Yeah, and that's true. What their job is, what's supposed to happen, which is probably unrealistic, but they're supposed to check your signature to your registration registration form.
I didn't even register. I registered on the same day it was to vote. This is what I'm telling you.
But hold up. So you're saying you registered to vote without an ID?
Yes.
Okay, I got to take your word for it.
I had to tell you, voting didn't matter.
I'm just telling you. Wait a minute. Not only did I do it, I made a video. I took 3 other people with me. I made a video. I put it on my channel.
You only have to register to vote one time in your life.
Yeah, you think they still got that same computer from way back in when Jimmy Carter ran?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, why not?
I mean,
they do.
But if you registered that day,
I think like when you get even when you renew your driver's license, like if your driver's license expires or state ID or whatever, when you go there, they'll ask you if you want to register to vote. You can choose yes or no. But presuming that you have a state ID and you went to register, I'd imagine after you fill out that little piece of paper and hand it in at the voting polls, they double check your name to the state.
Can I tell you something?
And mark
Sarah?
you as like signed
Sarah,
off.
can I tell you something, Sarah? And all my friends will tell you this. I haven't had a driver license in 40 years or ID in 40 years.
Not a state ID?
How long were you in prison for?
Never did
You
a
got a
crime,
social?
never took a drink, and never smoked weed.
Well, how do you have a bank account or?
I
Well,
do
yeah,
it the
you don't-
old-
you don't need a-
I-
you don't
look,
need a
look,
bank
look.
account.
I do it the old-fashioned way in a Mason Dixon jar.
How do you
Where do you live?
See, I know you're gonna start asking questions.
No,
and
but
I'm
you
gonna-
have an ID number.
I'm
You have an
giving-
ID number. You just don't have an ID. Like you,
No.
you have
my
a social
last-
security.
Okay, listen.
like you're.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
you're
system,
right.
right.
You're right. I do have
Yeah.
a social security, but listen to this. My last ID was in Charlotte, North Carolina, 40 years ago.
Have you
How do you-
registered your new address at all?
No,
Like, do you get
I
do you
use
get
Postbox.
mail?
I use Postbox. See, I'm giving away too many secrets.
I think it's hilarious.
I'm giving away too many goddamn secrets.
It's
There's
Well,
a
I
way.
mean, then the question from there would be, I mean, can you get on an airplane? Can you do this? Can you do that?
Okay, when I worked in Hollywood for 35 years, most of the airplanes I was on were charter planes, okay? I haven't got on a plane since 1996, and they didn't even ask for ID at that time. That's when my mother passed away. I flew to New York. Then when my father passed away in Charlotte, North Carolina, that was in 1995. So after that, I wasn't really even worried about it. I retired from Hollywood in 1995. And most of the time that we went outside the country was in charter planes. Now, I did have a passport, all right? But outside of that passport, I have never had any other ID.
So you don't drive or drink alcohol?
I don't drive. I don't drink alcohol. We got a good metro system here. I got a train that's about 4 blocks away from me, and it takes me anywhere I needed to go.
You know, I haven't had an ID or driver's license in years either.
Arnie, what
but-
do we do about this citizen who's not actually registered and enrolled with the proper authorities?
As
Which
I
one?
understand it,
Which
he's not
one?
a-
You just said
voter ID, man.
Which
There's more
one?
ID work. There's other ways you can like register a vote than just your ID. That's like not the only way you can do it. It's
Yeah.
like I don't know. I keep pointing like, oh, I never had a driver's license, therefore this is bullshit. There are other ways to do identity verification than just your driver's license.
What are some? What are some? When they give us two.
Yeah, but they also don't.
I'm just tired of people just saying shit. Just give us two.
One sec, let me short this. So it's very
So,
easy to get a voter ID then, process, yeah? It's very easy to get a voter ID, correct?
Sometimes for other people, no.
Yeah, so why is there 15 states that don't require
Let
it?
me answer your question. Like, I'm almost done. I would definitely support like a new law put in place where everyone gets free government IDs. And you can take the day off of work and they'll get it. If that was all taken care of, then yeah, I'd be totally for that.
Yeah,
You know,
but your
I don't
Democratic
have
Party
an-
wouldn't be.
I don't have an ID, and I was able to vote. The way I was able to vote is I had to answer like a couple security questions and put in like my social security or my passport, which is also expired. So I think I put in my social security, and I answered security questions. It asked me like where I used to live, like pick the address where I used to live and shit like that to confirm who I was.
But we know you don't need an ID, but at
Yeah.
one point you need to have registered in which you need an ID.
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
register in advance? Yeah, so I mean you're good. There's like
Well,
16
technically,
states.
in some states, you don't need your. I'll say recently lived in a state, not anymore. But when I went to register, I just needed proof of my address. I actually didn't have to show my ID ever.
Exactly, that's how easy it is.
But wait, I had different proof. I'm not saying it's easy. That's actually hard. It's actually hard to get other.
And see, this
like 5 different forms of proof than one card that has everything.
It's such a joke. Nobody in Canada like whines about this. Like there's so
Yeah.
many different ways you can show that who you are when you go to vote. Like you don't need some sort of special ID. You can just like bring your driver's license or your alcohol one where it shows that you're of age to drink alcohol, and then just like a second form of say like a piece of mail. That's it. And guess what? That's the same as in the States. You have an ID to show that you're of age to drink alcohol, and you have it showing that you live in an address. It's not hard. Everybody's
And,
acting like, oh, you can't do it because you're too poor. If you're too poor to go down and get the license to the ID to show your age, then I'm sorry, you probably aren't like even able to
it's
go
more
down
easy.
to the voting booth.
It's more easy. It's more easy to get in the casino here in California. It's more harder to get in the casino than it is to vote here in California. You cannot even get. You can't get in casinos in California without ID.
You'd have backed up with facts. What makes you say that?
What?
Huh?
You just can't say. You can say that. You got to back it up. What makes you think it's
trying to say,
harder?
like-
Okay, so I
getting
2 weeks
casino.
2 weeks ago, I took one of my clients to a Hollywood casino. All right, and you have to have a player card or identification. I don't care if you look like you're 99 years old. All right.
Yes,
When
you need
the
an
bicy-
ID to get in.
You're
But
right.
hey,
I went to the bicycle. I went to took the person to the bicycle. They wanted to go to a card room. And California have some of the biggest card rooms in the world. So I took them to the bicycle. Same thing. If I didn't have ID or a player's card, that means I had to have a player's card. I had to show my ID to get the player's card to get into the casino. So I couldn't get a casino, but I was able to vote without
And can I
ID.
point out why that
you
is?
said, wait, I thought you said you didn't have an idea.
Go ahead.
Well, the
Please point
reason
it
that
out.
that would
You
be
talked about 20 minutes that you didn't have an ID for 40 years, but also you're going to the bar?
Oh wait, yeah, you.
No, I said casino.
Yeah, but what are you using to get into the casino? You said you don't have an ID.
I said I couldn't get in. That's why I didn't get in.
Oh, I see. I thought you were saying you did get it. My bad.
No,
Yeah, so
I didn't get in.
My headphones
the
died for a
person
second.
has a fundamental right to vote. You can be born in the United States, have a home birth, never be documented, and still be a United States citizen and entitled to all the rights and benefits of a citizen. And so that's what he's touching on, is that you have the fundamental right to vote if you're a citizen, whether or not you have documents. They can't infringe upon your right to vote, even though, as Flo mentioned, it doesn't really matter because who are you voting for? One of the candidates that one of the parties selected. So who cares if all the Mexicans vote anyways, because they're only going to vote for one of the party's candidates in the first place. And the Electoral College is going to select that person anyways, as he mentioned. So that's all really a void point. But what I'm getting at here is that you have the right to vote. That's why it's easier.
Right. I get that. That's what I was. That was my point. That was my point.
Are you saying countries that require voter ID don't have that right extended?
Yeah,
to
well,
their
let me
citizens?
explain. Let me give you a perfect example. So I had a home birth, and I'm not for this big brother tracking and putting papers on every citizen. So I didn't want my children to have papers on them. They were still born in the United States, and therefore they, under the 14th Amendment, they were United States citizens. However, the government doesn't recognize them as having the privileges of a United States citizen. They
Yes,
can't
they
get
do.
benefits. They can't get government benefits. You can't
Dude,
go
you
apply
just-
for food.
Like, sorry to interrupt you here, man, but like you just said they were born in the United States, right? So were they born at a hospital or no?
No, home birth.
And that you never got a birth certificate for it?
Right, because like as Flo is kind of mentioned here, we don't need the government putting papers on everybody. I believe in some
Can I ask
liberty.
you a question about that, Steelman? Because I definitely disagree with I think your principles, but I'm curious. Have you thought about like the long-term repercussions of it like that? Like imagine in your mindset you're thinking it's gonna be better in long term where there won't be on a list or whatever, but do you see then some negatives too? Like it might be harder to get a job. or
Yeah,
something
and you
because
bring
we're
up
not
a
in the system.
perfect point. It's almost yes. I'm actually I've kind of gone through the process of of getting them some documents because of, like you're saying, the government wants documents for everything. It doesn't matter if you're actually a United States citizen. You don't have the rights of a United States citizen unless you have documents. So this whole idea of United States
Prove
citizens
it.
having these unalienable fundamental rights is a total lie. You only have those rights if you have the documents, whether you're a citizen or not. Although
Yeah,
in
so
this case,
deport them.
Wouldn't that also
Although in
mean
this-
that we don't need to worry about illegal immigrants because they don't have documentation.
deport who?
So
Terry
we don't
Act.
have
That's
to
my
worry
point.
about them voting.
Terry Act's talking about deporting United States citizens because they don't have documents.
I'm
That's a
not.
bad-
You just said these non-citizens, they don't have these rights. It's all bullshit.
No,
but
I'm
let's
saying
support
these
them.
citizens. I'm saying these citizens who are born without.
Can
having
you
to go
prove
to
it?
a- What?
No, I actually know a couple of people.
Can
that
you
did
prove
the
it?
same thing, but I
You
don't
know
have
it's
to
the case.
say it.
People have
I'm
illegal
actually-
immigrants.
I'm
Jared, well,
anecdotal here.
I'm gonna help you, Jared, because I know you can agree with this. Illegal immigrants have come here and birthed kids, correct? Do you think that's happened ever
Correct.
before? So that's what he's talking about. They're
Well, no, I'm
born in
talking about-
America. That's just one example. I'm sure
I'm
the
Yeah, but that's
United
the whole
States
anchor,
He's
anchor
being
baby
very
shit.
specific. He's saying his situation. So your children aren't documented at all.
Well, originally they weren't, and then I have, and like I mentioned, so then they're denied all of the rights of a United States citizen, other than apparently voting, which was
Because
great.
you can't prove citizenship.
Right.
Can
so
you
have
tell us,
to-
if you don't mind, can you tell us at
Right,
what
so-
age did they
I
get
think-
documented?
I think everybody's forgetting the Fourth Amendment here.
The
It's like
14th.
Fourth Amendment is protection of no searches or seizures, which includes paperwork. So essentially, the only time anybody can ask you for ID is if if they've verified that you've committed a crime or you're in suspicion of a crime. Like there's a reasonable suspicion. Otherwise, you know, you don't have to have paperwork. Even the undocumented people, it's like if they walk up and ask, hey, where's your papers? They could just be like, what crime did I commit? And they don't get deported.
Yeah, but hold on, Tic Tac, that's not even fully fair because, like I said earlier, if it's your fellow man reporting that you've broken the crime of being there illegally because maybe they overheard you discussing how you're there illegally, and then they told the authorities about that, the authorities now have probable cause to ask
that's
you
called
for
hearsay.
documentation. What do you?
No, that's called
What are you
hearsay.
talking about?
No,
hearsay is for when you're in court, for when you're like
probable cause.
They
Yes,
might
it is.
they might use
If
that
the
as
call-
probable
if they
cause.
identify themselves to make the call,
no,
it's probable
no,
cause.
come on,
An
that's
anonymous
not-
call is
It's
not
not probable cause.
An anonymous call is
Yes.
not probable cause.
It's like
If
an
they
anonymous
identify
tip, right?
themselves,
No,
it's
no,
probable
I'm
cause.
saying
That's
if
not
you
probable
go to
cause.
the authorities and you say, "Hi, I'm so and so. I know about this individual that is doing this crime currently." You're telling me that the authorities aren't able to go and investigate that crime?
Yeah, they could walk up
That
and ask you
possible
questions.
crime, I should say.
Yeah, you could walk up and they could ask you questions, but you could just be like, I don't answer questions. And then
feel-
literally that's it.
And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
most
These
people don't-
the advocates of this that's exactly what they're doing. They're going and forewarning these people don't answer any questions. Now, reasonable or suspicious of a crime can't be just suspicious of a crime. It has to be reasonable.
Yeah.
If the person don't incriminate themselves, you have nothing other than a tipster who gave you a tip that you don't know to be true or not. So what the hell you gonna do? You gonna put your thumb in your ass, get back in your car, and drive down the street and try to find the next one?
We can be very good friends, sir.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So let's say the cop doesn't infringe upon his rights. It makes a false arrest, illegal arrest. What's his recourse? To file a civil suit from Mexico against a cop with qualified immunity?
Well, you would have the ACLU would come in and probably blast left and right. You know how they blast, right? They do reach around, they do over the top, under the bottom, grab your ankles. They do all kinds of shit that you don't want to happen in your court system. And they'll tie up some shit so long that you won't be able to get the next person.
Yeah, I would love to
Very
see an
possible.
illegal immigrant get the ACLU to represent him for an illegal detention. That'd be awesome. No, but I wanted to touch on this thing real quick. That people, this fallacy I keep on this argument that keeps coming up is this absolute fallacy that because it's a crime, they're criminals and therefore they deserve to be treated and punished as criminals. Now, can we just get that absolutist fallacy on the table and realize that that's what it is? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. So,
Okay,
for instance,
then anyone who has
hold on.
ever smoked weed on here needs to be punished for that crime. And all these weed shops need to be punished because it's federally illegal. And so those people are federal criminals. And so we need to treat them like criminals, right?
Hold on. Do you actually want to have an answer, or do you just want to overtalk?
No, he just wants to spur.
Ramping up, guys, come on.
So, if you are constantly breaking a crime on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour
smoke weed
basis,
every day.
are you telling me that's not a criminal? If they're
No, I'm telling you, I agree with you that everyone that smokes weed every day should be thrown in jail. Is that what you're saying?
No, not
even while they're sleeping, they're committing a crime. These people, you realize that, right? Like they are not taking a break whatsoever. The crime is constantly.
Okay, so if I
being
sleep
committed.
with weed in my possession on my nightstand, and I'm
Okay.
possessing marijuana, and I'm a federal
Can we
criminal.
at least, guys?
Oh, sorry, because of super.
You there, Sarah?
What's up, sir?
Can we what? Sorry, can we what, Sarah?
Sarah?
I'm here.
Mic went out.
Oh,
You
did
said,
you say
can we at
something?
least?
Yeah, but still, man,
We're all like on the edge of our seats. Like,
if someone commits a crime,
hold
then
on.
they get
Sarah's
caught,
trying to
that's
like
their
at least
consequence. It is
something.
what it
Like,
is. But we do. I mean, we take risks every day depending on the crime. I mean, that's our choice. You know, it's just. But I'm saying, I'm not going to defend someone that
you
gets
act
caught
like
if they
these
committed a crime knowingly.
You're saying that because
This message is sponsored in part by.
Damn, she was fat as hell.
Who the fuck is still talking? What is going on? Can nobody hear me?
I think you might have froze or something.
And now we can hear you.
Okay. Even at that, like I play a video clip and it mutes. Can you not hear me?
We hear you.
Hear you.
And who's?
What are you hearing?
I think
What's
you're hearing
going on?
something.
What are you hearing? We hear you good.
You got a delay?
We hear
Oh,
you. We
sorry.
hear nothing else.
I had something else playing in the background.
Gotta-
All right, listen.
Oh.
Say sorry, Sarah.
L's in the chat.
Looking
L's
for
in the
a
chat.
person to raid, and I didn't realize that the volume was turned on that, and I'm like, who the fuck is still talking? Shout out to Morgan for the big one, but even at that, guys, like at least like let's try to not talk over each other. It is so annoying to the viewers. It's annoying to me, but the viewers are the most important. And you're all just like yip yapping. You've been pretty good most of the night, but like let's just try to at least wait our turn. All right, back to you guys.
Sarah, can you just please play that video again? I think it settled down people like a ring girl.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
This message is sponsored in part by.
Wonder who was more happy, that horse or her?
That woman, immigrant. Now, how do you feel?
So GM might have to tell Dr. Umar on you.
Oh, please don't. I'm hiding under the clouds.
I mean, so is everyone clear that according to the Jews, that Jesus broke the law, and that, for example, Rosa Parks broke the law? And I'm giving you these examples to destroy your fallacy that just because it's a law doesn't make it wrong. Just because it's somebody committed a crime doesn't mean
if someone one sec,
Oh, you're
we
muted.
can destroy this one question. Why should someone who's here illegally not be deported?
Because you made the
Tell me
arbitrary
why.
decision that it's here illegally. If you took the law,
I didn't
away,
make
they
any
wouldn't be here
decisions.
illegally.
I
It's a
didn't make
stupid
any
law.
decisions.
No, but the point is that whoever said that's like if I said you're illegal, then all of a sudden you're committing a crime. No.
So what happens? What happens if the whole country of Mexico just said we're moving to America?
Yeah. So okay, and I will go with you. I'm not going to say that I'm holding a stance here, but I am pointing out the fallacies here.
No.
No, you're saying it's a stupid law. You're saying it's a stupid law.
No one wants to open borders. Not even like very far. Yes.
Well, Steelman clearly
Talking
does.
about loads of people want open borders. Prawn says they even said earlier.
No, they don't.
not-
No,
it's-
nobody has
Barney,
argued for
it's
open
the typical
borders.
thing they do. It's not happening, and then when you point out when it is happening, oh no, it is happening, but that's a good
Nobody
thing.
has argued for open borders.
I could.
Well,
I
I
know,
will.
and I'll-
Yeah.
No one
Orange
actually makes
did.
policies. Has done that. I'll say that.
No,
I don't have
like
any problem with open
Steelsman logic entails that like he wants an open border because he said he would not deport illegal immigrants. So then, what is stopping illegal
that's what he
immigrants from
said.
just
He said-
pushing
Yeah,
the
he
country?
said it's a stupid law and they shouldn't have it.
Wouldn't it be
Okay, but I
border
didn't say I
security
wouldn't
that
deport them,
stops
although
them
I
from
wouldn't.
going across the border, not the incentive?
I'm saying just drop the absolute fallacy that because it's a crime, it's wrong. There's plenty of crimes on the books that aren't wrong.
We're saying it's
Nah, I never
unlawful.
said that's because it's a
There's
crime.
plenty
It's wrong.
of
We asked you.
I said
Would you
that.
deport an illegal immigrant then?
no.
Not for that alone.
Okay, so then what? What's the point of having a border then?
No, but yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think we should. I can argue
There you
that.
go. Open
Yeah, so he
border
wants
contract.
open borders.
Like, holy
I don't-
shit,
I'm
that's
not-
so
what I'm
annoying
saying
how
is-
people always claim that there aren't people
Wait,
that want
so,
open
like,
borders.
everyone's
Yeah,
open-
you don't
everyone's
find any
open
issues
Steelman.
with an
No one's
undocumented
no one's
person
actually
committed a-
This message is sponsored in part by.
Yeah, she was pretty hot too.
See Sarah's backstage, but guys, you can't ask my question and overtalk his answer. Let him answer the question.
He answered. What are you talking about?
He might
I
be.
don't think
He
it-
might be the
But
first one to
still,
argue
man,
for
you don't
open
see any
borders.
type of
But
negative effect from people being undocumented, roaming around, potentially committing a crime, making it harder for the police to track them down.
Okay, so what if they were born in the United States and not documented? You'd have the same.
But that's not what I'm
problem.
asking.
So-
That's a citizen to me. I'm saying for people that you, because you said that you
so
were
that's
open
my
the border.
point exactly. So if a citizen does it, you're okay with it? Then who
Also,
cares?
that's
if
just when you
anybody
give them papers.
Wait,
That's
hold
why
on.
you
Answer
give
my
them
question with a
papers.
question. You were talking about you said you were open for open borders, right? So I said, are you okay with like you heard my question?
Clarify. Are you
I'll ask you
actually
a
for
question,
open
just answer my
borders?
question.
I imagine it's not completely open. Are you actually for completely open borders?
So like I said, technically, I'm not holding a stance. I'm just pointing out the fallacies, and I would steel man the open border
That
stance
is a
if you want.
stance. If you point out a policy, there's a righteousness opposite of
None
the
of you guys,
policy.
none of
Doing
you
that
can
fallacies is not
accurately repeat
taking
what
a
he's
stand.
saying. So I'm not gonna take
Ron
it.
says he said it earlier. You could go back in the video. He literally
commenting
said
on
he
that
can argue for it. He said he would
Saying
argue for it.
being
He's
someone
before the
crossing
sake of
Yeah,
argument.
okay,
is
Princess, let me walk you through it.
Say I point out a foul.
Let me
making an argument about the morality.
Let me walk you through it because I asked the question.
Just
So I
pointing
asked
to,
him,
because we're
Princess,
talking,
yeah.
You don't really care about the
Yeah,
answer.
yeah,
You guys
yeah.
wanna make
So
a point.
Princess.
Another video,
So let me
please.
walk you through it. So
I'll
basically,
listen
what happened was.
This message is sponsored in part by.
So remind me
So
of my Boxing days.
Yeah, so I asked him the question: would you deport illegal immigrants? He said no. Then I asked him what's stopping him from coming
That is
here.
not equal open borders. Do you realize that?
Yeah. And then I asked him,
because I say I
yeah.
wouldn't
Then I
force
asked him,
someone
okay,
to
you're
commit a
complaining about
crime.
me over
It's not-
talking, but
I
you're
never
over talking
Yo,
me.
Francis,
So
chill
then
out
I
and
asked
let
him,
Korea finish.
yeah. So take your own advice, Princess. Take your own advice. Take a breathe.
I'm explaining.
So then,
Okay.
then I asked him, what's stopping the whole of Mexico just coming into your country then? And he's like, nothing. Then I said, then I even asked him,
What he
are you
said.
for open borders? And he said yes. And he said, yeah, I can even steel man the open borders
Exactly,
position.
Princess.
Nothing.
There you go.
I said. I didn't say any of that shit.
Because
Oh
everyone use that word. It could mean different
It
things.
never happened.
Like, hold up, you still answered my question with
Can
a
I talk
question.
about
Like,
it? Have you done that?
you still didn't answer whether you think it's more difficult to find a criminal if he's undocumented.
Oh, I can answer
How
that.
about I respond to Terry?
Yeah, that question is for
because
him.
he's
Still,
talking to
man.
me
Real quick, Princess. Real quick. I just want to get his opinion on that.
Terry,
Stop touching your mic. You're spurging, bro.
Yes, of course. If Big Brother has his eyes on everyone, then it's easier for him to arrest people. That's the answer to your question. Is yes, it's harder to track down somebody who's not documented. I suppose. I mean, I don't know, but I'll give you that.
So, I think Steelman, the particular delineation between undocumented U.S. citizen and an undocumented illegal is that the U.S. citizen, if they commit a crime and they get arrested, usually they could be like, oh, so who are your contacts? Like, who's your mother? And they should be able to give an address that goes back to, a lineage of a family that exists in the United States. So you would be able to prove that, where with the immigrant, they probably wouldn't even be able to speak the language properly, and they wouldn't be able to justify any sort of connection to a family.
What
So
about people who
those are the
rent their
people
whole
who get
lives?
deported.
Well,
Wait,
also,
sorry, what was the question?
In this
What was the
hypothetical,
question?
it's open borders, so we can just document every immigrant that comes through. And it's open borders now. We can just start documenting it now.
I just what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's I think there's avenues where actual U.S. citizens that are undocumented probably would not get deported because all their living where they live is going to point back to the United States. They're not going to point back to another country.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it would be pretty hard to tell because there's nothing. I mean, all you would have is an address, and depending on who else has lived at that address.
Yeah, you're saying that cops can't go to the address and start asking questions.
Well, hold on.
to
I don't see
people?
how
I mean,
this
what
is-
if it's like?
Yeah, it's really irrelevant. Stillman, sorry, coming off. But
Like, that's how it's
explain, define open borders. Define what you mean by open borders. What does that policy look like?
Okay, where
If
I'm
people
going with
coming through,
it is, again-
no documents. Are criminals coming through? If someone commits a crime in America, can they be sent away? What does that
So
look
I'm
like
not-
in your
so
position?
Just so that everyone's clear, I'm not solid on any stance, but I do think what would Jesus do, right? And I think what's right, and I think about
Machiwa.
what's morally right, and I'll think about government and all that stuff. Think about our government. If I want to walk across my border, if I want to walk across somewhere, who are they to tell me I can't? If somebody wants to walk from Mexico to Canada, who are we to say you can't walk over here, but this guy can, but you can't? People are people. I'm a humanist,
You're
I
like
believe,
2,000 years too late, dude.
but see, y'all are nationalists. People who want borders are nationalists, and they believe that the people that are born
Jesus
within their
did
borders
have an
are-
ass he rolled on though, right? He didn't do that much walking.
All right, so look, I
I'm
want to
not
address
trying to
this
be funny.
because he said that Jesus broke the law and he was executed and all this and that. Jesus did not break the law.
The eyes of the Jews, he did.
No, he didn't.
The eyes of
Because
the Jews, he did.
Listen, please, because the Jews had a law that you weren't allowed to do blasphemy. So if Jesus is God, he was not breaking the law by claiming to be God.
But in the eyes of the
he broke the law in their eyes because he broke the Sabbath. So
Yeah.
How the hell are we associating
No.
Jesus with
He's
illegal
God.
people coming in this
Yeah,
country?
but this is what Democrats do, Jay. This is what Democrats do. They can't
What the hell
actually
is going on
argue,
here?
and then they bring Jesus into
We're
it.
talking about
I don't think it's
morality.
really relevant right now.
Okay.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, far ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
He wasn't.
I hate discriminating, but anyway, wait a minute. I want to go with his analogy about the weed thing. Let me ask you something there, Steel Man. Would you let your surgeon do heart surgery on you who just smoked a doobie?
I wouldn't let a heart surgeon do heart surgery on me at all. But if I was going,
Would you let what would you let a pilot fly your family around who just did a doobie?
I hope my heart surgeon is smoking weed, and I hope my pilot is getting high.
What?
Oh, okay. So we can end this conversation.
He's a fucking whack job.
Goddamn conversation.
Lots of pilots probably do smoke weed.
We found a new CEO of Atlanta Airlines.
I mean, if you guys think that smoking weed is going to make somebody like
pretty good these days,
impaired,
so you know, you can just be hands off the entire time.
Isn't there that meme about
Yeah,
pilots
just
like
hold
taking
on.
MDMA like in the air? Like
Hold on. So Jesus, when he was executed, it was
Jesus
for blasphemy
again?
laws. It wasn't for breaking the Sabbath. Pontius Pilate even said, "I don't even understand why you guys are wanting me to execute this guy. I see that he's broken no law." So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if
and
you
what
never
did
read scripture.
They said, "For claiming to be God is why we are going to crucify you."
Correct, and I told
Christ-
you
the Jews
that.
thought
Hold on.
Christ was a criminal.
No, he was thought to be by them, but he actually
Right.
did not do the crime. So they
Right.
wrongfully
So
convicted
just because they're
him
not
of
really
the
illegals,
crime.
are they? We call them illegals, but they're not. That's the point.
What the hell are you talking about?
I still haven't
They're
gotten a
not
satisfying
legal
answer.
immigrants.
I still haven't gotten a
they're
satisfying
illegal,
answer
but
to
they're
my
not.
question.
Wait, guys, one
Like,
sec.
who's the victim?
I've got a great
Who's
way to get rid of all the murderers in America. We just make murder legal, and then it's not a crime anymore. So
Yeah,
then they're not
exactly.
technically criminals.
And what are you
Like, how
talking
fucking
about?
retarded is this?
If a country said that I'm not allowed to wear purple, then guess what? I'd be a criminal right now, right?
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree
like
with the law.
blue.
That'd still be against the law. It looks
Some
right.
laws
Are you
are
gonna
just
follow-
he's
Right.
talking about he's making a point. He's making a point that the only reason you guys have been arguing against this is because it's illegal. Is because
Not
of the law.
true, Ghosty. I said earlier to Corinth as how I would be able to make a moral argument for why it is wrong to not have it and why
It doesn't rely on
right to-
divine command theory. It doesn't rely on divine
No,
command theory.
I even
Can we
told
get? Can we?
you how you
can we
could
talk
make
about
an
not the
argument
morality aspect
outside
this?
of
'Cause I think we've been doing that.
Yeah,
for like
just
Super
one
chat.
sec, to read the super chat. Steelman, are you okay with anyone walking into your house that you don't know or doesn't live there any time or day or night and just making themselves at home? Steelman, answer that question.
It's different because
Yeah,
you
I
own
think
your
that's
home
funny.
where
It's
you
like,
don't own your
there's
country.
people that walk
Yo,
around
are
my
you
neighborhood all the
Steelman
time.
Process?
Oh, I thought you said Sealman. That point. Sorry, I'm done.
Oh, good, man.
No, it's all good. It's just this idea that we're letting them in my home. Do you think that if my neighbor who's a citizen wanted to come in my home? No, it doesn't matter if they're illegals or not, right? But America or the United States is public land. It's not my home. The earth is my home.
Not to non-Americans.
Orders for me, but not for thee.
So yeah,
exactly. This is the whole fucking premise of the argument.
Down the street, if a Mexican wanted to walk down the public sidewalk and they were from Mexico, do you think I'm going to have a problem with that? I'm going to say, oh, he was from Mexico. He can't do that. Like you motherfuckers do? No, I don't give a fuck what they do, if they're from Mexico or not. If they're breaking the law, then they get charged just like a citizen.
Nobody's
If
making-
they're not breaking
I
the
think
law.
you tied up for the 20 Mexican dollars, by the way. I think that's
What does that convert to?
Monopoly.
You
You're not a
guys,
math wizard.
I have a
just
question.
house. Just let me jump.
Wait, hold on.
You guys, we
Unknown,
got
one sec. Reaper Ghost. Time
Unknown.
forever.
Okay,
Time
got it.
for everyone to make it rain for Sarah. $2. Thank you very much, Unknown or Reaper Ghost 187. Appreciate you.
I get the next one though.
So I want to know which one of you has a
You
complaint.
just want to get it in, huh?
If someone walks in front of your house, are you guys going to whine about it?
Useful.
Is that all?
Oh, if they're from
Yes.
Mexico, are you going to whine about it?
No,
I'd sit out
because
my
I'm not
porch with my shotgun, John my shotgun, and say, keep walking, boy.
This was exactly my point earlier when I was talking about the difference between national borders and animal territories, which you guys were trying to like compare as the same thing. Like people living in your personal space, like is much different than a national border. That
Okay,
was
everyone
my
shut the fuck up because
point about
Caucasian
that.
needs to do his final thought. Sorry, Ghosty, but I just wanted to make
Oh, no,
sure
you're
no
good,
one
you're
was in
good.
there.
I got one more thing on the joke.
No, Caucasian.
Thank you, Sarah, for having me. Ghosty, you've been tons of fun. I really like to disagree with you. Farney, the only complaint I have with tonight is your dip into the absurdism to try to make a point. If you're making a point based off of absurdism, it's really hard to follow it to something reasonable. typically. I get that you're making the point. I totally get it. I don't know. It strikes me as odd. Everybody else has been absolutely amazing. I'm gonna try to find your channel. If you could link it backstage, that'd be cool, Party. Now this has been tons of fun. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Much love.
Thanks.
Yeah,
hit me up
and
the email,
appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
You got my email from earlier, right, brother?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hit me up in an email, man.
Will do.
Yeah, all right. It was
Take
good
it
debating
easy.
with you, man.
But yeah, Ghosty, to your point, right? We all seen The Lion King, right? Remember when like the man's like, "Yo, Simba, don't go into the dark zone," and then he went in the dark zone and he got fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
Yeah.
we need borders.
No, it's just totally different.
One comment on the
like
house
that's
country thing.
that's just making
I
a
think
home
everyone
like
actually
on.
agrees that's why the laws are different. If someone walks
Yeah.
in your house, you can do self-defense and defend yourself. If someone walks in front of you outside,
Yeah.
the same expectation is not there.
No,
Your
but that's
house
the
is
same thing
extra
on a
expectations
microcosm
No,
scale.
it-
It's the same.
oh my
it's the
gosh.
exact same thing.
So
It's
On a
so
micro-
weird that people
Good
don't
point.
get this. Like, look, the government is literally set up for what? Were you around when I read that earlier? Because I can go through it again. It's literally to protect its people, right? To
Protect the
sum it up.
rights of the people, not the people, the rights of the people.
No, literally protect its people. A country exists
Where are
to
you getting that
protect
from?
its
Wait,
people.
where are you getting that from? I don't believe that. I'm going to challenge that. Where are you getting that from?
What the?
Governments aren't there to protect the people. They're there to protect
I don't believe it's the job of the government to protect its people.
Sending people to war, protecting people.
It's there to serve. the
Here,
people, by the way.
ushistory.org/gov. Like,
So when it
Do you
says
think the
people-
draft? Do you think
So
the
you just
draft
read-
is protecting people?
So when it says "we the people," by the way, when
Yeah,
when
the
someone
draft-
comes
I
to
mean,
America,
look, I'm not
let's just
for
say a
war,
traveler,
but,
for
like-
instance, when someone comes to America, they have to live by those laws, right? And they also get their rights protected. We the people. That's what the American Constitution enshrines. So people on American soil are the people who are the government are meant to serve.
It's citizens. Now, anyways.
No. People from other countries get protected by the U.S. government. Yes or no?
No.
Not
No.
Yes, no, you do. If you travel to the U.S., you're protected by U.S. laws from other people harming you. If a U.S. citizen tries to do damage to you, you are protected
But
just
you're
the same as they
legally
would
in
be.
the country then, Melanie.
Yeah, exactly. If you're on the soil, then the government serves you.
if you're a visitor, you're legally within the country. If you just went there
Oy
illegally,
vey.
you didn't pass any sort of border.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the 40-year-old virgin on screen.
There's
Way.
also
I don't
extradition
think- I don't
factors
think
in
the
there,
problems
Melanie, so you can be exported out of the country back to your home country.
Well, after what I read,
When you break a law, yeah, when you break a law.
want to be exported out of this
Whenever.
country, because I don't think any of you know the problems that are facing this country. Let me read something to you I just received. Okay, this is for all men. And if you are interested in sex as a man, maybe you should leave the country. It says, "Hello, Jonathan. I'm a 6 foot tall, athletic,
What the fuck?
queer, post-operative, transsexual woman. In a letter, I just received this message. In a leather family and platonic partnership with my dominant man, Lorraine. I drink occasionally, but find clubs to be a bit boring.
You're really letting him do this?
With our country's current dictator in place, with our country's current dictator in
Francis, were you
place,
saying
that is
something?
Donald Trump, transsexual from all my social media in order to lessen the
Yeah,
hate.
Hormaxer, land your fucking plane.
Otherwise, life is treating me very well. So that's just a part of it. I just like to say,
I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
I just want to know, did he have his robe open when he got that letter?
Does his rope even close?
No. Declaration of Independence.
He was showing a lot of hair in his chair.
An answer bingo card and bring up Transformers is like gonna be one of the boxes because he talks about that all the time.
So, I want to tell you what the government's for. The Declaration of Independence says that the government is instituted to secure the rights of the people. That's the Declaration of Independence. The government is instituted to secure the rights of the people. Okay, I just want to.
Okay, you take away the people. Wait a minute. If you take away the people, what would you just say? What would it mean?
I'm saying it's not to protect the people.
No. I'm just asking you a question.
No, the
If you
answer
take
is
away
nothing.
the people, what would that you just said mean?
Nothing.
I don't know. It wouldn't mean anything.
He's asking you, what does it mean?
Thank you. So you keep trying to get around the people by moving the goalposts, but it's still gonna come.
No, that's why I pointed out that people from other countries who travel here have their rights protected by the U.S. government as well.
Yeah, but they're not entitled to start dipping into the funds of the fucking country now, are they?
That's not the same
I mean,
thing. In
if
fact,
they
most
get
governments
hurt, if they get hurt, they're obligated to emergency services.
Well, I'm saying the funds.
If a crime is committed against them, they have to go to the police, and the police will work for them.
So these luxury hotels that they were put up into, that's just them protecting people, is it?
Teriak, you're right. He doesn't get it. Teriak, in the United States, with the Declaration of Independence, we believe that our rights were endowed by our Creator, right?
Okay.
That's the Declaration of Independence. That's what the forefathers said. Our rights were endowed to us by our Creator.
Is it enforced by the Creator?
No, that's what the government was instituted.
Is it enforced by the people?
Can the China can the Chinese government come in and
No.
buy up all of our property? Can they do that?
My point was is that if you believe that God, man, my point was that if you believe that if God gives rights, He doesn't give them to just United States citizens. He gives them to all man. Man was endowed with rights by God, not by government.
No.
But who enforces the rights?
Nobody enforces the rights. We protect the rights. The government is supposed to protect people's rights, not infringe upon them.
With what?
Yeah. Tiki, I think you were going with this, that like it's
with
people
force,
who enforce these rights
with
through
military,
government.
with police. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, essentially.
Right. You protect
with force.
people's
It's the
rights
people.
with force. You protect people's rights with force. That's what the government's for.
Yes. Yes.
Can
You
people
want to use
change
the
those
government,
rights?
and you want to use the government to take away people's rights.
How?
Why is that bad?
Because you're saying a man can't walk from here to here unless he's my friend. But if he was born at another nation, because you're a nationalist and you believe that the people within your borders
what your worldview, Steelman?
are better.
Is that what I'm saying?
They're not going to be good faith. So I want to ask you some general questions. I definitely don't.
I'm literally being good faith. Just all the time.
How would taxes work in your worldview?
Steelman's bringing up Jesus, and we're being bad faith.
Yes, because you didn't get my point about Jesus, was that they even called Jesus a criminal. You would have been the same person that hanged Jesus on the cross. You would have fucking put the nails right in him.
Well, Jesus didn't get hanged on the cross.
Look, I've been
He
in
got
favor for
crucified.
immigration this entire time, so I don't know why you're.
Terry, what's wrong with bringing up Jesus?
Okay, before y'all go in further with this, it's been nice. I gotta go. Wait. I just want to make.
Yeah, he just wants to give his final thoughts. That's
I
fair.
just want to give my final thoughts.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
This message is sponsored in part by.
There's your final thought.
I think those are exactly his final thoughts.
Sarah, if you want me to stay, you can just ask me. You don't have to show me that again because that make me stay. But anyway, Sarah, it's been a groove. Got to move because the clock on the wall said all. But for the gentleman, still, man, the only thing I can say to you is when I get in conversations like this and people start bringing God and Jesus in there, I'm going to give something to leave for your brain, all right? Did God give little David power to kill Goliath? And didn't he want him to move or not move, or he couldn't walk where he wanted to walk? So you act as if you pick and choose out of the Bible like you playing dominoes or something. I don't know.
That's what everyone knows.
So that's just why I don't bring. That's why I don't bring. This is my final thought, please. This is why I don't bring Bibles into stuff like this when we're talking about political. We're talking about stuff like that. You gotta leave that at the doorstep. It just make you have a bad argument, my friend. It's been a groove, and I love being on the panel with all y'all. I will be popping in and out in the near future because I like it. It's fun. You know what I mean? Because I don't think. Okay, so peace, love, and always strive for the truth. Thank you, Sarah.
Appreciate you, Jay.
And Sarah's Smile is my best song. A Hall & Oates, one of my top 10.
Oh, Sarah Smiles.
Okay, so folks, we have a lot of people waiting to talk. Let's do Prawn Says, Tiki Tack, and Farney. Oh, Steelman. Sorry, Steelman. Were you waiting too?
Well, I was going to ask a question, Steelman.
Oh, Sarah's
just
back.
rebuttal to that real quick, which is that I would use Jesus as one example to touch on one crowd. I can give many more examples, like Rosa Parks, who was a criminal. George Washington himself was a criminal, according to the Brits. We can get into many. In fact, most great people throughout history were at one point considered criminals. So this idea that criminals are all of a sudden this bad thing and all people who are criminals are bad, that's an absolute fallacy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you can just turn the argument back on itself and say, you shouldn't lock up any murderers because you're just calling them criminals.
No, but you're talking about people who earlier we were arguing about the difference between criminals, people who are breaking outside the law, outside of people crossing the border, and this was like a whole big deal earlier.
Ghosty, do you believe in property rights? Let's keep it simple. Like that mic you're talking into, is that yours and not mine?
Yes, yes.
Defend.
So wouldn't the logical extension of that be being able to enforce your property rights?
On a property,
We
yeah.
don't own the country.
Right. So
yeah, actually, we all of us taxpayers do own this country.
Yeah,
I'm
actually
sorry.
do own
Is the country considered private or public property?
This country is considered American property.
So people who don't make money,
American property.
So people who don't pay taxes, it's not their country. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Too poor. They don't.
American citizens.
Oh, so somebody
Yeah.
who doesn't have a job and who can't work, doesn't pay taxes, this is not their country then because they don't.
Yeah,
pay
they
the
shouldn't
government.
vote. Yeah, they shouldn't vote.
They definitely shouldn't be voting.
We live in a society where we live off of the government taxes to provide us public services. So yeah, if you're not paying taxes, it's
So then,
fuck you.
why are we paying them money then? Why is the federal government?
Why?
paying all this
Let me ask you something.
Well,
Do you think?
I'm
Do you
just saying
think
what it is? I'm just telling you what it is, right?
They're
now.
all
Do
going
you-
to disagree with welfare.
Do you
so
guys
that's the
think that you
problem.
couldn't go the opposite direction, walk south, and go across the border and move into Mexico without getting deported?
Hold on, Ghosty. They,
Let me
they
still may
disagree
ask you
with
a
welfare,
question.
but they also
Depends on
disagree with
Mexico's
taxes.
policies.
And yet then they use
Do you
taxes.
think you can go
Yeah.
to another country and do what you're advocating for people to be able to do here?
It depends heavily on what their policies on immigration are.
Because there ain't another fucking country on the planet that's
I don't
going to
care what
allow you to
country
just
it
pack
is.
up shit and move in
It doesn't
there and
matter.
not let them
It's
know.
first world
Actually,
leader. They could be-
there are
Exactly.
plenty of countries that have terrible immigration.
Ideal society. He's talking
There are
about
plenty of
And
countries.
every single
By the
country
way, there
that
are
has
plenty of
terrible
countries that have
society,
almost zero.
every single company, every single
Yeah, I know,
country that
you wanna
has
yell
terrible
too, but
immigration,
there
they'll
are
still
plenty of
deport
countries
you
with
if you're
zero
there
immigration
illegally.
enforcement.
They will still deport you
Yeah.
if you're there
There are
illegally.
plenty of
We
countries
have
that are
deported
too poor.
people.
There are plenty of countries that are too
Now,
poor
is
to
this
have
the
immigration
bandwagoning
enforcement.
fallacy?
So yeah, there are places you
Please
can go
ask
and
Steel
there
Man
and
a
do that.
question.
This message is sponsored in part by.
So thank you,
I'd pay for
5
that.
little stones for the $2 donation. I got Goliath of Gath.
Not sure what Gath means, but Steel Man. I'm curious how I feel like that the Jesus mindset where I can walk across any border. I feel like that conflicts with having taxes. How would that work into your reality?
Okay, yeah. So 2 minutes ago, everyone's saying taxation is theft, but then when it's in their favor, then they say, "Oh no, we love paying taxes and we're all about it." And
No, we never said
taxpayers don't feel the matter.
No, I'm pro
That's a straw man fallacy, Steel Man.
I just want
Kind of ironic, seeing as you're called Steel Man, isn't it?
Don't
People
call
earlier
everyone else
were
out.
saying
Answer
that.
my question.
Everyone always says that. That's the most quoted
Well,
thing.
those
on-
people
I've
are
heard.
stupid because it's income tax, it's theft. State and taxes on your goods is not theft.
Yes, but we know the illegals are paying state. They're paying.
Yeah, how are they
taxes.
paying taxes? Because they're stealing somebody's social security number.
No,
have
when
you
it's
ever had to?
actually- you
Have
just
you ever had to
said
deal
that.
with? Have you ever had to deal with somebody stealing your social security number? Have you ever had to deal with it?
So that's
you just said sales
uncommon,
tax.
by
You
the way,
just said
for
sales
social
tax.
security's numbers.
Have you ever had to deal with someone else
No,
having your
you're
social
red
security
herring.
number?
You're more likely to
red
have
herring, bro.
identity theft
Nice
happen
red
to you
herring.
from someone in the U.S. than someone from another country.
Just
by the way.
answer the fucking
Nice
question.
red herring,
Who's
bro. You
talking?
just
Is
said
this
sales
Joseph
tax.
talking? By the way, I'm getting confused.
No, we haven't because it doesn't happen that often. There's not all these
Well,
immigrants.
he's red herring. Don't even.
Yeah,
don't
well,
even
you know
say
what?
Hold on, guys,
It does
guys,
happen
guys,
to
hold
you.
on.
When it does happen to you,
Super chat.
just
Grade
remember
one
that you're the
voters
one that's okay with it.
He's red herring because he said income tax is theft. He just said income tax is theft. Sales tax is what counts. And
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down. Yeah.
So Grid Motorsports.
Thank
with the
you,
$5
Grade One
thing.
Motorsports, for the
Hey,
for the big $5 says,
to shit.
why is the Geico caveman on the panel? When did this get so easy for a caveman could do it?
Terry, why are you such an intention whore?
you fucking idiots. That's why.
Poor
All you
Mel.
do is
Yeah,
That was your
red
mama.
herring
Did the next
everything.
one, my bad.
Also,
No,
the
it's
dude
okay.
did a way better
Terry
joke. The better
Terry
joke
acts
would
too
be-
much of a child to fucking share. That much is clear.
Yeah,
So that's-
yeah,
that's-
it's because your mama.
Follower of Jesus.
Thanks, Grid.
Of Jesus, or
Yeah, I don't want to share my
people use
mama
him
with
as an
you,
example
Terry.
because he
What the
spoke on
fuck?
paying taxes. He spoke on abiding by authorities and the government and everything.
What you should have said is this guy calls himself the Steel Man, but he's the caveman.
Steel Man, how do you protect your nation if you have open borders? What's stopping other countries?
I know. I got a way. You actually have a Second Amendment, which we don't have. And
Do you
then
not
your
have
immigration's
police?
protected. It's called Minutemen.
Wait, how fucking weak is America that as soon as you have immigrants come in, you fucking like fall into pieces and shit? Like, really?
Why is it all you lefties
advocate? Are you
why
that
do all you,
fragile?
why do all you lefties advocate
no,
for
there's
modern day
300
slavery
million
so you can
people
get your
here. Not
avocados
everybody
for
has
fucking
that
50
opinion.
cents?
Modern day
Yeah,
slavery.
no, it's such a crazy thing that's like we'll have open borders, but then we'll also have the Second Amendment, but we'll have open borders. Like, how does
Yeah,
this
right.
make
It's
any
like,
sense?
we're trying to
no, we shouldn't
avoid
have the
getting
Second
to have to
Amendment,
use the
right?
Second Amendment.
No, what's
No,
even
how is
crazier is they
Americans
advocate
are
for
very
what they
insecure, okay?
what's even crazier is that they advocate for a living wage, but they want illegals here that'll pick their fucking vegetables cheap.
We don't have
Yeah, driving the wages down. Exactly. Yeah, it makes no
How about we
fucking
advocate
sense.
for a
And
free
then
market?
they say that America's fragile, but any country that has its borders invaded is going to pick up arms against it or want to try to stop getting invaded.
You're really
yeah.
easily invaded.
There was millions
Wow.
of people flooding into the border. Millions of people, yeah.
And millions of people
Yeah,
who
we're
also
easily
leave.
invaded.
Yeah, so if there's millions of people coming into a country, that's typically an invasion.
How long
you
did
want
it
to stop
take
that?
millions of people
You
to
want to
have-
stop millions of people
Here?
coming into your country. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's not about being fragile; it's about being responsible. I know we don't understand
You
that.
actually benefit from tourism.
Furby, how does our electoral college work?
Tourism and illegal immigration is not the same.
Non sequitur.
Yeah,
It's not a non sequitur. How do we
College is
how do we
coding.
allocate electoral
Do you
votes
know
by
how it
state?
works?
This is
Is it
about
by
immigration, not voting.
Is it by population?
You have 2
Immigration.
minutes. So maybe don't change it to electoral college. That
So
sounds like a
fragile. I
terrible-
just showed you a nonviolent way of how it could usurp Americans.
But it's
Easy
not,
peasy.
that's not being used to usurp Americans because Americans demographically outweigh immigrants by a lot.
So
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
Listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other folks.
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco! Not this
She's got seeds of anger, simmering inside. One wrong move and she'll take you for a ride. She'll throw shade with her skin so red. Protectors like a flame burning through your head.
And swinger syndrome is people that think that they're
little sister, what's your Chaco nowhere. Hey, little sister, who's so beautiful, man? Hey, little sister, Chaco!